Hello, everybody. It's Devilshine here, and welcome to my full Relic review video. As we're only a few hours now from Catalyst Leagues coming to RuneScape 3 very, very soon. Now, while I've never been wrong about old school RuneScape relics, I can't quite say the same about RuneScape 3. So I've decided to call in for some backup. I've asked a bunch of RuneScape 3 experts to share some of their wisdom and basically answer some of my questions that I have that hopefully will help you as well for choosing your relics and just basically getting through leagues. And before we get started, I just want to say a huge thanks to everybody who is involved in this. Honestly, this is one of the most fun videos I've ever worked on, and I really, really hope everybody else watching enjoys it. I know that all of them have so much more knowledge and so much more information to share. So if you're looking for more of those resources, I'll have all of their links below so you guys can follow them, subscribe to their channels, and hopefully get your questions answered by somebody who knows what they're talking about. That being said, this video is way too long, so let's get started. First up, we've got RsStormy to talk about the Tier 1 relics. You know what I think would be really interesting is, could I actually get your opinion on the Tier 1 passives first?
Yep, that
Because I
was
would
just
actually
something
love to hear that. Yeah, that would be really cool.
Something that just occurred to me. Yeah, so tier one passives. Tier one passives are pretty good, I would say. It's fairly expansive. Run energy never drains, obviously a big one. You guys are familiar with that on the old school side.
Yeah, unplayable without it, I'm sure. Well, I guess in RuneScape 3 it's better.
Yeah, it would still be unplayable though.
Yeah, okay, for sure.
Until the point that you could unlock. I'm gonna reference relics all the time, but we have like in-game relic system through archaeology. So there's like a double terminology going here, but through archaeology you have the endurance relic, which gives you unlimited run anyway.
Gotcha.
But that wouldn't be unlocked until later. So run energy off the bat is good. Hit chance increase by 20% is it's pretty important early games. So on the old school side, I don't know if you guys know what hit chance is exactly, but basically that's kind of how your damage is determined in RuneScape 3. So if you have 100% hit chance, they basically remove like splashing, pretty much. So if you have 100% hit chance, you will deal 100% of your maximum damage. If you have 80% hit chance, you will still hit 100% of the time, but you'll only deal 80% of your maximum damage. So an increased 20% hit chance off the bat is really good, and that's why on the relics for combat, you'll see it's all like 100% hit chance based. They're basically just making it guaranteed that you can hit your maximum cap. The souls from rituals being 400% plus is a pretty big time save. That's not really going to be so important if you choose necromancy, because the souls are tied to the tech tree basically. So necromancy has like a tech tree where like you unlock various combat abilities and stuff through the tree. By picking necromancy as your combat style, you just get everything anyway. So the 400% souls increase is not really so important in that aspect, but I'd imagine if you picked another style, for example, if you were going to focus on melee, which a lot of people are doing, the 400% souls thing is going to save you a significant amount of time if you have some sort of secondary combat style going by way of necromancy. Hybriding is a pretty big thing in RuneScape 3, so for people going down the melee route, you may also want to consider doubling up and going down the necro route as well. But yeah, there's an argument for like cooldowns and stuff like that, whether or not hybriding will be a thing. But for 400% souls, definitely makes it more accessible as a secondary combat style. The farming growth rate is really good, 5 times faster, straight off the bat, so that's pretty nice. And then yeah, the 4x XP straight off the rip is, as we've come to expect with leagues. So pretty good baseline. I think that's it. Oh, the archaeology guild shop being fully available. Yeah, so archaeology is an amazing skill. You guys on the old school side wouldn't have heard of it much. It is by far and away my favorite skill in RuneScape. The guild shop being fully available just makes it so that some of the kind of upgrades you can get from that are just available to you instantly. Whereas if they didn't have that, there'd be a bit of accessing that shop would be a little bit of a pain. So yeah, it's good that they've given us that straight away. It'll definitely make taking excavator a good choice.
Yeah, I'm curious. So I did like I have played a bit of RuneScape 3. I'm pretty like limited, but I also really liked archaeology. I got like level 100 in it. I think that's like literally all I did
It's
for
good.
2 weeks.
Yep.
And I remember like the first tier of the shop, like everything in there was completely garbage, and it was like the biggest
Hmm.
bait ever. So, are there any
Hmm.
specific archaeology things you think like would be good to pick up from the shop?
Yeah, so the outfit 100% is a big one. The archaeology outfit has various passive effects of its own. So in RuneScape 3, a lot of the skilling outfits are they have multiple effects. I play old school as well, by the way. I don't know if you realize or not, but so I see it on the old school side where you'll get like your woodcutting outfit and it'll just give you a tiny little bit of woodcutting XP, and that's like pretty much it.
Mhm.
Outfits in RuneScape 3, they have heaps and heaps and heaps of effects. So the archaeology outfit is definitely a good one to get. The thing that will be bait with the shop is there's an upgrade in the shop called a automatic soil screener. Basically, just makes it so your invent doesn't get clogged up with soil as you're doing archaeology, which is just like a rubbish component. Um, by taking excavator, your archaeology journal, which is like your progress tracking book, it acts as a soil screener. So the soil screener is entirely redundant. But the good thing about that is you get the archaeology journal straight away for free. It's just like given to you in the tutorial. So
Nice.
um,
Yeah, I was just looking at the shop and I saw there was like an additional relic loadout, and I'm actually so curious if there's anybody who's like first time experiencing. They think that that means the league's relics, so they get a little
no,
disappointed when yeah, that's not the case. So that'll be fun to see
yeah,
the mix up there. So yeah, I guess we can probably just go straight into talking about the relics and just kind of run down the list. Excavator,
sure,
Divine Woodcutter, and Animal Wrangler. Kind of get your thoughts on
yep, no
those.
worries. Yeah, so there's been like I've seen like a fair bit of chatter online around the tier one relics already. Um, from from what I've seen, people mentioning excavator basically being the no-brainer relic, like the one that everyone should be picking. I 100% back that up wholeheartedly. I am just straight away going to say I will 100% be taking excavator. I think if you don't take excavator, you are making a massive mistake in terms of if you are seeking a person seeking high scores, for example. Excavator is just the by far and away the best choice in terms of what it gives you and how many different skills it helps you in, especially archaeology being its main sell point. Archaeology is quite a slow skill to train as an Iron Man, I would say. So the benefits that you get from the archaeology relic on an Iron Man account speed that up so much that just that on its own is probably worth picking that relic, and then you go down the route of all of the benefits and stuff that it gives you even further than that. It helps you with not only with archaeology but also mining and smithing. The ores obviously being automatically smelted into bars from mining is massive win, so you save time on the smithing side. Um, Gems automatically being cut, so if you are a person that wants to just go and AFK gem rocks, you're going to get all your XP from that pretty easily.
And those are actually
Um,
like really good in RuneScape 3, right? Like the gem rocks and the crafting. I remember I think I did that on an iron
yeah,
to like 70 crafting or something. So like
yeah,
I think it's pretty cool that it's getting I don't know. I feel like I totally agree with you with excavator, and I honestly feel like this it's like one of those relics that I think is so good that like you could split it in half and it would still probably be competitive in the tier, which is kind of
yeah.
ridiculous.
I've heard some people say that even if you could combine Divine Woodcutter and Animal Wrangler into one relic, Excavator would still be better.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the benefits that it gives you is just crazy. There's just so much more, and not to mention as well, archaeology is such a broad skill in and of itself that it actually covers off on some of the effects that Divine Woodcutter and Animal Wrangler give anyway, by way of archaeology's inbuilt internal relic system. So as you level archaeology, you'll unlock various archaeology relics, let's call them, because there's double relic terminology going on here.
Yep,
So
I like that. I like that.
archaeology relics, there's one of those that helps massively with woodcutting, which is called Always Adds. That automatically burns logs if you have that relic power activated. So that deletes that effect from Divine Woodcutter, makes that redundant. And then on Animal Wrangler side, through archaeology, you have an archaeology relic called Bait and Switch, which cooks food that you fish automatically anyway. I think it's either 50% of the time or for 50% XP. I can't remember which. But the bait and switch archaeology relic covers off on a big selling point for the Animal Wrangler Catalyst relic. So you can basically get all three relic. Oh, sorry, let me get my terminology right. You can basically get all three Catalyst relics in one just by picking Excavator. So it really is a no brainer. And then you've got the massive thing as well is that comes from Excavator is the 5x chronote gain. So chronotes are archaeology currency. They allow you to buy rewards and do alternate training methods. And they are also the currency that you use to activate your archaeology relic powers. The really cool thing about the 5x chronote gain is that once you have played the league for a bit and you're up to tier 7, I know we're covering off on tier 1 here, but in tier 7 there's a thing called advanced time. It's a relic passive, a tier passive. And you would use your chronotes to send out archaeology research. And archaeology research is just a massive chunk of XP all given to you. Archaeology research typically takes like 24 hours real time, but with the 5x chronotes that you get from Excavator, you can just send out research over and over and over again, which theoretically would let you 200 mil archaeology in a matter of minutes. It would be extremely fast. So
Yep. I honestly, I wish if I could find anybody who had a different take on tier 1, I would probably be
yeah,
asking them, but I definitely agree that it's like even when I saw it, I was like, yeah, this one seems very clearly the best. I think one thing I did want to ask you about like mining and archaeology is that the thing that I was really drawn by is that those two skills also have like really late game like weapons and armor too, right? Like they're actually like
mm-hmm.
pretty relevant because in old school, I mean, it's all bosses. Like you're not crafting any gear, so can you
Yeah,
talk on that? Like, I know, like, I think there's like I'm missing it, but it's like the spear you get from like Zeros or
right.
something.
Yeah. So through archaeology, there is it's called, oh geez, what is it called? Master? No, it's not the Masterwork Spear. It's the Spear of Annihilation. So you get that from level 115 archaeology at one of the excavation spots. It's just like a RNG item reward. So when you're basically digging up the earth in that hotspot, you can get the Spear of Annihilation as a potential reward. It just gives you the spear head, and then you have to use archaeology to create the spear as a whole. As well as there's a staff too from Zaros. Yeah, I think it's called the Inquisitor staff, which is a pretty it's pretty end game weapon, so it is quite strong. I don't think if your goal is to like get those two weapons and you're taking Excavator because of that, I think personally you're probably kind of wasting your time. Those two weapons aren't going to be two weapons that people really go for or use. I don't think they're just not strong enough to justify going after in terms of the RNG grind that would require. Jags have clarified that there's going to be increased drop rates, but they haven't said how that will apply to archaeology and its RNG rewards. So there's a chance they may not be boosted. Even if they are boosted, you could still, even on max drop rate increase, six times drop rates, you could still spend potentially a couple of days trying to get these two weapon rewards from archaeology. So I don't think they're worth going after, and I think there are just faster, better weapons available for a shorter period of time. The Spear of Annihilation itself is it's not a halberd, so it doesn't have halberd range. So there's not really much point in going after it for that effect. The Easy K sword is just a much better weapon and easier to get than the spear. And then on the mage side, the Fractured Staff of Armadyl from Kerapak is just a better staff and easier to obtain in terms of time than the Inquisitor stuff. So, and then on the mining side, you've got like the smithable stuff. So, smithable stuff may be okay early, but late you're probably not going to want it. The smithable stuff on RS is it's more what we refer to as tank armor. So it doesn't actually give you like a melee power bonus. So you get all that melee power from boss drops as you would in old school.
Gotcha. Yeah, makes sense. Anything else to talk about with Excavator? I think.
I don't think so. No, I think I've covered off on most stuff. It's also really good in the sense that it covers off on crafting, which if you want to unlock invention, crafting is a component of that. So you need crafting, smithing, and divination to unlock invention. You need 80 in all three of the skills. Excavator gives you crafting and smithing. So that only leaves divination. And the thing with divination in RuneScape is that the best way to train it is through it's kind of like a daily kind of mini game called Guthixian Cache. So it's actually faster to just kind of do a Guthixian Cache than it is to train divination traditionally anyways. So that's why taking like Divine Woodcutter, for example, for the purpose of divination training is kind of a poor choice anyway, because you would just train it through the Guthixian caches regardless.
Oh, there's actually one thing I did remember, and that's that mining and smithing are reworked in RuneScape 3, and I'm sure a lot of old school RuneScape players have no idea how much better you guys have it, because it freaking I loved mining and smithing. I thought it was sick. Can you just give me like a quick rundown, basically, just explain that how the mining works?
Yeah, so mining smithing in RuneScape 3 has been like reworked twice now.
Oh, dang. Okay.
There's been two major reworks of it. They had the have you heard about the mining and smithing rework era back in like 2018, 2019, and that's when they changed the core functionality of it. And then just recently we had the level 110 mining expansion, which changed a bit of mining stuff again.
Oh, okay.
So
Right.
so now before I go on that, we have obviously 99 skills, we have 120 skills, but we also have 110 skills. So Jagex are in the process of getting everything to 120, but they've decided to do a middle ground for the terms of content purposes and take stuff to 110 intermittently, provide a chunk of content for 99 to 110, and then in the future provide a secondary chunk of content from 110 to 120. So that's why mining and smithing go to 110 at the moment. The main differences you'll find between old school and mining on RS3 is that mining on old school, you're used to clicking your ore, the ore depletes, and if you are power mining, you drop the ore, and if you want to keep the ore, then you have to fill your inventory up with ore and you go and bank it. On RS3, we have permanent rocks. So rocks are just infinite ore, basically. And you, as you click to mine your rock, it will just kind of start like a progress bar, basically. As you mine, your stamina will decrease. Think about it in like a real life term. If you were swinging a pickaxe at a rock, and you swing it for the first time, you'd be swinging it at maximum power, but then you swing it for a second time and you get a little bit weaker, and you swing it for a third time and a fourth time. So over time, your stamina will decrease. And then as your stamina decreases, you will deal less damage to that rock and start getting ores at a slower rate. To counteract that, you can simply just re-click the rock and your stamina bar refills. So so you have the option of, I guess, AFK mining if you want to, and your ores will come in at a slower rate, but you never have to interact with it. You can just click it once and it'll just slowly bring in the ores. Or if you want to play actively and you want ores at the fastest rate possible, you would just stay on top of your stamina and make sure you're refreshing that as frequently as you can. Another aspect of that is the kind of pickaxe you use, the mining gear you use, the boosts that you may be able to get, because not only is mining affected by stamina, but it's also affected by, I guess, a gear, because you can make it so that your mining damage is higher. The higher your mining damage, the faster you get ores as well.
Yeah, and I guess that's actually like an interesting thing because I just realized that like a big part I also have excavator is you get like the best pickaxe and the best matic as well. And maybe this could be kind of used to like transition to the other two. But could you actually tell me like how do you actually get the good like the top tier pickaxe? It's like let's just assume
Yeah.
you're crazy, you're not going excavator, right? Like how would you actually get those? And then I guess for the others, how would you get like the best hatchet, the best harpoon, things like that?
Yeah. So you wouldn't. It would take you that
Okay.
long, and it's that much of a tedious progress in the game that in a leagues I just would not recommend you spend the time that you would need to get the best pickaxe possible. It's a fairly tedious process that requires mining like 100 of each type of ore and going to different NPCs, and it's been like a year since I upgraded mine, and I kind of just one and done it. Like I just did it and got it and then moved on. But the thing with the pickaxes that I would mention is that you don't necessarily need the best pickaxe to deal decent damage. The difference between a pickaxe that you can smith just through mining and smithing and the best pickaxe is so marginal that for leagues it's probably not even worth going after at all. If you didn't pick excavator and you wanted a pickaxe, I would recommend just smithing the highest level available pickaxe, which would be a primal pickaxe +5 is what it's called. A primal pickaxe +5, and I think it's called the pickaxe of life and death. So the pickaxe of life and death being the best in slot, and the primal pickaxe +5 do exactly the same damage in terms of their tiering and how proficient they are at getting ores. They both are exactly the same. The difference between them is the pickaxe of life and death can be augmented through invention, which allows
Okay.
you to apply perks to it. So then you can apply perks to your pickaxe, which further increase your mining capability. Other than that, in terms of like gathering, a +5 primal pickaxe is going to do just as good as a pickaxe of life and death. So
Do you know, by the way, have they said or if you're allowed to augment like the league's tools that they give you for the skills?
they, uh, I don't think they.
It's like
I
that'd be
saw
kind of
something,
like
but
that'd be kind of weird, right? If you couldn't like augment your pickaxe that you get from the relic. I mean, I'm
so
sure it would still be good, but
I saw something about that, and I want to say, and someone's gonna like quote me if I'm wrong or have a crack at me in the future if I'm wrong. I don't think you can augment the leagues tools. But I think I saw somewhere that if you had a tool in your inventory that was augmented, the league tool would adopt those augments
okay, okay.
from the inventory. I could be wrong. There was some kind of weird like jankness going on with that. But yeah, I would say don't panic if you think you can't augment your tool. I think there is a way around it, but I'm just not 100% sure what it is off the top of my head.
Okay. So, other two relics, I mean, I'm not going to make you defend them, but just basically, why
Yeah.
are they bad? I think that's like a more interesting question. Like, why are they just completely off the table?
I think the reason they're bad is that they just don't offer enough benefit. They could have competed with Excavator if they really made them overpowered, which they would have needed to do to compete with Excavator. So Divine Woodcutter, for example, logs can be automatically burnt. As we discussed before, you get that through archaeology anyway, so that is useless. Unburnt logs and birds' nests are sent to the bank. Great. That's a good perk. You don't have to worry about banking your logs. That's it for Woodcutter.
Yep.
That's literally all it is. So you basically just get porters. So in RuneScape 3, we have porters, which are an item that you can create that send resources to the bank when skilling. So you can just create those through divination anyway.
Right.
So that on the divine side of that relic, memories are deposited automatically straight into the rift. Crazy. You get that from archaeology as well as part of an archaeology relic. So that makes that redundant. Chronicles are captured instantly. Chronicles through divination are pretty useless. They are just like a little they're like a little orb that spawn whilst training. They give you hunter XP. Chronicles are something that you can just ignore anyway. So the fact that they're captured instantly is just going to be slightly small piece of passive hunter XP. That's it. Energy springs last for 60 seconds longer. That's great. Double divine energy from springs and memory conversions. That's great. That just means basically whenever you're training divination, you're going to get double resources and it's going to be double as AFK. If you were going to take divine woodcutter, they really needed to like beef that thing up to make it comparable. But it could be the case of maybe you really like training divination and maybe you want to have fun on leagues. Like leagues ultimately is about fun. So you're going to pick your play style, and if you're a type of person who wants to experience divination for the first time, or you're really passionate about divination and you like divination, then maybe you would pick this relic. It's not it's not like it's not horrible. It just has room to be a lot better. So yeah, that's Divine Woodcutter. On the Animal Wrangler side, no bait required for fishing. That's great. 50% increased catch rate on for all fish. Fairly useful, but nothing crazy.
Are there any like high level fish that you think this might open up? I know in the last old school leagues, like I feel like sharks were like, they're usually completely worthless. And then everybody realized that
Yeah.
like that 50% rate is actually making that like way powerful. So I know in RS3 there's like blubberfish. I might be butchering that, but like do you think
Yep.
there's any world where that becomes like a pretty like useful thing?
No. I'll ask you a question. Why would you need food? Right, what is the purpose of food in RuneScape?
Well, because I suck at bosses. That's what I think. I suck at
Okay.
bosses. I want to
Right.
bring
Okay.
500
Right.
sharks and I want to go do
But to
bosses.
heal.
Right,
To,
yeah.
to heal,
Heal.
right. So the I think most people, it's pretty safe to say most people will be taking necromancy or melee. They seem to be the popular two choices at the moment. Melee has a flat 10% healing from its abilities. And if you're a first time necromancy person, you are going to get a conjure called Undead Ghost. The effect of that conjure is just insane healing in and of itself. So, for both of those reasons, that is going to make food almost entirely redundant, I think. So, Animal Wrangler might be great for, say, training fishing and getting 99 fishing. But the actual fish that you get from that will potentially and likely prove fairly useless.
Sounds good. Yep. And then anything for the hunter side?
Um, Traps never fail. All hunter loot sent to the bank. Double hunter loot. I mean, reading it out loud, it just sounds really underwhelming. Like it's just three little dot points. It's nothing crazy. And if I I guess because this is kind of like an old school RuneScape / RuneScape 3 kind of collaboration. My advice to anyone on the old school side who is coming over for leagues and going to train Hunter at some point, I cannot recommend Big Game Hunter enough. Big Game Hunter is on Anachronia, which is like our version of Fossil Island. On Anachronia, it's like a massive, just a massive piece of land, kind of like a bit of a maze in and of itself, and it's got dinosaurs all over it. The dinosaurs can be interacted with for a hunter training method called Big Game Hunter, and Big Game Hunter is one of the most popular skilling training methods in RuneScape. And the Animal Wrangler perk does not interact with Big Game Hunter in any way. So if you chose Animal Wrangler for the benefit of training Hunter and then trying Big Game Hunter, you wouldn't get any benefit from that.
I was honestly hoping it would make it so that like you could like one shot the dinosaurs or something like that. Because I was like, okay, then I could maybe see a world, but nah. So especially because you get like all the movement abilities, I feel like Big Game Hunter is actually going to be like really sick because you have to like dodge the dinosaurs and stuff. So I think with like all your blinks and stuff, it's going to be really sick. So
yeah, definitely recommend Big Game Hunter. It's probably not the most efficient in terms of XP, but like I said before, like I think our goal should be to play leagues for fun, and I think that I can sit here pretty confidently and say Big Game Hunter is fun. It's like a fun
it's so
piece
sick.
of content.
I love it,
especially if you've never experienced it before. I would definitely recommend giving Big Game Hunter a crack. Just make sure you get those movement abilities in tier 3 first, because they're going to help a lot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So before I wrap it off, I guess I just want to get your take. 1 star to 5 star for all 3 of these, and that's like relative to the tier, like how good they are amongst each other, basically.
Okay. So Excavator is a 5 by far and away. The best choice, and its effects in and of itself are worthy of a 5-star rating, even without comparison to anything else. I would say Divine Woodcutter is probably like it's probably a 2. The AFK ability from, I guess, divination there is what gives it a bit of a bump in the rating. It would make divination a bit more, I guess, pleasant. But on the woodcutting side, it's useless because you just get that effect from Excavator. And then Animal Wrangler, I would probably rank that one a 1. Yeah, I think fish. The purpose of fish being healing is useless in RS3 leagues. Not to mention the fact we have Soul Split as well, which I forgot to say before, which just make as another form of healing that is insane that a lot of old school players wouldn't have used before. So yeah, fish are useless. Not to mention that you get the automatically cooked effect from Excavator through the Archaeology Relic system. And then the Hunter perks from Animal Wrangler are entirely useless because you should go and do Big Game Hunter anyway. So,
yep, fair enough. And which relic
5
are
stars,
you?
2 stars, 1 stars.
And which relic are you choosing? I think I probably know. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Cool. Hey. Thanks. Well, thanks so much. One last thing. Are there any? Because this is tier 1, I'm just curious if there's any like super like early game like no brainer tips that you would like to give people.
It's probably going to lead into your next guest who covers off on tier 2. I would say I'll let them expand on it however they want to expand on it, but I think Farming Frenzy could be a little bit of a bait, maybe, in tier 2. As you can see from the passive effects in tier 1, farming crops grow 5 times faster just by default. So yeah, as I said, I'll let your next guest expand on.
All right, I'll ask about that.
But yeah, I think farming crops growing 5 times faster in tier 1 is enough of a boost that you may not really actually need to pick Farming Frenzy in tier 2. That could be a little bit controversial because I think Farming Frenzy by itself is the most powerful, but I think potentially one of the other choices could prove beneficial given the tier 1 passive effect.
Yeah, sweet. That's good to hear. I remember I think in one of the leagues, Farming Frenzy was like a tier like 6 or something, and I think I stayed level 1 farming until then, and then I went straight to
Yeah,
99. So
yeah,
it's kind of weird seeing it a bit early now. I think the 5 times will be pretty unique. So but yeah, I think
yeah.
that's it for that. Thanks again. I really appreciate it. And
Mhm.
yeah, happy leagues. Anything that you want to shout out that you're doing like personally that you're working on for
No, I'm fairly like busy in real life during leagues, unfortunately. I'm gonna have the first couple of days of leagues available. So, um, for those of you who don't know me, I am a bit of a marathon gamer. If I was to shamelessly, I guess, self plug myself, I'm rank 9 on the overall high scores on RuneScape 3, so front page. I got that by doing 123-hour stream upon our latest skill release. In that 123 hours, I stayed awake for 112. So I think that with leagues coming out, there's a pretty good chance that I'll stream potentially 2 to 3 days straight with maybe an hour of sleep here or there, depending on how much fun I'm having. So if you want to stop by my stream, feel free. Twitch TV RsStormy. Um, yeah, it'll be fun.
yeah,
I game hard.
I'm
When I
so
game,
excited.
I go hard. So
No, it's cool because I'm getting to like see all these people who are like actually good at the game, and I want to see like the cool stuff that they do because like I can already kind
yeah,
of like visualize the old school stuff in my head, like oh like Spec
uh,
Relic, but man, I'm just like I want to see those bosses getting like slaughtered and stuff. It's gonna be so fun. Um,
yeah, yeah. It should be good. I was gonna go down the necromancy route and kind of play it lazy, but after thinking about it more, I think I'm gonna go the try hard route and full juice the melee and
it's gonna be
see how
fun.
we go. Have some fun.
Next up, we've got Protoxx to talk about the tier 2 relics. But hey, thanks so much for agreeing to this chat. Honestly, it's really cool that so many of you guys are willing to do this, and I'm really excited to hear your takes. Yeah, I'm just really
Yeah,
stoked about this.
thanks for asking. Like, I'm. Forgive me for asking, by the way. You are both RuneScape 3 and an old school player, correct? Because
Yeah. Sorry, I
I
probably
checked your
should have.
recent page. Because I know you mentioned your the things you've got going on, like your I think it's like a weekly recap or like a couple of relics at the time, right?
Mhm.
Um, there's I think you mentioned that you've been playing for what was you've gotten Quest Cape and
Yep. I'm
yeah.
about I basically like so I think 2 years ago when it was after Leaks 4, I had like that, withdrawal symptom. So I played RuneScape 3 instead cuz I needed
What
that
do you
like
mean
quick
burnout?
dopamine hit and I played for about 2 months. I almost got a quest cape. I think I like didn't do the dungeon quest. Like, it was like Curse of the Black Stone or something. So not quite quest cape, but I
Oh,
that's
okay,
about
okay.
my experience. It's everything up to there. I got like level 100 archaeology because that was fun as hell. And
Yeah,
yeah, that's
good skill. It's a good
mhm.
skill. It gets a little slow at like 60-ish. The 60, there's like some gaps that just feel a little more delayed for some reason. Like the XP per art, the curve is a bit weird, but and the artifact rate. But yeah, it's a fantastic skill. Probably, I mean, by far it's the best scattering skill. Of course, there's just
Yeah.
more to it than fishing, where you click a spot and it's like not very exciting. No, but that's I like what you're doing by the way. The fact that you're covering it with like experience with both old school leagues
Mhm.
and RuneScape 3 because for me, I technically I have leagues experience, but really what it is like playing for a couple of hours and trying it out. I don't actually this is going to be my first proper leagues.
Yeah, and that's the cool part for me is I feel like I'm coming in now and it feels like I'm almost like back in like the first leagues I ever played when like all the Iron Man tricks I had no idea about, I'm like just figuring out for the first time. So
Mhm.
I'm still
Mhm.
getting that. I feel like I'm getting that and then seeing what like all the more experienced players know and then being able to kind of like dig into their knowledge. It's just to me it's really cool. So I'm actually like really stoked about it. And I'm excited to see what all of you guys actually pull off cuz I can't even like get that far. You know, I can't think about the really cool interactions because I just don't know enough about the game.
I think thanks to what Leagues is as a concept, you'll and because you're a existing RuneScape player, both RuneScape 3 and Old School, you'll catch up pretty quickly, especially if you know once you if you rush to the end game and um you're gonna and then you see like, oh, this works, and then you hear someone else talking about this and this, and then before you know it, you'll be in the flow or general flow of things. Yeah, and I'm not sure if you've noticed, despite people having experience or not, opinions seem to really differ on
Yeah,
the
it's
relics.
it's pretty cool to see because I've definitely seen. I think I've seen some like you know some common thoughts. Like I could not find anybody. I mean, I just talked to somebody about tier one yesterday, and I could not find anybody that would disagree with excavator being like a good pick there. So, um, hey, who
Yeah,
knows?
honestly, I've seen someone, I think it was on the RuneScape 3 subreddit, mentioning some kind of crazy build where they use the other two ones and the like two tier one relics except excavator with the return relic for some kind of Tavia's fishing rod, which is it's a super rare, it's a hero item you can obtain from a red island map on the Ark. Um, or something of the sort. I'm not sure what his goal is, but someone mentioned on the post that like this is what Leaks is for, some kind of unique goal thing, and not hey, I need to get max points ASAP, or hey, I need to get the nuttiest boss kill possible, which I think are two general goals, or getting to max as fast as possible for X reason.
Yeah, I think I even joked that like why would I choose the archaeology relic? It's the best skill in the game. Why would I want to do less of it? You know, so.
Oh yeah, yeah. Actually, I can see where you're coming from. Like you would be skipping the arguably skilling related, the most enjoyable and unique grind
Yep.
um in the game. Yeah, like unlike woodcutting, fishing, divination, which all are a bit yeah, they're kind of sucky.
Yeah,
Um
totally agree. Um, so I guess like before we get into the tier two relics, also if you have any questions for me before we get kind of like started talking about it, feel free to shoot. Um,
I mean, I'm gonna redirect the question like which what you would pick.
yeah, no, I'm glad because I've actually kind of wrote down like what I want to take before
Mhm.
all these, just so that like I'm not just copying what everybody else is doing, you know, just like kind of lock in my decisions and like sit with it. So we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Um,
I've
so
done
I,
the exact same thing, by the way, or like just I've watched some other videos.
mhm,
But before I did, I made sure I just made mine and had a look, and then I watched others, and then I'm like, hold on a second, everyone has tier two to tier four. Uh, some of the ones like tier one are very obvious, like but yeah, like you said, but some are. Everyone has their reasons for picking something else, and tier two is another good example, which I'm sure there'll be discussion about this one. I had
yeah,
discussion already personally, so like why are you not picking this one? Because that's clearly meta, or so they say.
yeah, I
So
think that like going into tier two, one of the biggest things I felt about it was that the discussion around this tier has changed with more information coming out. Like I think that as more information has
yes.
come out, there's been a lot of re-examining of this tier. And I guess right before we talk about the relics, though, one thing I did want to kind of ask you about was actually the passive effects because I think there's some pretty cool stuff in here, mainly on the Slayer side, that I would love to kind of get your takes on.
So we talking to we did the tier two ones, right? With Slayer Reaper points being 5x and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and even like the Thaler. I think a lot of people probably don't even know what Thaler is, right? But that's like the video game. Is that even like useful at all?
That's kind of like the let's say it's like a all-in-one currency. Mini games have their currencies. Like Fist of Guffix has those tokens, right?
Mhm.
But you also have Thaler, which is something you also gain, and that's kind of like you can use that currency to buy rewards from a different mini game. Cabbage Face Buns Bonanza, for example, one that people end up doing to get Slayer VIP tickets, which allow you to you basically get a second task choice. So, like, you either get task A or B, and if you choose B, which is like the additional option, it consumes that ticket. But Thaler's like, yeah, it's an all-in-one currency. You gain it from all the mini games. What this is basically a speed up for people that are going to be doing mini games for certain rewards. I'm like, it's nice. and it's nice that you get it early on. But I don't think I've been seeing many talks about mini games at all in leagues. I'm sure people will do them for things such as Slayer VIP tickets. But actually, hold on a second. Now that I say that,
Yeah,
in the
didn't they
tier 2
just make a
section,
default? So now you don't even
yeah,
really need those
yeah,
anyways.
I forgot. I skipped over that, but I think will that mean that you have 3 options with Slayer VIP tickets? I'm not sure if they've clarified that somewhere, like a Reddit post or a tweet, but
Yeah, we'll find out day
yeah.
one, right? I'm sure somebody will have a quick little post on it.
Yeah, because this you already have it as a default, literally, it's permanent. Choose between 2 tasks. The next one is an effect we have in the game as well through bracelets. I'm not sure if you've there's like a little bracelet that you have that either speeds up your tasks or has a chance to like extend it. And
Mhm.
having the passive of choosing min or max is fantastic because if it's a boring task or a slow task or task you don't want to be doing, you don't have the slave points to skip it, choose the minimum amount and just skip through it. And the tasks you really like, then there's a bunch of really good tasks. Picking maximum, of course, is just going to extend your combat training and Slayer training, which is, as someone who really enjoys Slayer, is fantastic. Slayer Reap points being doubled, 5x is another nice choice, especially if you go into the tier 4 passives, because you unlock all the items on the tool belt. I'm not sure if that means you can add them to the tool belt or you get everything on the tool belt straight away. It's not clear for
Yeah,
me yet.
I hope it's just everything added because I think that would be really cool. That's making that like to me that was like tier 4 was like my goal because I wanted to just get all like the bone crusher, the imp and
Dude,
stuff. Yeah.
uh, the most important one, the gold accumulator, the
Oh
advanced
yeah.
one that's like permanent. Oh, you just never have to pick up gold ever again. I'm surprised they didn't make that like assuming that you don't get all the items like added to the tool belt. Like
Mhm.
it's too vague for me. It doesn't say anything on the FAQ page either, by the way. So it's. I'm hoping it is because that's going to save you dungeoneering, which isn't boosted token wise, unfortunately for
Right,
some
right.
reason.
So it's a lot of tokens that you're basically saving early because I think I remember like I grinded for the imp for like a week in dungeoneering because I was not very good at it when I first started. I did not understand how to get the tokens very well. So yeah, that was
Do
a
you
very handy thing to have.
do you know how to get tokens now? Because in case
I think I've heard people do like the dungeon farming. Is that like the
yes,
big
that
thing?
is the way. You will get it in a lot less than you just mentioned. Like,
Yeah.
I just clap a few mini bosses in the entrance to keep resetting the elite dungeons. Elite dungeon 1 is the easiest, and you'll have 100,000 tokens in no time. And in case you want the advanced gold accumulator, you'll need, I think it's 1.5 million tokens. So that's yeah, it's a lot. You don't want
Oh
to be
yeah.
doing dungeoneering for that.
Dungeon farming. Let's go.
It's good XP too, so I assume, or it was details, nerfs and things happened. But yeah, I was moving to tier 4. Sorry about that. I know we're focusing
No,
on
no,
tier
no
2,
worries, no worries.
but really, I hope that everything is unlocked because that's going to be such a time saver.
Yeah. As for the Reaper points, I know that. So is that like is that a daily? Is that you can only do that once a day?
Yeah, it's like a daily. You should, yeah, see it that way. And your points are based on how difficult the boss is, and if it's a group boss and that kind of stuff, which you can turn on your settings. Like even if it isn't group boss, you get more points. Um, yeah, it's a daily, and you can buy a bunch of things, but the main thing people do Reapers for is the incomplete Hydrix, which is used to either get the EOF. So one of the Relic powers actually doesn't, if you get it in tier 7, you actually need to get a Hydrix, but it's what you use to create the Essence of Finality, which is basically an Amulet of Souls and a Reaper's Necklace. And you can add a special attack from a weapon, let's say Dark Bow, and it scales up to the weapon you're using, which is crazy. That's the main reason I think people will be doing Reapers.
Gotcha. Do you think that that's something like people should be starting like day one, or is that like when do you start doing Reaper tasks basically?
You can do it straight away because based on your combat level, just the task you get early on is super easy. I'm not sure if you've killed Chaos Elemental.
I think I have. I think I have. I think I remember it being kind of a joke.
It's I think it has 30,000 life points or something. I'm not sure entirely, but that's basically with a low level character, you will kill that thing in no time. And the Reaper task is usually like 3, 4, 5 of them. And by completing the Reaper task, you get a chunk of Slayer XP,
Oh, okay,
Uh,
okay.
and let's say you get your combat level to 50 or 60, which won't take long in leagues. You'll be able to do Chaos Elemental no problem. What it means is, in the main game, without boosted XP, completing one Reaper task will bring you up to like level 35 instantly. And then, if it's 4x or 6x, depending on your tier, well, what I'm trying to say, it is the fastest way to level Slayer in like the early levels. Reason being is because you just do one boss task and you do another the next day. And the reason that's so powerful is because you don't have to do different tasks. You don't have to run back to the Slayer Mass. You just grab your Hydrox Gem. The Reaper Gem. Get a task, kill the bosses, and boom, you'll be skipping through the low and mid levels easily.
Sweet. Yeah,
And
that sounds good. I like that. I
oh,
think that should be fun for early Slayer. Talking about these relics, we got the agility, the thieving relic, and the farming relic. Is there anything you wanted to kind of start off with?
I think most people will be picking either Farming Frenzy or Golden Footed,
Yep, that's fair.
but I've seen people consider Five Finger Discount, which is, to me, interesting. The agility and farming relic are the two picks, but there are things that happen or you unlock with the passives that make me second guess the farming relic, because if it wasn't for the passives, I would have gone with farming 100%. Reason being is it's basically like an easy farming skill and an easy herblore skill. And herblore because you get the herbs, of course, and you save the need to get a bunch of seeds because you get the maximum amount of herbs straight away. In RuneScape 3, you can plant multiple seeds per patch, which is, I'm sure for old school players, that's going to be a bit weird.
Yeah, it is weird. It is super weird, actually.
Honestly, for some returning players, it's going to be weird too because it's kind of new. I think it was added 2 or 3 years ago when the Duel Arena was removed and replaced with the Garden of Karid update, which also changed drops for herbs and seeds from bosses and Slayer and stuff. But really, the farming relic is your speed run to level up farming and get a bunch of herbs for herblore. And since you're an Ironman account, basically, because you can't trade, it is the way to get your herbs. However, I don't think you really need that many herbs. I'm not sure how you see it, but like I'm curious about your thoughts about this one because
Yes. Yeah. So I was the same way. I honestly thought Farming Frenzy was too good to be in this tier. When I first saw this, I was like, okay, I think Farming Frenzy is like way, way, way better. Um, I had my reasons not to pick it that were more so like kind of fun related. I just don't. I feel like it's almost like it's like a one trick pony. Like you just plant all your stuff, and it's like a little. It's too much all at once, so you don't interact with it very much. That's why I don't personally like it too much. But I think that I thought that the 5 times crop speed would be like good enough to get your farming done.
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah, that was
that's
kind of the
how
big thing for me.
it depends on the seed and the herb you want to collect, of course. Like if you're going to go
Okay.
for 1 to 9 ton herblore, you'll probably be making different potions. But there are alternative ways to level herblore which don't require potion making, which you can do later on as well after a couple of quests. And with the boosted XP, you're going to be flying through the levels anyway. But yeah, I agree. I don't really see the necessity in skipping the levels for farming. I do see how it can be useful to get those herbs really quickly, but really, I doing farm runs with the increased crop speed and I don't know. How many overloads are you really going to need for leagues?
Yeah,
And you
I
already have
think
100% accuracy, so
like one of the big things that I felt like Farming Frenzy would be really good is because I know that I think farming and herblore go to 120, whereas like
Mhm.
agility, I was thinking like, okay, like I'll get 99 to that. Probably like just doing like the Anachronia course for like the double search. I think I remember that
Yeah.
being something I did for a while. So I was thinking like, okay, agility is probably not that important. Farming is probably way better because it goes higher. At the same time, do I want to get 120 herblore? Do I want 120 farming? Like, I don't know. I'm like, oh, geez, I'm not sure if I want to, sit there and farm all day. But
No, like you say, the playstyles way it isn't. It's as if you have infinite amount of leafy growth potions. I'm not sure if you've seen them in the play and farm store. You can actually buy potions in RuneScape
mhm.
3 where you basically bloop, instantly what this perk does basically. And those require beans, which you get by doing play and farms, which is the alternative way and the preferred way, I'd say, to level farming quickly because it's super passive. Um, and that's I don't know. The only reason I would pick Farming Frenzy is to get easy herbs from the seeds you collect from Slayer and so on. I don't think it's important for leveling farming because you can do player and farms, and at tier 7, with the passive advanced time, you can advance a day on your player and farm and basically get your animals to grow and gain the XP significantly faster.
Yeah,
I
so
think
that doesn't work for like herb patches, right? Like you won't be able to like spam an herb patch to do that.
I don't believe advanced time is. No, I don't think you can use it for patches. No, but you
Gotcha.
can use the animals you sell to get the growth potions, which will allow you to instantly grow those patches. But really, I don't think you'll need that many herbs. Like, how many overloads are probably the most important potion. I
Right.
think you have like 50 hours of it, you'll be fine. 100 hours of overloads, you really don't need to making. I don't know. Like, I don't see why you'd make 1,000 overloads in this temporary game mode, personally.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing that I was kind of thinking of as I saw it almost as like an herbivore relic, really. And then I'm just thinking like really like how many herbs do you need?
Yeah.
Some people make it sound like you're going to need like millions, and I'm like, geez, I don't know, man. This sounds a little spooky, but um, yeah,
If you're going to be training like with potions only, maybe, but there are alternative ways of leveling herbal, and the XP is
mhm.
boosted. So I don't think let, let me preface this. I would rather do a little bit of farm runs than train agility.
Yeah, that's
Unless you
fair.
want double surge. I do not like agility, and being able to gain pretty crazy XP rates.
Mhm.
I was just loading up a little spreadsheet here, a little see. So uh Silverhawk, the like the main buff, it gives you a pair of boots that give you XP every 6 seconds. Silverhawk boots give you every, I think it's 45 or 60 seconds, depending on what you're doing, an XP that is equivalent to 10% of a small XP lamp. So it scales with your level. So this is roughly 10 times the XP rate base, no boosts. So you're using 10 times as many feathers per hour as a regular account in normal game modes.
Yeah, I think like to me, I'm personally going with Golden Foot. I guess I'll just leak that now because I think I'm
Well,
kind of the
look at that.
same.
Yeah,
I'm kind of the same
same.
way. Yeah, I'm the same way. Where like I don't want to train agility. Have you actually? Wait, I'm curious. Have you ever seen the Lumbridge water fountain course?
Hold on. What?
Okay, so this this is one of the best things that happened in the last leagues because we had this right, and there was a really popular method where people would go AFK by like it was a follow train around like the Lumbridge water fountains, basically, and you would
Oh,
just
so
train your agility like that. Yeah, it was little like a whirlpool basically of like 200 people just follow training each other to train their agility, and it was one of the funniest things I've seen.
because you had to keep your character moving or doing
Exactly.
something to trigger. Oh, okay, right, yeah.
Exactly. So you
Oh,
just
that's
like leave it
hilarious.
for 20 minutes, go get dinner or something, and then you came back and you had like 30 agility levels. And it was super sick, and I love that. So
That's what's going to happen with this because I don't think it says in the Relic description of video, but you with Silverhawk boots in the main game, you need to either be skilling or doing something or walking around. So like the training you just mentioned,
mhm.
to activate them. But yeah, you're going to be gaining the levels you gain for the people watching. A level 1 agility, you normally gain 6.6 XP per feather in agility. So if you use 600 per hour, since you're using a feather every 6 seconds, that's 4,000 XP basically, and that's 4x'd in tier 1. So you're getting 16,000, like basically 16k XP already at level 1 passively. I think that's like 20 levels in an hour. Just and it goes up at level 99 with assuming you're still tier 1, that's 2.1 million XP per hour.
Yeah, that's honestly, I think a big
And
reason
it
why I'm actually going with this one is like because I thought about like, okay, where am I going to be? Because tier two, I mean, you're probably getting this in like the first hour, right? Like, even if you're playing pretty casually, I would say, like, you don't really know what you're doing. And I'm like, man,
Yeah.
I think I'm going to be probably walking around aimlessly a lot more than in old school RuneScape leagues because I just don't know, like, I don't have an efficient plan. And then when I thought about farming, I'm like, okay, like, I'm going to get this relic and I'm going to have like one seed, I think. Like that's it. And I think golden footed. I was just thinking like at that point in the game, just getting all those free agility levels just feels like it's going to be more beneficial for me,
Yeah,
and I
yeah,
can
yeah.
just deal with farming when we get there, basically.
That's how I see it. Like agility is a slow skill, even if you do like the good methods. It just
Mhm.
and it's active. I mean, there are some AFK methods, but it's really, it's nothing fun. I'm not sure what kind of points and tasks you'll get for going beyond level 99. I heard people saying that it caps out 50 mil XP. I don't know for sure, but you will be
Yeah, that was
getting
an old
200.
school, but I think it'll be a little higher. My guess is it might go a bit higher in this game. So
Oh well, it doesn't matter because at level 99 with the tier 7 passive, so 16 times XP, you're gaining 8.5 million XP per
okay.
hour passively in agility. That's like, oh,
Yeah, I'm
that's
curious about
disgusting.
this because I get this like I see this all the time where people are like, and I even thought this way too, where I was like, okay, like why would I get this one? Because there's probably going to be like a task to do like 500 laps of this course. In old school, I
Oh,
remember it
I
was like
hope
the
not.
2000 like monkey lap or monkey course
No,
laps in Apatol, and then like I just had this realization where I'm like, you could just not do that. You don't have to do 2000 monkey course laps. Like that is a perfectly fine option. You could just get your agility for free.
yeah, like I would rather do any other league task, whether that's RuneScape 3 to old school, than complete 2000 agility laps. That's borderline burnout mode right there. Like I'm not. Nothing's fun about clicking. Ape at all?
Yeah, the Apatol course.
Oh,
It was a riot. So
oh, dude.
yeah, I
Like
think
100
a lot
laps,
of people
okay, you
think that
know?
they're gonna complete every task, and then they get about a week into leagues, and they're like, okay, I am not completing like half these tasks. They're way too like way too tedious.
I think that's what Jagex is going for as well. I'm not sure how
Mhm.
they do it in old school, but like I think they mentioned that the Dragon Cup or trophy is 55% of all points or tasks, or so
Yeah, something like that.
there's going to be some horrible, disgusting tasks for sure.
I think those are
Like
intended to sort of be like a late game for fun chase. Like, I don't think the goal necessarily is like you're supposed to complete everything. I hope people
no,
realize that you're not
no,
going to
yeah,
100% leagues unless you are pumping in the hours because there's a lot to get done.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Also, by the way, it could be a good moneymaker as well. The agility relic in between,
Yeah,
like an early game moneymaker. Like,
that's what I thought, and I honestly like looked at it and I was like, listen, as somebody who like just I don't know how to make a penny in this game, right? Like, if I'm 50 agility, that's 50k coins for doing one lap, and I was like, that's like I feel like that's just like a safe thing to have. I don't know what you kind of feel about that.
for the record, I've other than playing around and having jokes, I haven't actually played Iron Man mode.
Okay,
Um, like I've tried it, of course, but I haven't really played it. Is what I'm saying. But I know that coins are something you do need, and usually it's high alching things to get coins. Or the gold accumulator, of course, from drops. Certain like mobs drop a bunch of coins. But yeah, being able to just easily like a 50 agility, which will take you no time to passively get with the relic, let alone if you're training the skill at the same time, getting like 50k every 20, 30 seconds seems like a really good way to get your first, I don't know, 2 million coins to do things with. Uh, buy stuff from shops, perhaps. Shops infinite stock. It's gonna be useful at some point. Yeah, it seems like a useful early mid game moneymaker as well for your account's needs.
yeah, I think like a big thing that I know a lot of people ask like, how do you make money in like the first? Because there's a difference between 2 days in the league and 2 hours in the league. Like it's so different, and everything is so fast at the start. There's so many people that I think feeling like you're stuck because you don't have 100k is like one of the worst feelings ever. And I think that for a lot of people, actually, that's going to be like a nice safe. That's why I'm personally going for it, just because if I ever need 1 mil, I can just spend 10 minutes doing some laps and I'm good. Like I'm covered, and I really like that.
That's
Um,
that interests me. Is that really like a thing that people, or did you run into with OS leagues? Because in that case, I'll be honest, I didn't consider it in that way. Like,
let's just say I bought the wrong runes on the first hour. I bought the wrong kind of runes and I had 0 coins and I was pickpocketing
oh,
guards and I felt like a kind of an idiot. I was
oh,
just yeah, I was not. It was a rough little start there, and yeah, just having coins because again, like all of these are problems that are solved after 1 day. But that first hour, it's so different. It's so like so much adrenaline and so accelerated that just I don't want to have that problem. I just want to have a free way of getting coins and to move on with my life if I need to.
Then this is the relic for you. I mean, I'm picking this relic, man. We and you just reinforced my opinion behind the relic. I did I just thought of a moneymaker to just get some coins mid early game. But yeah, it's probably going to be pretty important in the first few hours.
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely like if you're trying to play for like, drag like if you're really trying to go hard, I can see farming frenzy. Like that's kind of what I thought is like probably gonna be better late. But then also again, what you mentioned with tier 7, like then you'll just do that. And yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know. It's tough.
advanced time being unlimited as a tier 7 passive you're going to be training. Farming is going to be easy, and you can train Herblore with the Dream of Eye or some other method without using any supplies. And it's like I think I calculated it for my own little relic thingy. It's like 5.6 mil base XP, so you get to 99 in 2 hours.
Yep, that's pretty solid. I'll take that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's without any other XP boost or whatever. So, and then 120, yeah, it will take you a little bit longer, but tier 7 is a really powerful passive.
I'm excited for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't talked
Let me-
about 5-finger discount. Why what are your thoughts on that? Is that one just not playable?
It's playable. It gives you a couple of benefits that you can get in the main game from outfits, like noted thieving loots, which is, I yeah, I guess it's could be useful, and you'll be able to level thieving more quickly because early leveling you use the stalls and things and doors and the thieving guild. That's how you level thieving early on. So if you get to tier 2 quickly, you will be able to make use of that. And leveling to going to level 99 through safe cracking is going to be a little easier, a little bit faster by just because the safes, like the cooldown goes down quicker. But it's not a skill you really need to be buffing. It's not a skill that's once you get to 99, 120, you're done. Like you probably won't be using thieving other than maybe obtaining clue scrolls.
That's what I was going to ask if it's good for clues because I know that was like a kind of popular way of getting all your clue tasks done for leagues was to use like the thieving relic and just spam them
Yeah.
out.
I'm not a massive clue scroller myself, but that's a way of getting clues. I think you can also do combat. There's a couple of mobs that are good for clues. If I remember correctly, like hellhounds are good to farm for hard clues. I feel like there are alternatives that are there, and the thieving boosts themselves aren't insane. Thieving is a fast skill. It's an easy skill. Safe cracking is relaxing. Needing to teleport every now and then for a couple safes because the cooldown is longer isn't a big deal, I think. And depending on your choices in the next tier, it might even be easy, like no problem at all. But yeah, the benefits here are very niche. Like maybe if you are going to be doing league points and you know that throughout the different tasks, clue scrolls are the way to go to gather points quickly, then maybe this could be your way to get a bunch of clue scrolls early game. But nah, I don't see it personally.
Yep, I think that's pretty fair. I feel like the only thing like I know is in old school, one of the like good advantages of this was that let you like basically like crank out like a really fast 99, like super early, just because thieving's already so fast, and then you're accelerating your thieving even more. So I think
Yeah.
a lot of people did that because there's obviously going to be like a task to, like get your first level 90, get your first level 99, and those are usually
yeah.
worth a pretty good amount of points. So getting that done like in 4 hours at the start of the game is like pretty cool. But yeah, I think I kind of and also a big thing is that when you thieve, like when you pickpocket, you keep going until you get like stunned, right? So it's not like you have to spam click anyways, right?
Yeah, that's quality of life. They added.
Yep.
At first, that was a relic power. If I actually no, hold on. I was think of something else, but yeah, they made that standard after a certain update, and they changed the sticky fingers relic, and this is archaeology relic, not a leagues relic, so like a base power to basically just increase your pickpocketing speed by 50%.
All right.
That's something you want to unlock with the tier 1 relic.
It is tricky because I'm trying to be really clear on leagues relics and archaeology relics because
Dude,
I'm sure a lot of people are going to get those mixed up. So
well, the conclusion is relics are good. And you can choose your relics for leagues, but archaeology relics are what you want to have in addition to those league relics, because that's like the passives you can get from that are so good. You do not want to not be training archaeology in the league. I would be interested, by the way, if anyone in your comment section has like a big reason as to why they're picking Five Finger Discount over the other two. I can see people discussing like the farming and the agility one, but I really can't see the thieving one personally.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe there's like a stall or something that is just broken. Like
I'd
there's
be
like gem
wondering if
stalls, right? But I know gems and mining are already really good, so I'm assuming that's kind of like you'd rather just be
yeah,
doing that.
yeah. I think they give like I don't think they give that much XP per drop though, and I wonder if
I see.
this relic power allows you to like auto steal from the stalls, just like the like pickpocketing. That would make it AFKable at least.
Yeah, I remember. I think you could do that in old school, so hopefully that's also
Oh,
the case. It is
I
pretty
mean,
cool. It is pretty cool.
in that case, it would make like the low to mid game a little nicer, and then you'll probably move on to safe cracking um, for your grind to 99, because the best thieving methods unfortunately require a bunch of unlocks
Mhm.
um, to not get stunned all the time. And these are Cruxical Knights and Dwarven Traders. I'm sure you've heard of them. Master Farmers are going to be pickpocketed in this league, I think, as well for seeds.
There's usually I always remember there's one to like get a Ranar seed from Master Farmer. You get a lot of people hitting the Master Farmer in like Drainer Village or something. I always
Oh,
remember seeing
poor
that. Yeah.
guy.
There's like
Oh,
100 people just swarming him, and then everybody's like, "Got my Ranar seed. Like I can move on with the game now."
is that as in a task, you mean, or
Yeah, I remember it being. It's like a really common task. A lot of people go for it early. It almost like feels like a rite of passage. Like you get it, and then even though it's not even worth that much, so I don't even think people should go for it. But I always see people going for those kind of tasks. It's fun to see a
uh,
lot of people doing the same thing that are a little bit RNG based.
I'm looking for like the footage of the Star Bloom crafting update where that exactly that happened. Hold on, let me just. Uh, I can send you a clip. There's
Oh yeah,
like
yeah.
70 people. Actually, I'll send you a clip later. I have a clip of like
Sweet, sweet, sweet.
people
Yeah,
just.
that reminds me a lot of leagues right there with like just tons of people. Everybody doing
That
those kind of things together.
that is the. I think that's a really fun part about leagues. I've played Fresh Start Worlds, which is
Mhm.
not really leagues, but it's like a boosted temporary game mode where you actually keep your account. And the amount of people in some places is really fun. The little yaps in public chats, that is fun. I thoroughly enjoy the community aspect of like the early game rush where people are just everyone's doing the same thing. It's a little bit annoying if it's like a method that isn't instanced, which we're going to run into unfortunately. For especially for combat training, it's going to be absolute hell to find spots. I'm telling you now, the popular spots are going to be packed, and anything that isn't instanced is just pain.
Yeah, if you could rate them relative to each other, like 1 star to 5 star, where would you put them?
I would give the thieving one a 1 star, honestly.
Yep, fair enough.
The farming one a 3 star, and agility I would say a 4 star. Not 5, because really once you max it out, there's not really that much going for agility. You'll have all the shortcuts, you'll have all the benefits. You'll be able to make some money early game, and that's it. It's not like a perfect relic, but it's good for like a single skill. So 4 stars.
Yeah, totally fair. And then which one, just right now, that would you say that you are going for?
I am. I'm sure people like are not surprised because yeah, it's agility. It's agility. So golden
Sweet.
footed is the one I'm going for, and I can imagine you mention it as well, right? That's your
Yeah,
pick.
yeah, I'm going with Golden Foot. I know Farming Frenzy is like super popular. I'm sure there's a lot of people who will be a lot of people have been telling me like, "Yo, you don't know what you're talking about. You need to stick
Same
to old
thing,
school."
dude.
But
Same thing.
dude, I don't know.
Same thing.
I just feel like it's dude, how can you not pick Golden Foot? I feel like I'll do my farm runs, okay? I'll do my player owned farm. I'll get it done.
Exactly. I honestly, I feel like people have been telling me the same thing. Like, you're stupid for not picking the farming frenzy one, but really, I think once they figure out they don't really need that many herbs, and farming turns out to be easy to train late game anyway, um, that they might have reconsidered. Like they'll be, unless they are going for double surge or double escape, they'll, even with the
Oh,
boosted XP, it sucks.
oh yeah. Speaking of, I forgot to mention this, but a big reason that kind of sold me was actually because I thought, okay, I'll probably go for double surge anyways, and then I found out that you get dive automatically at tier 3, and the movement abilities are all like 5-second cooldown. So it's like,
Yeah,
do I need double surge? Like, I just felt like, okay, that's not high on my priority list right now. So I'm probably not going to do a single lap unless I need coins. So I'm okay with just sticking with what I
yeah,
got here.
yeah. I still think double surge can be useful because 5 seconds is still 5 seconds.
Sure.
And does that mean you have like a double surge and then 5 seconds? I'm not sure how that will work, and you'll still be able to stack things like the mobile perk or the Shadow's Grace. Archaeology, note archaeology relic power, not leagues relic power. Um, those all reduce your cooldown even more. Yeah, I don't think I'll be going for double surge either. Like the benefit's going to be minimal, but I can see situations where it is useful to have like it instantly, like surge and then surge again. Um, and for movement reasons, but really 5 seconds is more than enough.
Yep, I totally agree, man. That's really cool. I'm glad that I got to hear your perspective because
I
I've
do.
been wondering if I'm just like a contrarian who doesn't want to go farming frenzy. And
No, no,
yeah,
you're good. You're good. I'm not going to be like sad that I need to do a couple of farm runs to get some herbs. I really don't mind, but I would be sad if I needed to do agility laps in a game mode in which there's so many other fun things to do. Yeah, and I guarantee you people will disagree. I
I mean,
guarantee
there's a
you.
lot of people who probably hate farming, and you know what? Like,
It's easy
hey, more
though.
power to them if they want to pick this. Well, that's pretty much all I had to kind of ask about. Honestly, it's been really, really cool to hear your thoughts and stuff. I'm really, really glad because I think a lot of people thought tier 2 is like a no brainer. So it's just been really, really insightful, and I'm excited to see if this actually like opens up some people to kind of changing their mind. I know Farming Frenzy's definitely like been the clear favorite, so I
Yep.
can't wait to see the comments already. I think it's gonna be really cool.
I'm gonna enjoy reading them as well. So in case anyone's watching and Double Shine and I have changed our mind to get golden footed because I mean it's kinda nice.
Yeah, we'll see you guys at the Lumbridge water fountain when I'm eating dinner. We'll be running
Yeah,
laps around there. Maybe find another spot to chat. You know.
yeah, just little yap session and then AFK session and then chilling there. And you can do it with just one person, by the way. You can like have a duo and then I think they call it dancing or e-date or dancing. I'm not sure what it's entirely called, but it's but
Should
yeah,
be fun.
thank you
No,
for
yeah, thank you so much for coming on. I really, really like. I'm so glad I got to chat, and it's been really, really cool. So
yeah.
hope you enjoy it next week.
Oh, I definitely enjoyed it. Yeah. Oh, you mean the leagues? Well,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I hope you just have fun. I can't wait to see what everybody else does with leaks because I think for me it's like an open book. You know, like there's so much that I'm still kind of waiting to find out about that I'm still sort of
mhm.
learning right now. So it's been really, really fun. And
Every-
I like coming in as like it's fun to come in as like the noob, you know, just not really knowing everything and just sort of
way
getting
more
everything
enjoyable.
thrown off. Yeah, it's super cool actually.
It's
So
way more enjoyable not knowing what to do. I say that because every time a new skill releases, it's just so much more fun than so knowing less about the game is I would say it's just it's better. Like if you're coming from old school, you're a returning player, you're playing leagues, you're gonna have way more fun than I am. I'm telling you, 100%. But if you pick the wrong relic, you won't be having fun because you'll be doing agility lap. So pick golden footed, please.
there we
Do yourself
go.
a favor.
Is there any like shouts that you wanted to do? Like anything you're planning for next week? I know you had like a big like relic video up already, so I'm sure a lot of people would love to hear more on that.
Um, well, something's going on with the YouTube views, so it's not. It's like I don't think that many people will be seeing that. Like something
Yeah, there is
happened.
something weird going on. I have heard about that.
Yeah, I'm getting like worse performance than I did like 5 years ago. So I don't know for something that's supposed to be hype. By the way, reminding you.
Yeah, there's some weird like I think it's like YouTube added like restricted mode or something to people's accounts and
Yeah,
stuff, and it's very bizarre. So I hope
yeah, I don't know what's going on. But I noticed a slap like a drop off like a couple of weeks back, and now September is just being weird. But to answer your question, that is, I'll be playing and having fun. I don't really have a clear cut goal. I just want to see what it's about and play until I have fun. I do intend to hopefully get certain tiers of trophy, and enjoy PVM once you get to tier 7. But we'll see how it goes. I'm kind of like going in a little bit open. I don't want to be the guy that rushes to high scores. I'm not that kind of person. I'm more of a casual player.
Yeah, I think a lot of people approach leagues. I always say like leagues is a marathon. It's not like a sprint. And like, you can go so hard the first couple of days, but like then, there's still like 3 weeks. And a lot of people are like, oh, I've already done everything. It's been 2 weeks. And what do I do for the next like 6 weeks? It's like, okay, well, not everybody took 2 weeks off of work to be here, So I hope people don't feel like they're behind if they like can't play the first day, or if, they're busy or something. Like there's so much time to get all your goals done.
Exactly. Like I don't think there's a need to be rushing unless that's your thing as a creator. It makes sense, or
Yeah, of
a
course.
high score chaser. I say that as a creator, I won't be rushing. Like I'm just going to be chilling, doing my thing. I understand if you have something to show and like you want to show progress and you have a video or you stream every day, or like, yeah, I can
Oh, the
understand where you
first
go.
clips of like tier 7 relics coming out are going to be so fun to watch. I can't
Oh,
wait to see that.
dude,
Yeah.
Ascension. Oh,
It's going to be really, really cool. So, yep.
oh, the book's procking like mad. Whew. But yeah,
Um,
thank you for the taking the time to let me come and have a chat with you about this. I was pleasantly surprised when you messaged me.
oh, I was so excited when you got back to me. I was like, dude, this is going to be so, especially when you mentioned that you had thoughts on tier 2. I was like, yes, this is going to be sweet. So I can't wait.
Best pick, my favorite tier to discuss about because it was so clear cut for farming first,
Exactly.
and then things changed. So yeah, that's what I like.
Next, we've got Silenced to talk about the tier 3 teleport relics. Yeah, I'm really kind of excited to kind of get your takes on this stuff. Mainly about tier 3, which is like
Yeah.
the teleport relics, but I'm sure there's a lot of like other stuff to discuss as well. So, feel free to kind of talk about that as well. So, I think one of the things that I kind of have been wanting to start with is like actually talking about like the passive effects of each tier, because I think that
Okay.
those are actually like pretty important. And the one that I saw that was really cool was that you get all your movement cooldowns reduced to like
Yeah. That's gonna be
5 seconds.
crazy.
Yeah, are you just gonna be like blinking around like crazy? Like that's
You
that
will be.
seems
Yeah.
cool.
And there are abilities in the game now that cut it, I think, in half. So you might even be able to cut the 4.8 to 2.4. So you're literally
Gotcha.
just surging all over the place, maybe. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that'd
was one of the
be
points why I thought the teleport relics also aren't as important. Like you can already teleport to anywhere with the lodestones. Like you'll be pretty close, and then the movement is kind of crazy.
yeah. Is dive, is that the one that you get from like
So
Shattered
you
Worlds or something?
so it used to be, it was called bladed dive, and there
Mm,
still is an ability bladed dive. It's just with that one you deal damage if you use it on like a creature while you have dual wield melee weapons. But they added the ability dive, so you can just do it with without any weapons, but it's just locked behind a quest. Um, I think it's automatically unlocked for leagues.
yeah, you get it with the tier 3.
Yeah.
So
So
it's gonna feel really. I feel
right.
like it's just gonna feel weird to like be moving
Yeah,
around like that. I'm
you
kind of
can
excited.
so you can dive and then surge, and then you can get a codex which allows you to use double surge. So
Oh, I'm
like
actually so curious. Do you think that double surge is actually gonna be like worth it
it'll
with
be
how much you're getting already?
prob probably not. Yeah, probably not. It's really nice to have. It's just you have to do like a ton of agility laps in Anachronia, which is like the fossil island of RuneScape 3.
Right.
So I don't know if it would be worth it, but I think they just announced like the other day that they're going to increase the drop rates for those codex pages. You need like 500 of them.
Yeah.
Normally it might take like, I don't know, 10 hours to get it maybe. So probably, but yeah, you probably wouldn't need it with the 4.8 second cooldown. That's kind of crazy.
Also, I'm actually curious about how, like, how does that like, does that have any like applications with actual like or not melee, but like PVM in general, like because I know
Yeah,
that those are used a lot, and I started to kind of think like, are you just
you
gonna
definitely
be able
use
to
it
dodge
in
everything?
PVM.
Mhm.
Like there would be a few bosses like the new ones, the Sanctum of Rebirth. Do you know those bosses? Or
Is
have you
that
seen?
just a mascot? Is that
Well, Masket is the brand new one. You would use
okay?
Dive and Surge and all that with that. But there's another boss. They call it the Sanctum of Rebirth. There's three bosses. The last one is Nakatra, and
Okay,
it's
I've heard that name.
all about movement. Like it will show you the visually what tiles will explode or deal damage to you. So you use Dive in particular a lot for that boss. But there isn't really a need for, I don't double surge or double escape much, I don't think, especially with that cooldown. But yeah, you definitely use dive and surge a lot with certain bosses.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the one thing that's like the weirdest for me to sort of think about is like using it
So
during
are you
bosses.
familiar with like have you played RuneScape 3 much?
Yeah, so my experience with it is after like leagues last year, I basically like played RuneScape 3 for like 2 months, and I almost got the Questscape. And
Okay.
I think I basically like just barely started touching PVM. So I'm
Okay.
familiar with like terms. I'm familiar with
Hmm.
like most of the major skilling methods. As for bosses and like the general PVM flow, I think I did like Vindicta like 10 times. And that's about it. So I'm
Okay.
very, very limited on that
Okay.
front. And that's like the part that's like most interesting for me. It's kind of like when they had like echo bosses, when they had like all the brand new bosses. It's kind of how it feels
Yeah.
like for me. It's like I'm doing like a whole new PVM
Yeah.
journey.
Yeah, no, that's going
So
to be really fun for sure. Yeah, Vindicta would probably be seen as a fairly early boss, low level boss nowadays. I
yeah,
guess you can
not very
AFK it
good.
with certain gear now. So yeah, that's going to be fun for you to try out all the different bosses. That's really the part that I enjoy the most about the game.
Mhm. And it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm excited, especially with like a Amaska and I think when you mentioned about those like movement bosses, like that's to me
Oh
like my
yeah.
favorite thing because I think I click better with those and like the big like prayer flicking like
Yeah.
swapping bosses in old school at least. So
Yeah, it'd be more relatable to old school mechanics. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of the bosses though, like the abilities play into it a lot, especially defensive abilities. Like that's especially like for a mascot, there's basically some insta kill mechanic where if you don't use the ability barricade, you die. And so it's just planning around when to use defensives and everything for certain bosses.
it's crazy because I feel like there's so much to learn and I'm almost like I'm trying to
You're
do it
fr-
like kind of blind, also trying to like kind of make
Yeah.
sure I'm not just like beating my head at it. So yeah,
Yeah.
that'll be fun for next week. Uh I wanted to kind of talk a bit about the relics, and I think that like tier 3 has historically been like the transportation relics. So I don't think people are too surprised about this. Um
Hmm.
my kind of I guess like just to give my thoughts on it is that I think that like there isn't really a wrong choice compared to every other tier. Like they're all very
Yeah, I agree with that.
generous.
The way I see it is it sort of depends on your play style a bit, and what other relics you're going to choose. Um, I guess we could just look at them if you want.
Yeah. And I actually think like a really interesting question for this one specifically is like, how do you get that if you don't have the relic actually? Because I'm sure that's like the big
Yeah,
question people have as well.
yeah. So like we could start with like Fairy's Flight, I guess.
Sure. Yeah.
So that's the one that gives you the spirit trees and the fairy rings and the like the herb patch teleports, right?
Yeah. Farming. I feel like, okay.
Farming
Isn't there like a
patch.
million farming patches? Like, isn't that like, I feel like the
Yeah,
menu there is going to be crazy.
there's a lot. I guess I would say old school has a similar amount of farming patches. I don't think RuneScape 3 has more than old school would, but yeah, no, I think that's probably the most powerful part of Fairy Flight is the farming patch teleports. But like I guess the fairy
Mhm.
rings are pretty good, but it is just locked behind a few, you know, what, 3 quests, I think, 3 fairly early game quests. So it's not maybe a huge skip. It is nice to use fairy rings like in your inventory without having to actually go to one.
Like in OS, like we use like the RD cape to get to a fairy ring. That's like the
Oh, okay.
standard one. So like, how do you? Well, what is like the main way people do it? Or obviously, if you have it in your house too, but I think that's a little bit
Uh,
different.
well, the main way for most people, because a lot of people that play RuneScape 3 are like max level nowadays.
Mhm.
They just use the like portable fairy rings that you can make through invention. I think you need like 50 something invention to make them. So that's one thing that's sort of irrelevant with this with Fairy's Flight is if you pick like the invention perk later on, and you have unlimited materials, you can basically make unlimited portable fairy rings. So you'd have that ability anyway later on. I
Mhm.
guess there's that disadvantage, like you kind of you'd have to wait until later on to get that. But I would say without that, probably I don't know, I would go to the Legends Guild, the fairy ring right there, teleport with the Legends cape. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's a teleport, like an early game teleport that's right next to one. Could be the Yardy Cloak. That might be the one that you'd use in RuneScape 3.
I think like one of the things I always love about these teleport relics is if there's any like new methods that get unlocked. For this like Fairy's Flight, for me, I couldn't really think of anything. I haven't seen anything. The only thing I see is like it just makes farming runs a lot easier if you didn't go with the farming relic in tier
Yeah.
2.
Yeah, I think if you go with the farming relic, you probably shouldn't pick Fairy's Flight. Just because you don't need to do farm runs. You can just sit at one patch and do like all your seeds at once. But yeah, so I don't know. I think this relic would be really useful if you didn't go with that farming relic.
Yeah. I feel like I'm kind of the same way there, where I'm like, it's like a one or the other kind of situation. But even then, like,
Yeah.
I think the big thing that you mentioned is the fairy rings. And I feel like if perfection, like if that one wasn't as like popular as it kind of is right now, I I feel like more people would gravitate towards this. But like,
Yeah.
being able to make your own fairy ring anyway, yeah, it's
Yeah, if you're
we're pretty
trying to,
strong.
min max everything, yeah, I mean, you will get it later on, so kind of makes
Yeah.
that part irrelevant. Oh
I
no.
am curious about this because I know that in old school leagues, I feel like the game feels super on rails until you hit your teleport relics, and then it's like, okay, now you have unlocked like 100 teleports. Do you feel like it's going to be the same way with like RuneScape 3 leagues, or do you feel like the teleports that are innately built in the game are going to be like good enough where?
I yeah, I think the teleport relic is much more important in old school,
Mm,
partly just because you don't have surge and dive. Like I don't know, I don't use like just in my own gameplay, I might not use fairy rings or the jewelry teleports. I might just use like a lodestone teleport or something sometimes, and it's maybe a little bit further away, but it's not too bad. Like the lodestones in RuneScape 3 kind of makes some of these teleports a bit irrelevant. Like you can just teleport, you know, to any major city, I guess, in the game with that. So it's I don't know, and probably not as busted as it would be in old school.
that makes sense. And then the one other thing before talking about the other two is I know a lot of people have been talking about like War's Retreat,
Yeah.
which to me kind of feels like it's probably going to be a big hub regardless. What do you
Yeah,
have to do to
always is.
actually
Yeah.
like unlock that? Is there
So
requirements?
Orr's Retreat, you can go there, I think anyway, but you what is the requirement for the teleport? I think it's like 60 combat, and you need to kill maybe 10 bosses. That is it. So you can
Okay.
literally just click a button. Doesn't cost anything. You can just teleport to War's Retreat. And then Moore's Treat has 4 different boss portals. I guess 2 of them can be attuned to whatever boss you want. You do have to kill that boss once before you can attune it, but once you attune it, you just walk in the portal and you're right at the entrance of that boss.
So yeah, I think that's like the big thing that I feel like takes away a lot from the teleport relics, just the ability to get to bosses so quick. Is
Yeah, like
It's like-
Dagonoth Kings, you
right.
never go through that cave, never.
Yeah, because that was like the big thing where a lot of people would take stuff to get to DKs fast. The other cool one I remember seeing was there was a clue stash in the Barrows chest, and a lot of people took the clue relic for that reason as well. It would let you teleport to like your clue
Oh,
stashes,
okay.
and that was really cool because you could skip the whole like downstairs of Barrows, and then
Yeah,
that was pretty fun to do. So
I guess RuneScape 3 kind of has that built in as well. That's like a reward for one of their combat masteries, like the combat achievements, basically.
Mhm.
I think it's like one of the early ones too. You get to, like, when you go into the tunnel for Barrows, there's just a portal on the first room you're in. You
Oh,
just go
sweet, yeah.
directly to the middle,
Well, there you go.
and I think it's like the first, like the easy unlock for combat achievements.
Yep. All right, that's cool. It's always fun to see like what relics old school got. They're just like quality of life in RuneScape 3.
Yeah, really, yeah.
Yeah. So I wanted to talk about the other two because I think these are the ones that I actually I really don't know that much about. Honestly, Assassin's Insight, which
Yep.
gives you all the Slayer Master, Slayer dungeons, and like a bunch of Slayer monsters. What did you kind of think about that? And like, I'm hyped about this, but I think that's partially because I just love Slayer. And I'm like,
Yeah, I
like
feel
I
that
just like
too.
the
Like,
word
Slayer's my
Slayer. Yeah,
favorite skill, so
exactly.
it's probably the one I'm gonna go with, just because that's gonna be my gameplay. I think just do a
Mhm.
lot of Slayer, BVM, that type of thing. It's pretty good. Like, there are some, so it can teleport to any Slayer Master, Slayer Dungeon, and monster even. So there are some monsters that are just pretty hard to get to. There's no other way to get to them. Like, and those would be the ones on Anachronia. So a lot of the dinosaurs, the Devil's Snare. There's some other like plant type creatures on Anachronia. So I guess with Assassin's Insight, it does have that benefit. There's some hard to get places on Anachronia that you can use this relic for. Teleporting to any Slayer Master is pretty good. In RuneScape 3, the Slayer Cape gives you that ability already. So when you get 99 Slayer, that part is irrelevant. You could do that anyway. But pretty good early on. And I don't know, the Slayer dungeons, I mean, there's a lot of different Slayer dungeons, so that could be just useful to getting anywhere. Like, I guess I know the Ascension dungeon that's near Uglog, I think it is, which can be kind of annoying to get to early on.
Mhm.
But yeah, this is probably the one I'll go with, mainly just because of my gameplay, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like makes sense and stuff. I know you mentioned Uglog. Is that the like is that the
That's
town that
like,
has like the pools of mud and stuff that you get to
yeah,
use? Okay,
yeah, it's
cool.
below,
Cool.
yeah.
All right, because I'm always like I think the big thing is I'm always trying to think of like are there any like new teleports that become like interesting to use and stuff, and I just don't know enough, so it's hard for me to
Yeah,
like see some of
yeah.
them.
So there is a lodestone there as well. So once you
Oh,
unlock
okay,
that,
okay.
you probably
Well,
just use that.
that makes sense.
Um, but uh, but yeah, I mean, there are some nice teleports with that. It will be interesting to see exactly which ones. Like, I know on the graphic they showed, it doesn't really show everywhere you can go to.
Yeah, I was wondering about like the Slayer monsters too. Like, are there like only one spot for these Slayer monsters? Like, or can you
There's a
choose both?
few, yeah, there's a
Yeah.
few locations. So maybe it gives you that option when you click on it.
Mhm.
Like a lot of them, like Ripper Demons, the Mammoths, there's one spot where they're in the wilderness, and there's also another spot where they're not. So yeah, they would have some multiple locations. And one downside about this is that you have to still unlock the area where the creature is. Like I think right away you can't just teleport to Anachronia before you do the little mini quest to unlock it. So that is one sort of restriction to it.
Gotcha. And before we talk about the last one, could I actually just quickly get your takes? Because I know you mentioned that like you really like Slayer and stuff. And I know Slayer I think goes to 120, right? Like,
It does, yeah.
like how important would you say the skill is for like an Iron Man or for leagues? Because I remember like getting a whip that was like all of
Mhm.
leagues too. I just remember that very fondly. Everybody wanted to rush 85 Slayer, get a Abyssal Whip. And I'm just kind of curious that like, do you
Yeah.
think Slayer will be as important or is it more of like something you kind of do on the
Slayer,
side?
yeah, it's more something you do on the side. It's not like old school where any of the weapons you get from Slayer you're actually going to use.
Hmm.
Like really, you can make a weapon with smithing that's better than the Abyssal Whip.
Yeah,
So
fair enough.
it's probably not one you'll use. They do have a tier, I think 92. It's sort of like an upgraded whip from it's called the Abyssal Scourge. And that's unlocked from like a Slayer creature that's requires 100 and I don't know 15 Slayer or something like that. But yeah, no, there aren't really too many weapon unlocks or anything. I think the main benefit from Slayer will be getting seeds and a normal Iron Man. The herbs from Slayer is pretty good, but I think if you choose the farming relic, that part doesn't matter as much. There is one boss that is locked behind Slayer. It needs 115 Slayer, so that would be quite a grind. And so if you're going for, there's definitely going to be some achievements around each boss, and probably one for killing every boss in the game at least once.
Cool,
So
cool.
that,
It's funny. That was actually my follow up question. I was about to ask, like, are there a bunch of Slayer mobs and stuff like that, or like Slayer bosses? And
yeah,
it's cool they mentioned that. So I was like thinking right there.
there's
Um,
only one I think specific Slayer, like boss with a specific Slayer requirement. There might be a few others where there's like a Slayer requirement to do the quest to unlock the boss. But the 115 Slayer would be the highest level you need to get probably for league tasks, I would think.
cool. Oh,
Not counting the 120, I guess.
sorry. One more thing I was curious about Slayer. Sorry, I know I could probably talk about Slayer forever. But how common is like doing bosses as Slayer tasks? Because I know that's really popular in leagues.
It's fairly popular. Um, there would be, I guess you can get in RuneScape 3. There's just a dragon cluster task, so you don't have like a. I think you can still get maybe like a blue dragon task, but there's a lot of clusters. So if they give you like a dragon task, you might do elite dungeons too. Which is basically just 3 dragon bosses and a bunch of dragon mobs. Carapac counts as I think like a dragonkin creature, so it definitely is relevant for some places. Um, maybe not like a lot, but there would be a few, and it might not be the best XP per hour. I do know dragon cluster tasks doing ED2 is like the best XP per hour. It's some of the best in the game.
Cool.
Um,
Yeah, I know people would do Inferno tasks in leagues.
yeah,
And that was just the coolest way to train your Slayer, and especially because they have like all those like high kill counts anyways. So I think a lot of people will gravitate. Um,
yeah. Well, one of the like early ways to train Slayer is getting like a demon task, because they do a demon cluster task as well. And
mm,
there's some greater demons. I don't know if they're called greater demons. There's some special name for them, but they're in the wilderness. They have like a lot more health, but they give an abnormal amount of Slayer XP. So that is like the meta way to train Slayer.
cool. Should be fun to see. I'm excited. I really I'm excited to get those like 110 Slayer mobs because it'll be
Yeah.
fun. And then I think Finally, I kind of wanted to get your thoughts on Void Walker because that one has eight. I mean, it looks like it has a ton of jewelry built
Yeah,
in.
some of them I honestly didn't even know existed, like Delver's Anklet, Ring of Respawn.
Yeah, I kind of had a feeling that like at least half these teleports are probably like completely useless, but it's kind of cool to have like a whole bunch of different jewelry all in one. So, did you
Yeah.
notice anything like particularly interesting about this one, or what kind of stood out to you?
Um, I could see this one being kind of popular with some old school players just because they're more familiar teleports.
Mhm.
There are definitely some good ones on there. So I think it's a viable option. One thing that a lot of people will say is with invention later on, you can make something similar to it. So it kind of does make it irrelevant from that point of view. But like basically, it's some item that has all those jewelries in it, and you can
Gotcha.
make it with just invention components. So since you'd have unlimited components, you'd get that.
Yeah, I always like I always love hearing those comments and stuff because I definitely agree. Um, but I think like a lot of people will sort of overlook the fact that like you're probably gonna get this relic like within 2 hours
Yeah,
probably, and like you're not gonna have invention unlocked in 2 hours. Well, somebody will, but like most people probably won't be rushing that stuff. And like I don't think like the at least for me, I feel like the point has never been to be like super super strong, and I like it's good to keep that in mind, but like yeah, I don't know. I feel like for me it's always like the fun of like having just that early game like setup to get around
yeah,
and stuff.
yeah. It's called the Passage of Abyss. So
Okay.
I agree though. Like you do have to take into account you're gonna get this really early, and to get the Passage of Abyss, you'll probably wait until you get that invention relic, which is tier 6, I believe.
Right, and that's like 17,000 points, which is uh,
Yeah.
it's like a big step up. And I always try to like tell people to like think about your day 1 plan a little differently than like your day 10 plan cuz it's always like yeah, it's just very very different. And
Yeah, and
early game
I
is
think
such a mess.
yeah, and I think for a lot of people, they will be needing these teleports early on when maybe they're doing a few quests, building the account. I could see a lot of people just focusing on PVM and bossing at the end. And so maybe, once you unlock that invention relic, you won't really need these teleports anymore.
Mhm.
So I don't know, something else to keep in mind.
Yeah. Um And then for this one, I'm not going to ask you to list how you get every one of these jewelries because I know that would probably take way too long. But are there
Yeah.
any like notable ones like that you
Um,
think might be more
Ring of
difficult to get?
Slaying, locked behind some Slayer points, although there's a big multiplier on that. Um, a lot of them you just make through crafting. I
Right.
think, yeah, almost all of them you would be. There's none that are really that difficult to get, I guess. So yeah, it's I Ferocious Ring. I think that's actually a drop. So that one might be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, that
Um,
one stood out to me because I was in my head I was thinking I was like, oh well, can't you just teleport to the Slayer dungeons anyways with Ferocious Ring? But yeah, obviously you're
yeah,
probably not going to have it quite as fast. So
yeah. So that one is just a drop from a creature. What does it do for teleports though? Yeah, you can teleport to a few different Slayer Masters. I guess not all of them. Um, well, that one would be pretty good. There are definitely some teleports on there that would still be really good for Slayer. Um, but I don't know, that one, Voidwalker kind of seems like it might be the best for just general questing and whatnot. That
right.
and you could compare it to Faring Rings too. Those would be pretty good for quests, both of those.
I think in general, like just before I get kind of your final thoughts on it and stuff, and kind of wrap it up. I am kind of curious. Like, do you think that these like could have been stronger?
Yeah, I would have liked to see them stronger. Like it is, a lot of them is stuff that we already have in the game, so it's
Mhm.
maybe just unlocking it early which is nice, but it would have been cool to see, maybe a teleport that we can't even get in game and can teleport to even some even more places. I guess we do have that with the Assassin's Insight one. You can't just teleport to Slayer creatures, so that's partially why that one is appealing to me. And same, I guess, with the herb patches. But it would have been nice to have a bit more of those.
Yeah, I feel like one thing that, especially with the entire world being open, is I've kind of realized that I think some of these, they sort of go with like quantity over quality sometimes, and they just tell you like, oh look, you have like 200 different teleports, and it's like, okay, but like
Yeah.
literally 3 of these are useful. Where
Yeah.
like, to me, the fun part is always like trying to find those like 3 or 4, the ones that let you skip, like Dagonoth Kings and things like that. Like those are the ones that to me have always like been the deciding factor. And I almost
Yeah.
like kind of wonder if they like heavily cut down the teleports, but they give you like 5 really busted ones. I know in old school there's one that's let you teleport to every bank, and it's like, okay, that's cool, but like maybe like 6 of these are actually important. The rest are just like a
Yeah.
button that you could click to get around. So yeah, it's yeah, I kind of wish that they would think about that a bit more. It's like going down for a bit more of like, new ones that like I don't know. Do you like, I'm just curious, on the top of your head, do you think there was like a cool, like just one teleport you could think of that would be like really, really cool to see?
Like that we don't have?
Yeah, just like a really painful journey
Hmm.
that you have to go through. And you think that would just be like a cool, interesting thing?
Well, that partially why I brought up Anachronia was because that is
Okay.
probably the hardest place to get to. Like, there's literally no good teleports to some of them. You do unlock, like later on when you're doing archaeology, you can unlock some other teleports around Anachronia. But those Slayer creatures, like, they might take you at least a few minutes from the lodestone to get to, which is pretty long in RuneScape 3 terms.
Cool. Yeah, I've done a fair bit of Anachronia, because I did a ton of archaeology, and
Okay.
man, I feel like I could not even begin to map that place out in my head. Like I'm so
Yeah.
clueless. Yeah, it was rough. That place is really, I think it's cool though that it's like very jungly. Although I'm sure for
Yeah.
some people it probably is more annoying to, take the wrong
It's a cool
detour.
place. It's a cool place, and the fact that the whole thing is like an agility course
Yeah.
is kind of cool. Getting around without the agility course, like if you don't have the agility level, that would be such a pain.
Yeah.
Like maybe I guess some of those teleports could be useful if you're doing things like some big game hunter, maybe to get like the Dragonmatic for archaeology, or maybe you just like big game hunter in general. I kind of do.
I love it
Um,
too. It's so much fun.
yeah, it's sort of like they don't call it a skilling boss, but I think it is maybe the best skilling boss RuneScape 3 has. At least
Yep.
the one I enjoy the most. There isn't really any quests on Anachronia. Not really.
Yep.
Maybe some mini quests or some archaeology mysteries, but so it wouldn't be helpful from that point of view.
I
Yeah,
guess
I don't know.
sorry if I get one more thing. I promise. As far as like questing goes, like I know a lot of people have talked about questing in RuneScape 3 leagues because there's a ton of
Yeah.
quests. Um, I'm just like, kind of, what is your take on like questing? Like, when do you? I won't be doing any questing till I get teleport relics, at least. Like that's
Mm. Yeah.
100%. Probably not till tier 4 even, so I can get the bigger multiplier. But like, I guess from your perspective, like when do you think like you should start the questing grind, or like do you have any tips? I guess for me and like other people who are kind of getting into it.
Yeah, I would try and do the quests as early as possible. The X really, you're doing it for the XP rewards.
Mhm.
Um, there are certain quests, like in my opinion, some of the quests in old school, they give much better XP rewards than RuneScape 3 for some reason. Like I know there's a ton of quests that give agility, and that's like how you would train agility in old school up until maybe level 60 or something.
Yeah, I literally
Um,
lamped like 99 agility in the leagues. I think I literally got there
yeah,
without
like
doing a single course. I just
right? Yeah, it's
completely busted
crazy,
it.
but there aren't any like many early game quests in RuneScape 3 that give like 50,000 XP in a skill. So, doing it in the mid game might be helpful, but that's usually what I would do is like if I'm starting a new account, just do the quests right then and there, skip some of the early levels. Especially with the multipliers, that would be really nice. But like doing certain quests later on, I guess me personally, I don't like quests, so I kind of use the XP rewards as a bit of motivation to do them.
Yeah, it kind of
And
like
if I'm
snowballs you from like quest to quest to quest, and then like
yeah,
yeah, you just never have to train a lot of the skills, which is kind of nice.
yeah, so I don't know. I'll try and do them fairly early, maybe when I unlock tier 2, because you do have to keep in mind the XP multipliers and everything. So I guess like a times 6 XP multiplier would be pretty good on some of the quest rewards. Yeah, that's sort
Makes
of my
sense.
plan. Try and do them fairly early, probably around tier 2.
Makes sense. All right. Okay. Any final thoughts on these? I guess as a whole.
Well, okay, so I think I'm picking Assassin's Insight just because I'm going to be doing quite a bit of Slayer, and I do like some of those Anachronia teleports. I would definitely, well, I would think I'd pick Fairy's Flight if I wasn't going with the Farming Relic earlier in the previous tier. I think that is the most powerful buff with that relic. And then Voidwalker, I just think a lot of the teleports that has are a bit redundant. We have lodestones to a lot of them. I think some of the other two relics have teleports to some similar places. But it would probably be good for quests, and I could see maybe some people from old school picking that because they're just familiar with those. Um, but yeah, I guess personally, I'd be going with Assassin's Insight. It also gives you some teleports that you don't have in the game already, which will be cool to use.
Yeah, that's I'm the same way. Like that's a big reason for me is like I'm going Assassin's Insight just because it gives you like something new, and I think that to me is like that's a part you like remember about leagues is like the new stuff, not just doing the old stuff faster. So
Right. Yeah,
um
that's part of the point of leagues, I think, is trying out busted things that aren't in the game.
yeah, and now this is kind of the hard part, especially because I think we already kind of said there's not really like a wrong choice. They're all like fairly, you know, okay.
Yeah, they're
Um,
they're all it'd be fine picking any of them. Yeah.
so how would you rank these from 1 star to 5 star? And that's relative to each other. So not against like a tier 7 relic or a tier 1 relic, but just within the tier, 1 star to 5 star. Where do you put these?
Okay. We'll start with Fairy's Flight, I guess. If this one's a bit weird, I would probably rate it two different ways. Like if I'm not picking the farming relic earlier, I'd probably rate it a 5 star. Like just teleporting to every farming patch is super powerful. But if you're picking the farming relic, that's that's redundant. Fairy rings and spirit trees aren't that powerful. I probably rate it like a 3.
All right.
Assassin's Insight. I don't know. This one's it is really fun. Teleporting the Slayer Masters, it would maybe be redundant when you get the Slayer Cape at 99. But I'd rate it a 4 or 5. I do think it could have a little bit more, maybe. And then
Yeah, that's fair.
Voidwalker, probably something like a 3. I don't know. It's something that we already have in the game, so that kind of makes it not as fun to me.
Right.
There may be some good teleports there, but nothing like super broken. Probably like a 3.
Yeah, it's funny because I think from us as like experienced players, we feel that way about these. But I know that like when I've had some of my new friends that pop in, they want the most like straightforward, basic teleport. Like they don't want to think about it. They don't want to Google like fairy rings. They just want
Yeah,
everything straightforward. And it's cool to hear that perspective because I feel like for those players, like that's what Void Walker I think is like best suited for, kind of like what you mentioned with like people coming in not as knowledgeable. So it really is just two different ways of approaching it, and it's always interesting to hear how people like interact with the game.
Yeah, I could definitely see it as a viable option for someone who is more familiar with those teleports, right? You would use a lot of them in your play around house at in old school.
Yep.
So yeah, that would make sense. The fairy rings too. I guess one thing we didn't mention. I know in old school with RuneLight, you can like type in the location you want to go to.
Hmm.
They don't have that functionality in RuneScape 3. You have
Oh, so you
to
have to know the codes.
scroll or know the code. So that part, it might not be as valuable because you might have to go on the wiki anyway and figure out what the code
Right.
is.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I think that's pretty much it. Thank you again for being willing to talk about this and stuff. I know that like I think like some of the tiers where there's not like I think as like tough picks can be a little bit like challenging, I think, to get like good insight on. But like to me, I think the most important part is just having a good understanding of like how to get around and just not feeling restricted. Because like I know for a lot of people, including myself, it was a little like scary having the whole game open. And I think that like I see a lot of like day one starting routes, and I feel like they don't even leave Lumbridge. And I'm like, bro, you have the whole game. Like you can go anywhere you
Yeah.
want. Like
Yeah.
you can do anything. So I think that'll be pretty cool. And I'm looking forward to unlocking this tier, messing around a little bit.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. And I can't wait to play leagues. It's gonna be a ton of fun.
Yeah,
And yeah, I think with this tier, really go with it. What anyone is like definitely a viable option.
yeah. Did you have anything that you wanted to like shout out that you've been like working on, or like if you're gonna be like playing next week and stuff?
I'll be playing next week. I'll be making a series. I'm planning on doing like a Road to Dragon Tier series.
Sweet.
So that's probably what I'll be doing.
Yeah, it's cool because I think I'm actually like personally interested in it because I want to see what like the good players do. Like I want to know
Yeah,
what the cool stuff that they come up with, and also because I know I'm gonna be like way behind like everybody I've talked to, basically. So it's
yeah.
probably
I'm
gonna be
sort of
my
in the
free
same
time.
boat too. Like I'm probably not going to take a ton of time off. I'll probably be a little behind like the players racing for
Mhm.
rank 1 and everything. So it might change some of my opinions on the relic, seeing what everyone else is doing. Because maybe there is some broken teleport, that I'm missing here, or with some of the other relics, maybe there's some weird method that I never thought about. So that's gonna be
Yeah,
really
people just
interesting to
find
see.
something weird in like 4 days, 5 days, and like you see this one clip, and you're like, all right, well, I just changed my whole relic plan just to like get this one interaction. So I'm curious to
Yeah,
see what comes up. Well, thanks
yeah,
again. Um, if you hopefully you have a good week ahead, and
yeah. Thank
yeah,
you.
things
Yeah,
go
no,
well.
it's gonna be really fun, and I can't wait to get started.
Great, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Next up, we've got IronAraxxor to talk about tier 4. So I think this is one of like the probably the most complicated relic tier to talk about because I think there's like a lot going on. Obviously, rejuvenated adds a lot of choices to the mix,
To
and
me, tier 4 is like the first tier where the relics become very powerful and the choice is kind of tricky, at least for me. All the other ones either have, like the previous tiers, either have a choice that to me seems very strong and I'll pick right away, or something like the teleports. It's like relatively inconsequential which one I pick. But
yeah, well,
here,
go ahead, go ahead.
the play styles will differ quite vastly depending on which one you pick.
Yeah, I think that's definitely one of the things that I kind of noticed about it was that it kind of doesn't have like a theme to it, if that makes sense, where I think a lot of like teleport relics, they're all teleporting, right? But then when you look at tier 4, there's like, we got production master, rejuvenated, and clues, which are very, very different. Like there's a lot of different picks there.
Yes. Maybe we'll start with Rejuvenated because this relic, to me, if I have to guess, if they at some point release stats and data on the percentages that people picked certain relics, I have to imagine that Rejuvenated will be the least picked relic out of everything.
Really?
Because the reason being that, in my opinion, tier 4 sees some of the coolest, most fun, and powerful time-saving relics. And then you either pick one of those or you pick one of the lesser relics that you already probably picked your favorite choice in anyway.
Okay.
So let's say tier 1. A lot of people might go for Excavator. The only way I could see you using Rejuvenated is if you had picked a different one and wanted to kind of fix a mistake potentially. But even then, I think the other tier 4 relics are stronger than any of the other tier 1, 2, or 3 relics. Like genuinely, if I could have like one relic from tier 1, 2, 3, or 4 to permanently have in the game after leagues, I would pick one of the tier 4s.
Okay. So you basically think Rejuvenate is just completely like off the table.
At
Not
least
worth
in my
it.
opinion, yeah. Like I don't see a situation where you would want one of the other ones, unless you feel like you made a crazy mistake.
Gotcha. Because I think that's the biggest thing that I was interested in is like, do you ever pick Rejuvenated? And then like, here's kind of like what you said. If you made a mistake, let's say like Excavator really is just that good. Like, would
Yeah.
Excavator or something like that rise to be better than
See,
Production
yeah, that's
Master
like one
Clues?
argument. Like I could see maybe Excavator if you really feel like you missed out and didn't pick it. But if you're worried about that, then I'd say pick Excavator right away so you don't get yourself in that situation. But even if you didn't pick Excavator tier 1 and you feel like it really was the best choice, I still think the other tier 4 relics at that point are still competitive with it. And we can go over them a little bit to kind of show why I think that. But first of all, I want to know, in old school, Rejuvenated, that was a thing, right? Most previous league.
Yeah, it was.
Did people pick that? Because I do think I saw some people pick it, but I personally didn't feel like it was that good.
I think it was pretty good because I think that the difference between old school RuneScapes Rejuvenated and it was called Reloaded, I think. Let me double check real quick just so I'm not. Sometimes I get my leagues confused. So I think a lot more people picked it because I think that the options that it was up against were like
Yeah,
more
that's great.
situational, if that makes sense.
Hmm.
So I think it was Golden God, which was like the money relic where you just get a ton of money, and Equilibrium, which was like the experience, like you get like experience based on all your drops and stuff. So I think because those were a bit more niche, Reloaded actually did see a lot of play, mainly because I think that like some of the tier 2s, like I think like obviously I don't want to completely talk about all the tier 1 and 2s and stuff, but I know it's hard to not talk about those, but I think that those were a bit more like interesting. Like there was like an Herbler relic from tier 2, Friendly
Right.
Forager. And I think some people were like, okay, let's go with the Thieving and the Herbler. So I think because the tier 1 and 2s are a bit more powerful, and because the tier 4s were a bit more niche, it was kind of like the safe option to like reload.
Yeah,
But I
I
think
think Rejuvenated kind of gets a little bit screwed by the fact that tier 1 and 2 kind of have a favorite child syndrome, in my opinion, and tier 3 is not super important to have any of the relics because there's lodestones, there like teleporting isn't as big of a deal in RuneScape 3 as it is in old school because teleports are already pretty accessible widely in the game. So yeah, I don't think it's the best pick. Genuinely, I think Rejuvenated will be the least pick relic out of the entire leagues, percentage-wise on its tier. That is.
yeah,
Um,
I kind of agree. I think I honestly would not be surprised about that, except for maybe the tier 1s being like super low picked as well, because I think there's a clear favorite there. I think to me though, what you mentioned about the other two just being stronger, I think we should probably talk about those because
yes.
like I don't know where you want to start with that.
I don't know, which one are you curious about? Like, I have some notes to talk about. But
Let's talk about Production Master, because I think Production Master is
Right.
kind of like an old school RuneScape favorite, and I'd be curious to see kind of your thoughts on it coming to RuneScape 3.
Yes, Production Master is insane, like genuinely. In some ways, it's better than old school because it just gets more effects, I'm pretty sure, and in some other ways that you might not expect as well. First of all, Production Master comes with a ton of effects. I'm not sure exactly in old school. I think it just makes you create things quicker. That's the main thing, right?
Yeah, it was like
And you get level
instant
upgrades.
processing, and I think there was at one point it was like you had a chance of like saving some resources.
Okay.
But
Well,
yeah.
yeah. Let's go over them in RS3 because essentially, first up, smallest effect, you don't burn food anymore. Not a big deal, but it's nice. The next thing is that you also instantly process everything. So like potions instantly in one go, food instantly in one go, cutting gems and all that stuff. One notable exception is that smithing is updated in RS3, so it doesn't really work the same way. And I don't think it benefits from this effect.
Yeah, I think they
But it's
confirmed that today.
yeah, so you don't get smithing upgraded as much, but it'll still be useful because of the 6 stat boost that you get. You essentially, just like in old school, you get 6 levels based on all your production skills, which means you can do content a little bit quicker. The reason why that's better in RuneScape 3 is that some of these skills don't just go to 99, they go beyond. So like smithing goes to 110, crafting goes to 110. Does rune crafting get affected by this? I'm not sure. I don't think
Not
so.
rune crafting. It's so smithing, herbal, cooking, crafting, and construction.
Yes. So those two go to 110, which is important because those higher levels have some content that you might want to do. And most importantly, Herblore goes to 120 and has potions up to level like 119. You get upgrades. And the crazy thing to think about there is that the best overload you could want in the game, so the best potion for your PVM, you unlock at level 117, I believe, or no, 107. I'm sorry, level 107. So with 6 stat boosts, you essentially need 14 million XP less to get the best potions, which is going to be a pretty big time save, even in Leagues standards. It just means you have to do a lot less Herblore to get the best results in your potions.
Just as like a point of reference, how much experience is 110 and 120?
So 110 is 38 million XP,
Okay.
which is essentially like 3 times 99. And 120 is like 10 99s. It's like 104 mil XP.
Okay. Do you think there will be like tasks to go all the way up to 120 for some of these? Because I think in OSRS it capped out at 50 mil. That was like the last task.
I think it is likely, mainly because these skills have gone to these levels for quite a while, and they've had methods introduced that kind of let you actually train them at quite a fast pace. I think the maximum XP multiplier we get in leagues goes up to 16, right?
Yeah, 16.
And there are methods for Herblore in the base game that get you 1-2 mil XP an hour. Add Production Master on top of that potentially. That goes to like 4 mil base probably, maybe 5 mil times 16. We're talking an hour to get 120. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Because in my head, I was thinking like, dude, 100 mil Urbords. That sounds crazy. Like I'm never getting that. So
You can
yeah.
also in RS3 you can make like presets to bank really quickly, so you can genuinely do Herblore 14 times quicker with the Production Master Relic. So 14 times a mil times 16, like genuinely 1 hour for 120. It's gonna be insane.
Gotcha. A couple other things about it were like, because I saw there were a lot of these like passive effects that you got from like
Yes.
portables and all this like the spirits and stuff. And honestly, no idea what that is. I'm I don't know how good that is. I don't know if that matters or if that's just like an
Okay.
extra little boost.
Yeah, so you basically get the Brooch of the Elder Gods or something like that, which is a buffed up version of an item that exists in the game. It just does a lot of things that other items do in the game already combined into one. First of all, it gives you infinite urns, which are an item you can create, usually, that you can then fill up by training a skill, and then they teleport away for about 20% XP of what you had to gather to fill it, essentially. So, a lot of words to say. Having this item is a 20% XP buff on all the skills that have urns, which is honestly almost every skill. So basically another 20% XP raid buff to almost everything. The portable effects that are mentioned that you also get are going to be all kinds of small buffs, like another XP buff, chances to save items, chances to create 4 dose potions, chances to create some extra arrows. Like every skill has a couple of these effects based on their portables that you will just get for free on this. And then finally, it also will spawn a bunch of little sprites that usually are also tied to specific items, like the Grace of the Elves, the Scripture of Big, which essentially are these little mini events. Like you can think of them as like old school's random events, but all you have to do is you click on them and then you get something. Depending on which of those sprites it is. It might be some random items from the rare drop table. It might be a random clue. It might be some other thing. So you basically will just get a bunch of free stuff along the way as well.
Sounds good. I think one more thing about production mastery that I was curious about. So we talked about herb lore a bit. For the other skills like smithing, cooking, crafting, construction, and fletching, how important are those in RuneScape 3? Would you say, and like, is there anything that you should be kind of focusing on?
As we mentioned, herb lore, pivotal to the game, especially if you're looking to do some PVM. Like genuinely one of the most important skills in the game. Smithing, really strong if you are planning to do melee in any capacity, because you can craft some pretty strong armor that will allow you to basically skip a lot of the leveling of your gear and slowly progressing. You can make tier 80 something weapons that are kind of on par with some pretty strong stuff. They don't have special attacks. You can't use invention on them. So they're not the best stuff to have, but they are a pretty nice baseline. So if you're melee, then smithing is really important. Fletching, if you go ranged, is extremely important because you need to make a bunch of the strong ammunition that you're going to use, whether that's god arrows or bacriminal bolts, depending on which weapon you decide to use. Cooking, naturally important to get yourself some food, although a lot of the later relics might make food somewhat obsolete if you're comfortable with using your prayers and stuff, because you'll do so much damage, or if you pick the prayer relics, you might not take any damage, essentially. And then crafting has some uses for magic armor at the extremely late level. Crafting has some uses really late in the game to make some of the best magic armor. But it's gonna take you a lot of crafting XP, which this relic might be making viable.
Gotcha. Is construction like completely useless?
Construction, generally not as useful. You can make a fort with it, like a bunch of buildings in Fort Forintry, but generally they are considered as like nice to have little bonuses, nothing that is like pivotal. Especially because the main reason you might want to make your fort is to get access to Vorkath, but it seems like they are gonna allow you to have access to that regardless of whether or not you've built anything. Actually, I'm not sure about that.
I think yeah. Actually, it's if I could ask a quick, it's a tier 5. I think unlocks that as like one of the passives. Before we actually talk about the clue relic and I kind of get your final thoughts, do you mind actually talking about the passive effects of the tier as well? Because I would actually really be curious about this. Um, it's
Yes.
the big one is so you get 8 times experience. The rare items are 4 times as common. I think that's all pretty standard. But the one that I was the most curious about was unlocking all items on the tool belt, and also you get the Gate of
Uh,
Elidinus available. But
yeah.
I don't know if that matters.
Okay, so yes, actually does matter a lot. So the Gate of Eliteness is a skilling boss that has a couple of drops that can be useful, but probably aren't something you're going to be chasing for too much in the leagues. But the reason the gate is kind of interesting here is because it usually requires a very long quest line to unlock, which you basically can skip completely. But on top of the drops that the boss gives you, it also has a crafting method tied to it that you can do pretty damn AFK for up to, at level 99, 200,000 XP an hour. So at this tier with times 8 multiplier, that'll be up to 1.6 mil crafting XP AFK that you just get by going in the instance of that boss and like chipping away at some rocks and not really doing the boss mechanics,
Sweet,
which is
yeah.
pretty insane.
And then for the tool belt, I don't know what unlocks all items even means. Is that like
Okay.
you think that's
Uh,
everything? Everything?
yeah, probably what this means is basically the tool belt will already have a bunch of stuff when you log in. I'm pretty sure. I don't think you need to put things like a pickaxe or an axe even in there. So you'll already have that. But there are items you can obtain in different parts of the game and add to your tool belt later on through like Slayer and stuff like that.
Hmm.
And I'm not exactly certain, but I'm assuming those are added as well, which means Bone Crusher, which allows you to crush and collect bones if you've got it upgraded. Charming Imp, which allows you to pick up blue or like any summoning charms automatically. There's like herbicide, seedicide that like deal with herbs and seeds. There is a money collector that picks up GP but destroys a chunk of it. So like you'll automatically pick up GP from monster drops, but it destroys a part of it. There's a couple things like that. So really strong little passive upgrades that you might not realize you'll suddenly get, but a bunch of stuff that drops on the floor is going to get picked up automatically, essentially.
Gotcha. So, and then there was one thing I was curious about. Do you think all the like archaeology stuff? Because I know there's like a bunch of stuff you have to add to the tool belt. Do you think that would be added as well?
Ooh, that is a good question. I mean, if they are saying everything on tool belt gets added, then yes. That being said, the archaeology stuff, I don't think it's going to be like a major time save because usually it's just like the archaeology stuff is like you need to find a little item and then you can use that item to go through a door, which is like that door always exists. And so that you don't always need to take the item, you can put it on the tool belt. So it really
Gotcha.
isn't going to save you that much time, but it would be nice if you just can skip getting those items, I suppose.
Cool. Okay, so the last one was Clue Connoisseur. I guess what are your
Yes.
thoughts on that? And I guess how does it compare against Production Master?
Okay, so the Clue Connoisseur Relic is a bit interesting as well because clues are different from old school um, in a couple different ways. But one thing that we currently don't know, the biggest unknown with this relic that is going to tie in a lot with how strong it is how many league tasks will be related to clues. I'm pretty sure old school quite often has quite a bit of points locked behind complete this amount of clues, get these clue drops, etc. Right? And if we get a lot of those in RS3, then this relic is going to save a lot of time because what the relic does is it gives you, first of all, the full clue scroll outfit that exists in the game normally. But while you usually have to do a bunch of clues to use the effects of the outfit, occasionally, you'll basically get infinite charges on them. And the things it can do are things like teleporting to the clue location, re-rolling a clue. So like you can always re-roll a clue to a clue that you can just dig up and then teleport to it instantly. So basically with this relic, all clues are solved instantly, almost instantly.
Yeah, I think
and when you
in old
solve a
school
clue,
RuneScape, people loved that. That was like Clue Compass, if you heard of it, where you could like teleport straight. Like, dude, that was man. I feel like a
yeah,
lot of people might be sleeping on that, to be honest, because that is so cool.
it basically is the clue compass.
Sweet.
On top of that, you get more clues, I think twice as many while you are doing other activities. And anytime you solve a clue, you get 2 caskets. So you get twice the clues as drops. And once you complete a clue, you just get 2 of them. And on top of that, the drop rates, like the amount of stuff you get from the clue, is maxed. And the amount of steps a clue takes is the minimum. And all of that is great, of course, but the rewards need to be good. It's going to be extremely fun. That's one thing. Just opening clues, trying to get some third age, trying to get some dice which you can put on your high level weapons. But I think a lot of people want something more than that, like a time save or something like that, which is going to be either the points that you get, which might be substantial. We don't know exactly how many it's going to be. But another one is that a lot of the clue items you can disassemble with invention, and those components that you get from them are quite important because they are a key material in the essence of finality amulets. Which, if you don't know what those are, they're basically an amulet that you can create at level 99 crafting that you can put any special attack weapon in. Because the thing is that in RuneScape 3, a lot of the classic special attack weapons, like a Dark Bow or Dragon Claws, they have kind of been power crept in tiers. Like the Dragon Claws are tier 60, but they have a strong special attack, right? That on paper is strong, but when you use them, you essentially hit nothing because the monster might have such high defense that your accuracy is low, like your damage is not that strong compared to a tier 95 weapon or something. So what the EOF, the Essence of Finality amulet, allows you to do is that you put any spec in it, it consumes the item, and then anytime you basically can use the special attack with any other weapon of that same combat style. So you can use a Dragon Claw spec with a Noxious Scythe, or with a Zuck Sword, or anything else like that. You can use a Iban Staff special attack with a Fractured Staff of Armadil, which allows you to turn all the older specs into extremely powerful specs on the best weapons. So very important, probably the most important item in PVM. And you have to do clues, like 50 clue items to make one EOF. And being able to get them instantly is very strong. That being said, we have to consider that later on in the tiers, if you can wait a little bit on getting your EOF, there is a relic that just gives you an EOF. And there is a relic that just gives you all invention components. So not sure how strong that aspect is for clues. So the main reason you might want to pick it is for the amount of league points you could potentially get.
I'm curious how are clues, like, let's say you don't have this relic. Do you think clues are just going to be like total trash to do, or like how is that going to feel?
There is a community of people that really like doing clues. I think they can be fun in RuneScape 3 because of how many teleports you have and how many movement abilities you have. They will be a lot better than the main game already, because one of the passives you get from tier 3 is that your movement abilities basically have no cooldown, so you can zoom around the map really quickly.
Sweet, that's super sick. I'm excited for that.
There are some tools. There's like something similar to a plugin that allows you to do clues a bit quicker. It kind of shows you where the solutions are. So if you know to use that, that might, like, clues will be fine. They'll be kind of quick. But yeah, I think some people might have some trouble with them. There will definitely be some time sink if it turns out that you have to do them for your EOFs, and if you have to do a ton of them for points. I would say if you don't pick the clue relic, you probably want to pick one of the other relics that help you with the EOFs, and you probably want to stay clear from the harder clue achievements or tasks, depending on what those are. That's the thing. We still don't really know what the clue tasks are going to be like. It's possible that they are insane, like get all third age or something. Then you have to have the relic to get those tasks. But it's possible that they have like 2 clue tasks and it's not really important at all. We don't really know.
Sure. Yeah. So it sucks that we don't have like the full task list right now to like know for sure, because I definitely agree that like clues are so tied in with those tasks, and you do get like a ton of points. Like I remember just I think I did like 25 easy clues in like 10 minutes last league.
Yeah.
So it's really sweet. So I guess any like final thoughts, and if you could rate these like 1 star to 5 star within the tier, basically like how strong you think they are.
Within the tier, right? I would say that Rejuvenation is a 1-star relic.
Fair.
It just doesn't compete with what the other options have to offer. And then situationally, I would say that the clue tier, the clue relic to me is a 3 to 5, depending on both the tasks we will get and your other relic choices later down the line that we kind of covered. And then the Production Master is a 5 to me. It's always going to be a good pick. You're always going to be happy to have it. With this relic, you will get some of the most insane XP rates in the game. Like I mentioned, Herblore, you can straight up get 120, 200 mil in like a couple hours probably.
Gotcha. Yeah. I guess so. Last question: what are you picking if you had to choose right now?
If I have to choose right now, considering the clue relic relies on some things to be true, which we don't know what they are, I'm going to pick Production Master. Because even if everything falls in favor for the clue relic, it's still going to be a tough choice for me. So with that in mind, Production Master all the way, baby.
Yeah, me too. I think I'm going Production Master. Although honestly, I think you've like I'm very close to being convinced on clues now. I didn't think anybody would be able to, but man, that relic is starting to look really good now. So no, seriously, thank you so much though for your input on this. I know there's like a lot to talk about, so I really do appreciate you. Were there any like shout outs you want to make, or anything like you're kind of working on for leagues?
I mean, I'm gonna be doing some leaks content here and there, but if I can shout out some stuff to the old school folks, if you liked the Gillenor games on old school RuneScape, check out the RuneScape Showdown. It's a series I made that's sort of inspired by it. It's 8 episodes. It's similar vibes to Gillenor games, but RS3. So if that sounds like something you would be interested in giving a go, check that out.
Great. Thank you so much. Next up, we've got Wazzy to talk about the tier 5 combat relics. All right. So the big thing we're talking about is tier 5 relics. You're right, the combat ones.
Mhm.
And I'm really excited because I know that you're I don't want to like glaze too much, but you're like really damn good at PVM in both games, right? Like
I mean, I am one of the few that has completed every single combat achievement in both games. So
Okay.
I've been around the block a bit. It's fair
Okay.
to say.
Sweet. That's really good because I think that for myself, like I've played RuneScape 3, but I've never really done PVM before, and that's like a big part of what I'm looking at. And so, yeah, looking at these combat relics and stuff, like it's interesting to see how they kind of compare and like which ones are strong and stuff. And obviously, necromancy completely untouched by I think a lot of people. So that'll be fun to talk about. Before we
Mhm.
get into it, I did want to ask kind of your like opinions on like the tier 5 like passives. Mainly I'm interested in the like you're able to do Vorkath and a Masket. Is that like something you'll even be doing at tier 5? Like it seems like that's a little early, but I don't know how hard these bosses are.
Yeah, so the interesting thing about Vorkath in particular, keep this on the down low, but it has a story mode where in it you take 90% reduced damage, so it's basically free. And combined with a 20% hit chance on tier 1, you can actually kill it, somewhat early if you're perhaps necromancy oriented. And the big thing why that's important is if you have a blue dragon or an undead or a generic dragon slayer task, it is for some reason worth 31,000 slayer XP. So when you combine that with the leagues multipliers,
Okay,
it
I
starts to
see.
get a little bit silly.
All right, yeah.
And yeah, quite a good strat for slayer, believe it or not.
And then the other thing was for the ancient curses. Like I never got to use Soul Split. I know Soul Split is uh kind of like the most important thing in RuneScape 3, right? That's kind of what I'm getting at. Is
Oh,
it
it's
just going to
very good,
be
yes.
like is it going to be a situation where like you hit tier 5 and you're just using ancient curses forever now?
Oh yeah, you're not going to be going back. Like I'm also really surprised that they took that long to unlock them. Like I'm very confused why like ancient magic spellbook is tier 6 and like ancient curses are tier 5. Like it should at the very least be the other way around, and ideally a bit earlier as well. So I'm a little perplexed at the decision making. It doesn't really make much sense. But yeah, you do need, what is it, like 91, 92 per hour or something for Soul Split, and then ideally 95 for the damage prayers as well. So it is quite a hefty requirement, because technically before that point, ancient curses are actually not very good. You're actually better off on the normal spellbook with like your piety and stuff like that. So I guess it kind of makes sense that curses are a bit later, but ancient magics being there at tier 6 makes no sense at all. It should be like tier 3 or 4.
Yeah, I thought I read that wrong too. So maybe the post isn't accurate or something, but yeah, it'll be weird to see
Yeah,
because
I think it's just a
I had
baffling
the other way
decision.
around. Yeah.
Because, like, if you're looking at it with, like, a quest point of view, like, you unlock ancient spells before you unlock curses. Like,
Right,
just quest
yeah.
order. So, like, why is it this way around here? It makes no sense at all. But what can you do?
I'm also curious because this is like something from I liked in like the last leagues was that I felt like you could start combat a lot earlier with old school RuneScape leagues. And when I saw that it was
Yes.
tier 5, I was like, man, am I really going to be skilling for like 10,000 points before I get into combat? So kind of like what do you feel about that?
Yeah, I have some qualms. I'm not gonna lie. I am a little bit disappointed in the relic passives. Like the only combat relic passive is on tier 1, which increases your hit chance by 20%, which
Mhm.
is quite good. Admittedly, that is quite good. But like all the individual combat things at tier 5, which I'll get into later, like they all say grant you double adrenaline with this combat style. Like, why is that not just a relic passive? Because then when you're using your non-main combat style, like it's still going to feel like leagues. But if you have to have only one good style, like the rest of them will just feel so bad, and I'm really disappointed in that. Like I think they could have done so much stuff in these tiers. Like they could have had, hey, tier 2, you do 20% more damage just in general. You maybe take 20% less. You maybe build more adrenaline. Like your cooldowns are reduced. Like you could save ammo and runes. You could save gear degradation, like stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff they could have done, and they just didn't. And it's a real shame because a lot of it is just like a numbers tweak. So like it's not like they had to go out and develop some brand new from scratch special item. No, it's literally just numbers and variables that the player character already has. and I am very disappointed that they didn't tweak them at all.
Yeah. When it comes to like, because you mentioned like, I usually call it like on style and off style, where like on obviously you're gonna want to use the relic that you pick, and I'm glad we can kind of talk about the broader combat first before we kind of get into it a little bit more specific. But like how important are multiple styles in RuneScape 3? Because I remember doing Ulm with melee relic, and I think I just crashed out and like quit that day because it was awful. And I'm curious, I'm curious, like, can you just like force one style for everything, basically?
Yeah, so in RS3, there really aren't any hard locked, you have to use multiple style bosses. There are a couple of bosses that are immune to other styles, but that's really, it's like legit 2 or 3 or something. So yeah, there is no boss in the game that requires hybrid. In the main game though, like the meta strategies, like the high level meta strategies do involve hybriding. Usually mage and melee, but sometimes range and melee, and sometimes even mage, range, and melee. And then your entire invent is just switches, which is quite familiar with old school. But yeah, we've got a lot more buttons to press in RS3, so it gets quite complicated when you implement more styles. But yeah, if you have just one combat style here, you can do like 98% of the things in the game. You're not like locked out. There's no like special phase that prays against the combat style like Ulm does.
Gotcha.
Like, I guess it doesn't pray, but like the hands, you know what I mean.
Yeah, speaking of like buttons to press, for me, I played like Revolution plus plus, so I basically didn't press a single button ever.
Yeah.
I think I did defensives sometimes, and I also didn't do very many bosses. So, like, I guess like from your perspective, I guess like how mandatory do you think like learning like manual or learning all that stuff will be compared to just like Revolution, letting all your actions go through? I know Legacy mode is supposed to be pretty bad, right?
Yeah, don't use Legacy.
Okay.
But yeah, Revolution versus manual. You definitely want to be on Revolution to start with while I get used to things. And I probably would recommend Necromancy if you're unfamiliar, because they've actually done it as like a modern day, hey, you just unlocked this ability. Here's what it does. Please read me. And then you can, just read that. You're like, aha, I can use this with this ability because it makes this one stronger. And it makes a lot more sense. But all you have to do is just read read the pop-up and remember what it said. You can't really go wrong with Necromancy on that regard. The other styles, apart from Necromancy, melee, mage, and range, they don't have that same streamlined process. So coming into RS3, especially from like an old school perspective, like the other styles will be probably quite overwhelming, and chances are you're gonna accidentally tremendously grief yourself because the onboarding with combat and the other styles is not great. So for that, I would recommend Necromancy, and like Revolution is fine. But you will probably kind of find with Necromancy that you end up doing quite a lot of things manually as you kind of learn the style a bit more, like work out which abilities synergize and stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, and then before we get into the relics, I'm actually, because I want to learn the rotations. Like I played WoW before, so like I'm used to like rotational gameplay and stuff. It's more so just like actually taking the time to learn it. Like how do you actually like where do you learn to do that?
Well, it varies a little bit, boss by boss, I suppose. But one resource that we have with RS3 is a thing called the PVM Encyclopedia. They've got a website and a Discord, and they have everything. Like they have like low level strategies, like AFK strategies. They've got higher level strategies, like super optimal strategies. Like they tell you press these abilities in this order, and it will work, basically.
Okay. Cool.
Which sounds easy if you're trying to copy it exactly one for one, especially on the higher end. It does get very complicated, and you will mess up. But yeah, they have mathed out absolutely everything. It's amazing, big community project. So that's a general very good place to look at. But I suppose in general, like each style has like a few things that are quite good to do. Although I don't know if we'll unlock them straight away in leagues here. But like with magic, for example, you want to make sure you're kind of building up your adrenaline to cast your sunshine ability, because that makes you do more damage for 30 seconds. That's quite nice. Same thing with range for death swiftness, just increase damage while you're in it. And what melee, you've got a big ability called Berserk, which does a similar kind of thing, but you take more damage during that as well, so you've got to be a little bit careful. Necromancy's got a thing called Living Death, which makes you do more damage. So like generally you're building up towards your stronger abilities and just using those. But yeah, it can be a bit tricky as well to
Cool.
pick the right thing. Like magic has a thing called Greater Concentrated Blast. That's a basic ability. You want to use that like all the time. So yeah, each
Is
style is
that
a
the
bit
like
different.
G-Conk, G-Rico that I've been seeing? Is that all? Is that stuff?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, Greater Conk, Greater Ricochet are incredibly good. One's from Karapak and one's from Raksha.
So I think there's no surprise that there's like kind of two stinkers and two better ones. I'd actually like to start with let's start with melee and necro. I kind of want to hear those first, and then I could probably talk about the other two after that. So yeah, melee I think is super popular. A lot of people are gravitating towards it. So yeah, if you want to go through those and just kind of tell me what you think and basically how good it actually is, because I don't really know.
Yeah, sure. So melee is definitely the relic of the four that gives you the most increased power. It changes things quite a bit. Like your attack range is increased by 1, where like some bosses they do punish you a little bit or behave a bit differently if you're within melee distance. So being able to attack from 1 step back, and that could even be 2 steps back if you have a halberd style weapon, that can actually be really useful for just avoiding any melee based nasty mechanics. Melee is also the only one that has its base damage increased as well. And apparently, like, this is quite good. Apparently, like, a tier 60 weapon, like, the plus 500 damage basically makes it a tier 90 weapon, when including, like, the 100% hit chance as well. So that is really quite good. Like, 500 doesn't sound like much, but apparently it's an absolute ton. So that is going to be really nice. You got double adrenaline, that's pretty standard. And the other one is, yeah, melee heals you for 10% of the damage dealt, which is quite nice, especially because with that Berserk ability I mentioned earlier, you do take more damage during that. So being able to heal a bunch at the same time is actually really quite nice. And melee, especially later on, like you're hitting a lot of big numbers. Like it's not uncommon to hit a bunch of 30Ks with a couple of abilities. So that's like a 3,000 heal, or probably times 2 actually. It's like a 6,000 heal. That's over. Yeah, it's like half your HP coming back from one ability. And that's not including any heals you'd have if you had Soul Split on at the same time for that healing as well. So melee, it is very good. It does come with a caveat though, I would say. Melee requires... I would say melee in leagues here will require prior knowledge of all the bosses in the game, unless you are happy with kind of slamming your head against the wall and possibly getting frustrated. So I would say melee is not a style to pick for newer players. Like I would say melee is the way to go if you are kind of on like the upper end of players. If you played RS3 for a while, you've done, maybe like 1,000% in each of the enraged bosses, like stuff like that. Like you've got to really be comfy with all of the bosses. Otherwise, you are going to struggle in places, and you may do more damage if you picked a different style, such as necromancy, which I can go on to next.
Yeah, is that mostly just because of like movement restrictions and like where you are?
Yeah, it's partly movement restrictions. It's partly doing damage in general can be a little tricky sometimes. I guess that's partly due to movement. And the fact you take more damage as well, like it's easier to die with melee. And any bosses that have I guess it's movement, like the area of effect attacks on the floor, like they've gravitated towards squares quite a bit recently, like really big squares on the floor that you've got to dodge. So like dodging those while also maintaining your damage is somewhat tricky. So if you are newer to that and you don't understand the bosses, that you're going to be just accidentally losing a ton of damage. Where if you were attacking from range with a different combat style, not that I'm recommending using range, but just attacking from a distance with another combat style, it would be easier to dodge and you wouldn't lose out on your damage because you're just attacking from afar.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's a kind of sounds like Gauntlet. That's like my best like comparison. Where like Halberd there is like it's good, but it's the range or the the
Yeah,
bow or the
exactly.
staff
Yeah,
are
then
like
you got to
so
watch
much more
out.
easier to just like turn your brain off and just attack the boss. So
Yeah, like those tornadoes come and get you and you get punished by that. Yeah, absolutely. That's actually a very good comparison.
And then yeah, so let's go into necromancy because I'm sure a lot of people have questions on that. I've played with it a little bit before, so I definitely feel you on that. It's like it feels like it was designed very well to be like a good beginner like pick up and use. So I guess if you want to give me the rundown on that.
Yeah, sure. So necromancy is the one that I would recommend to 95% of people playing Leagues. Like the other 5% are the ones that I'd recommend melee, who are kind of a bit more advanced with the game, maybe kind of already have done all their necromancy stuff in the main game. But yes, necromancy I would recommend to the vast majority of people, combined with the Ascension Relic of tier 7. So yeah, necromancy, you can do every boss in the game with necromancy. It has single target, it has AoE, it has stuff that does damage for you, it has a bit of range. You've got some distance from your bosses and your mobs. Like you can do many Slayer tasks as well, for example, without you don't need prayer, you don't need like potions really. I mean, it helps to have potions obviously, but like you don't need anything that isn't necromancy basically. Like every ability is taught to you if you read the toolbox, which you should. All of the upgrades are instantly unlocked as well with necromancy. Like there's some like necromancy incantations they're called. On the picture it says all abilities, but it means incantations. So those are really nice.
Is that going to be weird having all those from the start? Because you mentioned that like it slowly builds the abilities.
Yeah.
Like, is it going to be weird having like? Yeah, I'm thinking like you just kept 20 available to you right at the start. It's
it's going to
seems
be a
weird.
little odd. I think they do have level requirements. I will actually have to look, but yes. But there are only like a couple of ones that you really need to think about. One of them is a spell called Darkness. That's level 86 though, so that's quite high. But if you cast that, which remember you've got a 95% chance to save ectoplasm and runes, which is really good. So like you'll barely have to do upkeep, where normally there's at least a little bit of upkeep in main game. But what that spell does is for the next 12 minutes, you will just dodge 20% of the attacks against you. Like they will just miss. So this actually does work with every combat style as well. Like you can cast that darkness spell on any style, but yeah, you'll be taking 20% less damage from that. You've also got some conjures, which your necromancy spirits, they do 25% more damage, and one of them in particular is a ghosty, and the ghosty, basically the damage that it does, it heals you by. So you get an absolute ridiculous amount of health. Like it's honestly like having a second soul split.
Gotcha. Okay.
So you've got so yeah, you're dodging damage. You have an initial soul split with your prayers. You have a second soul split basically with your ghosty. So any damage that most bosses do, you can very happily just shrug off. And this is kind of especially important early game, admittedly pre-soul split. But necromancy has so much more sustain than every other combat style combined. Like you can do things so much earlier with necromancy due to its sustain. It does a lot of damage for you. With your ghosties, it's got some really good abilities. It's got some good special attacks. Well, a good special attack, I suppose. You only get one really at tier 70, but like the abilities are taught to you. And there's a nice pathway to upgrade your gear. You basically go to this NPC and she's like, "Hey, go and kill this thing with necromancy, and then get a drop from it, and then bring it back, and then you can make your next tier of gear." So you can get all the way up to tier 90 with that, and with that you can do every boss in the game.
Gotcha. I know that there's like a
Um,
split at tier 70 of like tank armor and power armor. I'm assuming you
Yes.
just go power armor for leagues, right? Like,
So the tank armor tasks are easier, is
okay.
the thing. So the actual play for leagues, I would say, is you'd actually go tank armor path. You wouldn't actually worry too much about the armor though. The thing you'll focus on is the weapons. Because each tier you get to unlock those weapons, and what you could do is you get your tier 90 weapons. Honestly, you could even do tier 80, to be honest. But after that, and because all of the souls are unlocked in the necromancy talent tree, you can actually pretty much just go and do Raziel, who is the final necromancy boss, and he drops an entire set, weapons and armor, tier 95. And that makes your, like, when you get that, obviously with the drop rate buffs, it shouldn't be too bad. And with the power-ups you have as well, it should be at least a little bit easier to take down. But with his armor, what that does is per piece worn, your conjures do 7% more damage. So you get 35% more damage on your minions from the armor, plus 25% more from the relic. Like, they are going to be hitting like absolute trucks. So basically, you don't even need to know what you're doing. You can just like let your dudes do a lot of the work half the time.
The biggest thing I'm always thinking of is just like making sure you're still doing damage. That's why like the whole rotation sometimes scare me because I'm like, man, I feel like I'm just gonna panic, spend all my time just dodging and stuff. And I think it'll be fun. It'll be fun to kind of learn that. And nah, but I agree with you. I feel like necromancy is definitely like the most beginner friendly, and I'm really glad people are like genuinely pushing it as like, listen, if you just want to do everything, the progression path looks super straightforward. I like that skip though, the tier 90. That's really clever. That's cool. Okay, the spirits being 25% larger, is that just like a meme? Is it actually
That's
doing
just a
anything?
meme thing,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. I was wondering. I'm like,
Everyone was surprised at that. Like, we
yeah,
were
it's
like, does it mean 25% longer? Like, lasting
that's what I
longer? But
thought
no,
too. Yeah.
they are just cosmetically bigger for fun.
Okay. All right.
So...
The
oh,
other
hang on.
two.
One more thing
Oh, go
about
ahead,
Necro, actually, that I forgot to mention is, yeah, the upgrade path is very simple. It does like sort of end at Raziel for leagues. However, there are a lot of tasks that involve like equipping a weapon or equipping an armor from various bosses. So you can kind of still chase unlocks that way, but there really aren't many other ones that are directly necromancy related that you'll be wanting to use in the rest of the game, but there will be ones that you'll want to go for other styles for the various tasks.
Almost wonder if like people won't like that because like it's too straightforward. But I think that might be I don't know if that's like a me personal thing where like I like having a lot of upgrades from a lot of different bosses.
Yeah, I quite like it as well. It's like dopamine chasing everywhere. But yeah, here with necromancy, it does currently just kind of end with Raziel for the most part. There are like a couple of things, but one of them is made completely redundant because of the 100% hit chance thing.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I just remember in like Leagues 4, I basically like speed ran a shadow and then just walked around the map like I was a god and just killed everything, which was fun in its own way, but it's definitely definitely kind of missed having like a bunch of different upgrades. So it might be something to consider.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the next two, I read these and I was pretty disappointed because I felt like I was missing like something. So magic and ranged. uh, Am I missing something, or are they just like,
They're not great. I'm
yeah.
not gonna lie. They're not great. Like the magic one almost sounds good, where it says magical crit damage is increased by 50%. Like that sounds good, right?
Mhm.
Like, oh, 50%, that's a big number. But the problem is, critical strike damage is not valued anywhere near as much as critical strike chance. And the problem with that is that in order to get critical strike chance, you've got to go through a bit of a gauntlet of upgrades. So like ideally for crit chance, you would want to get the tectonic armor and upgrade it to elite tectonic. That means you've got to do a significant amount of Virago because you need a bunch of the energies that he drops in order to make tectonic. And then you've got to go to Elite Dungeons 2 and get, I think it's 840 energies, and you average 15 per run. And that's like a long time average as well. So that there's like normally you get like 4 or 8 or like 20 or something, and then occasionally you get like 100, and then very, very, very rarely you get 200. Like I'm talking like 1 in 500 kind of rare. So yeah, you've got to do all that, and then you need to also unlock Ancient Summoning to get a Calgarian Demon for that crit buff. You also need a Grimoire from Solak, but if you're taking Mage, you would 100% pick Ascension anyway, so the Grimoire thing is actually skipped, which is quite nice. So that's pretty cool. So that's a big skip there, and I feel like there's one more thing, but oh yeah, you also got to get a Fractured Staff of Armadyl from Karapak, which I mean that might not be too bad actually. But that's when magic begins. Is like magic begins when you get like the late game legendary weapon. It's called. It's honestly a similar power jump from like Sang to Shadow in old school.
Okay.
Going from no Fracture Staff of Armadyl to having one, like that's when magic changes. But it wants crit chance to be good. And the fact that there are no passives anywhere, like not on the relic passives, not on this magic one, there's nothing for crit chance. It's really sad because like if there was like plus 25% crit chance, like magic is suddenly incredibly competitive with melee and necromancy, and it is absolutely easier to use than melee. So this would be like my next recommendation after necromancy, or would be if it had that crit chance. But because it doesn't, unfortunately it ends up being a little bit dead in my opinion. So I would not recommend picking magic for anyone, unfortunately, which is honestly a really sad thing because I like magic. It is like one of my favorite styles, like top two styles. I've always liked mage, but unfortunately here it's just not good enough.
Yeah, and I think like the chance to save runes, I mean that's almost like that should be baseline. Right? Like that's how I see it.
Yeah,
right?
like this stuff, like that should not be on the magic relic. That should be on just a relic tier, like as a passive.
Right.
Like all of these style specific ones, like they could be so much cooler. Like what if with magic, or even like any of them, doesn't have to be magic, but like magic makes a lot of sense. Like if you pulled out a trick and you managed to fire off your ability twice, 10% of the time. Or 20% of the time. It's like 20% of the time you fired a double ability. Like that would be way cooler than whatever this is.
Yeah, or just like I was thinking maybe there's just something that interacts more with crit, like you have like 100% crit buff or something. But
No,
like, yeah, I don't know.
nothing like that, unfortunately. Yeah, it's kind of funny as well because a Mascot just came out, and actually that drops armor, where the 5-piece effect, it actually does something that gives you 50% more critical strike damage on your next ability, but that is the full 5-piece set, and it's so undervalued that people actually just stop at the 4-piece and use a different piece of armor for the fifth slot. Like they don't even want that 50% crit damage on their ability. Like it's just not good.
That makes sense. Even I remember like playing like ARPGs and stuff. It was always like crit damage is useless until you have crit chance. So I feel that.
Exactly.
Okay, so speaking of ranged, this is also one of those that like I read it and I remember this. I felt like I was missing something again. Like I really felt like the single target hitting 9 enemies within one tile. It's like I don't know. Just is there any like, justification there?
It sounds like that part sounds good. I believe there are 0 use cases in actual bossing.
Okay, I was wondering if there's like a like a boss that has like multiple pieces or something like that you're like somehow able to all attack, but yeah, or like I don't know, maybe there's like
Literally
an
nothing
ad.
comes to mind.
Yeah, like
it's
an ad
really
wave or
sad.
something.
Like, I mean, arguably, like phase 5 Telos, you've got like a big monster in the middle, and then like 6 or so golems on the outside coming to get you. It's like that would work, but like, nah, like it's unfortunately really bad as well. And like, even if I would say, even if this relic had some like insane effects, I still wouldn't recommend range to anyone, honestly. Especially not someone who is newer to the game. Because range as a combat style is obscenely complicated at the top end. Because like the big goal with range is to get the Bow of the Last Guardian from Zamorak, and I swear you need a PhD in rangeology to understand it. Like, it is ridiculous. Like, if you play perfectly spreadsheet optimally, it is absolutely insane. If you make even the slightest mistake, you just griefed like 40% of your damage. Like for a while. Like it's crazy. And on top of that, you need to get like loads of different spec weapons in order to actually make range like properly good as well. So you have to do like you need like an Eldritch crossbow from Elite Dungeons 3, you need a dark bow from Slayer, you need a Zamorak bow from Clues, you need a Serengod bow from Telos. Like there's just so much crap that you need. And you also need like some ability upgrades, like that Greater Ricochet from Raksha, which like it's fine, but like there's just so much stuff if you want to kind of properly range. And range at a base level, like without all that stuff, it doesn't feel great. Like you need all the trimmings with range, but using all the trimmings is just atrociously complicated. So because of that, I would not recommend it to anyone at all, unfortunately. Like, it is necromancy all the way, or melee if you're in that 5%.
Yeah, I am curious about like, is there any like Slayer, like anything with Slayer or something that makes this good?
I mean, it's just going to be worse than necromancy and melee. Honestly, I feel like
Because a lot of them have like AOE abilities, anyways, right? Like, can't you just like
yeah.
melee? You just do the little like halberd swingy. I'm yeah,
Yeah,
obviously
that's
that's
right.
not very good. Or like the earthquake looking attack, yeah. So
Yeah, stuff like that. You just get a halberd and you can go swish swish and kill loads of stuff. Like magic, you've got quite a few AoEs as well. But the thing with range here is generally, if you're going to be slaying with range, you would use chinchompas.
yeah, that's what I thought too. I was like, wait, why didn't you just use Choppas anyways? Like,
And that is, yeah, it's essentially the same effect, I believe. Like, I'm pretty sure that is just, you're essentially using chinchompas. Like, that's what this effect is. And if you're using if this is simulating chinchompas, then why not just use chinchompas, you know? Because the thing with RS3 and chinchompas is if you are exclusively using abilities and you're not auto-attacking, which is different, you actually don't use any chinchompas at all. Like, if your guy is permanently casting abilities, it will not use up a single chinchompa. Like you could do, if you made sure not to lose one, like 0 to 200 mil range and Slayer without using a single chinchompa. Like, you could have one and it would last you the entire time if you played properly. Which is, it would be manual gameplay to make that happen, not auto retaliate, because auto retaliate would throw the chinchompas and you'd lose it. But yeah, like
yep,
it's basically useless. Essentially,
that's
is what I'm
totally
trying
fair.
to say.
Yeah, and I don't think I've seen anybody with a different take on that. It looks pretty bad. So
it's quite unfortunate, honestly. Like, it really is. Like, I think they severely undercooked with the combat part of this leagues, and I'm quite disappointed, especially because like a lot of the changes could just be numbers changes. Like, if they want something easy and quick to implement, like the characters variables, damage taken, damage dealt, charges, like just crit chance, crit damage, like they could tweak all of these as relic passives very easily, but they just didn't.
I am curious, what is like the ultimate chase weapon for every single style, like real quick, regardless of if you pick the relic or not. I'm just kind of curious what's like the T-bow, the shadow equivalent.
Okay. So necromancy, you'll have those RsStormy weapons that I mentioned earlier. That is very, very good. There's also technically a weapon from a Mascot as well. That's a main-handed necromancy weapon, but honestly, RsStormy weapons are the chase weapons and armor as well, all from there. Melee, you're looking for the Exekill from hard mode Zuck. That is very, very cool. Does a lot of damage. And then magic, you'll absolutely be looking for the Fractured Staff of Armadil from Karapak. It's definitely the thing there. And then range, you got the Bow of Last Guardian from Zamorak.
Now, if I could have you just rank them all, 1 star to 5 star, basically.
I'm ranking range as 1 star, just as a combat style and as a leagues buff. Like, it's, yeah, please don't pick range. Like, you will not have a good time. It's horrendous to get everything working properly with range. Like, you know, like I have a lot of combat achievements done. I'm bad at range. Like, it's insane. Like, the people that are actually good at range are insane. I can't do that. And then after that, I'm gonna give magic like a 3 star. Like, it's like a little bit better and a bit more usable, but yeah, it's not great. It's very mid. It's very, very mid. Like, possibly even a 2.5 star instead of 3, actually. Like, it could have more juice, but it just kind of doesn't. And then as for necromancy and melee, honestly, I think they can share a 5 star. Personally, depending on the type of player you are. Like, if you are newer to the game, it probably isn't a 5 star. Like, it's probably more of a 4.
For melee, right?
Yeah, for melee.
Okay, just checking.
It's more of a 4, but yeah, if you're more experienced at the game and you know how the bosses work, you know how melee works, it is absolutely a 5 star. And, you know, it probably is the most powerful combat relic. With that being said, necromancy, like, because of its accessibility, its AoE damage, you know, I guess accessibility and versatility, it is absolutely a 5 star, and absolutely 95% of people should pick necromancy, especially if you have a goal of kind of trying all of the bosses in the game. You will absolutely be able to do that with necromancy, and I'd recommend that.
Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion. And like, I think for a lot of people, including myself, that's like what we want. So try out a bunch of different bosses. So I hope people get a chance
That's
to,
what Leagues
do
is
that.
for, right?
Yeah. I mean, I did my first Inferno in old school and like Shattered Relics League back in the day, and then a year later, like I had that, like, you know, because I had seen the fights and stuff, I got to like learn it, so it helped me.
Oh, it's way better when you got that experience. Yeah.
I'm excited to do the same with all these bosses and stuff, even though I feel like I won't have like a frame of reference for how much I'm getting carried by the relics. You know, I'll be curious to see how much the power
carried by the relics or carried by necromancy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that's the question.
I walk up, like Ascension just procs 75 times, you know, and boss just dies.
Dude, that Godbook is going to be so good. Also, guys,
I'm excited.
Please, if you're unsure, pick Godbook. Do not pick prayer. I swear. Please don't pick prayer. Godbook all the way.
Anything else? Any final thoughts or anything kind of like wanted to shout out, like what you've been up to? I know you've been doing like a bunch of the relic reveals, so I'm sure you have plenty to say about everything, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've got quite a nice pathway for myself through the relic pathway.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I'm going to be going melee with the specialist relic, which I would only recommend if you kind of know what you're doing. But for me, that one sounds like it has the most customizable fun with all the spec weapons and messing around with those. I'm really tempted by Ascension, which I think is more average fun, but I think the specialist one peaks higher on the fun scale for me. So it just barely wins out. So if you guys want to see a bit of that, then, well, you can find me somewhere, probably.
Yeah. I'm so excited to watch that, because I actually felt the exact same way, where I was like, dude, melee plus specialist probably is going to be like the most fun, but I'm like too bad at the game to like know how to do it off the rip. So I don't want to like lock myself out of like a different relic that's a bit more like plug and play. Just does stuff for
Yeah,
you.
exactly. Like if you're bad at the game, Ascension is gonna do you so much better because like having the game basically do damage for you is quite nice.
Thanks again for the information. Honestly, it's really cool to see, you know, the differences and stuff. And like I don't think I could ask for a better person to talk about this relic tier, honestly. So it really means a
Thanks. I
lot to have
appreciate
you
it.
come through and chat about it. So, you know, happy leagues next week. It'll be fun to see what everyone's up
Yes,
to.
absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully you are as well, and everyone watching. It's gonna be a blast.
Next up, ChevalricRS to talk about tier 6.
Yeah.
I'm excited about this one. I think it's a
Have
cool
you heard
tier.
have you heard takes yet where you're like, didn't think about it that way because I'm not that familiar with RuneScape 3 or not yet?
Okay, it's funny because I think this always happens during league season is something will come out. So I remember like Perfection came out and I was like, okay, well, this is obviously busted as hell.
Mhm.
And then I see people who are like, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. It's completely trash. Like nobody needs this. And then as things go on, it's like it completely flips, and everybody like is like, "Oh, actually, yeah, it is insane." And it's really funny, I think, to see how people's assessment of stuff changes over time, especially right now, because I actually don't know what I'm talking about for a lot of this. So it is sort of
Yeah.
like I am kind of going off vibes.
It's funny because like even me, like with the teleport relic, I was like, oh yeah, that Assassin's Insight, that's the easy pick. And everyone flamed me for it. Then like a
Yeah.
day later, everyone was like, oh yeah, Assassin's pick is best in slot. I'm like, I said that yesterday, guys, because the other two are easily obtainable. Like, what are you on about?
Okay, so before we actually talk about these, 'cause
Yes.
I'm sure there's a lot to talk about. I actually want to first just kind of get your ideas on the passive effects for the tier. So like, um, I think it's the Ancient Magics, Lunar Magics unlocked, Saren spells unlocked, and the Ring of Vigor, which I don't know what that is.
Yeah. I mean, I think that the spells themselves, like getting Lunars doesn't take that long. Like even in old school, it doesn't take that long. I mean, we don't have click blue and turn brain off, unfortunately, but even with reading the wiki, I don't think it's that bad. Plus the quest rewards would be good, but the ancient spells, especially because we have like a second set of ancient spells versus old school. Because in old school you just have like your shadow barrages, your ice barrages, and the teleports. But we also have spells like Animate Dead and Smoke Cloud and all sorts of other random stuff that honestly, even I don't know half the spells that are in the spellbook. I just use 2 of them. And that's Animate Dead, which if you use Magic Tank Armor, you get buffed a little bit extra. And Smoke Cloud, which just gives you extra crit chance. The rest, I have no clue what it does. So I guess that's nice because if I remember correctly, you need to do a whole lot of quests usually for it, get high levels, and it's just a whole big annoyance. I think you even need to complete like some sort of archaeology mystery for it. So it's just a whole complicated path to it. So it's smart that they do it with that, but with the Lunars, I'm like, could have given that one earlier. And what was the other one? The Ring of Vigor. The Ring of Vigor passive, the Ring of Vigor pretty much, whenever you do like a big ability in RuneScape, like the ultimate abilities, you have some ability or adrenaline left over when you wear the Ring of Vigor. And it used to be a switch that the nerds would take, but everyone was just complaining about Switchscape for rings, which is just cringe, let's be honest.
Yeah, that's fair.
So they made it into a passive, which it's good. I think that's what it does, by the way. Like I'm yapping about that, but the thing is with a lot of combat, like I can do all the bosses, right? But I just know I need to click these buttons, and like I don't actually know what everything does.
Yeah. No, I think that's fair. It's like a lot of the stuff that you kind of take for granted after you played it for like, you know, years and years.
Yeah, we got it right.
Is that it?
After an ultimate ability is used, 10% adrenaline will be retained. However, the appropriate amount of adrenaline needed cast a given ultimate ability is still required. So yeah, you still need 100% adrenaline to cast it, but you just have 10% left over, which is nice to build up to whatever else you're building up to next.
Yeah.
Which will sound alien to old school players.
Yeah, a little bit. I think it's gonna be it'll be fun to. I'm like kind of, you know, pretty inexperienced with PVM. That's like the one aspect I haven't done like at all. So for me, that's like definitely the biggest thing that I'm sort of like kind of trying to get into, trying to take a look at, and then, you know, I'm like, do I want to, you know, start learning manual? Do I want to start messing around with that? I think it'll be fun though. I'm excited for my first
Honestly,
bosses.
like the best thing that I could recommend any old school player is what I do. For example, with Necromancy, I have my basic abilities, so the abilities that build the adrenaline, like Revolution does it for it. So automatically, I just always build Adrenaline, and then the actual powerful abilities I press the buttons for. So I have control over the actual damage output, but whenever I need to eat or dodge a mechanic, I still will do some damage by just Revolution because it's just so much more chill. And I think that's the best way to play, even for like 80% of actual RuneScape 3 players.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have the feeling that like, you know, you have like 10 different abilities that you're like playing a
Constantly
keyboard
pressing.
on, but
Yeah.
I think it's probably like a lot less, right? Like it's in terms of actual big buttons that you're hitting, it's probably not as much, right?
Honestly, if anything, like even in the video that I made, like the best way to explain it is like you have abilities that give adrenaline and then that take adrenaline, but they do more damage. And that's pretty much a TLDR of it. Like, just know which ones do damage, and you will see visually what they do if they hit multiple targets, or if they stun a target, or if they do whatever. Like, that will happen because I feel like a lot of old school players looking at RuneScape 3 think that they have to learn everything.
Mhm.
But then again, I have a trimmed completion escape. I don't know what 90% of the abilities do. I could do all combat encounters, so I think people will be fine.
I think I played on Revolution Plus Plus, which like automatically
Yeah.
casts all the big ones too. I definitely want to scale from that though, because
Yeah.
I and to me when I played it that way, I felt like it was essentially indistinguishable from old school RuneScape. I just copied a rotation like guide that not a guide,
Yeah.
but just like put these buttons in this order
Yes.
and you're good. And it's literally feels like you're playing old school RuneScape. It's just you're a little flashier. So
Yeah, there's some crazy ones where you can even put like defensive abilities, and then people have like calculated how like everything queues up after each other, and then when an actual mechanic happens where you need to do something, the defensive that you would normally have to manually press gets automatically pressed. I'm like, I have no idea how you guys figured this out, but
yep.
whatever.
Yeah,
That's really
RuneScape
cool to
gamers are
do.
gamers. They'll figure it out. We like drill the game down to such fundamentals. Um,
It baffles
so
me, honestly.
so let's talk about the relics. These are, I think, two of the coolest relics, and I'm
Yeah.
kind of curious. Anything you want to start with first?
The thing is with this one, I feel like this one is the biggest trap for old school players. Because they will see Banker's Note and think in old school terms of like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go DKs, or oh, I'm gonna go, I don't know, God Wars Dungeon, and have supplies, or even not even with those, because I do think that a lot of old school players know that the older bosses are very easy in RuneScape 3 now,
Mhm.
relatively easy, and they think about it in like, oh, if I do the hard RuneScape 3 bosses, I have more supplies, but quite frankly, there's so many things, like combat-wise at least, where you get healed from. Like you have the Soul Split Curse, which, especially if you pick the tier 7, what's it called? Everlasting Faith one, you just get healed so much from just outputting damage. And that is something you just have in the main game as well. Just your self-sustain. Plus, everything just doesn't hit that hard if you do it right. And obviously there is a learning curve with it, but with most bosses the learning curve isn't that big, and I barely use food at combat encounters, so even if you use a little bit of food at combat encounters, you probably still have enough food. And if you don't have enough food, you bring like a pack yak that can store another whole inventory of food if you really need it. And I think that's like one of the things that a lot of people think of. And the other thing is like the prolonged trips. But in RuneScape 3, we have War's Retreat, where it's like pretty much like a PVM hub, where if you get your first kill, you can attune one of the portals to that boss you got the kill of, and you just spawn in front of the door. So you just teleport out, bank, teleport back. Which it sucks with God Wars because you still do get KC, but besides that, it's
Oh,
like
I don't know. Have they said anything about removing God Wars Dungeon, Casey?
no, I don't think so, because since we got combat achievements, I think it's tier 2. Give you no KC at God Wars anymore.
Okay. Yeah, that'll be
So I think it's not really needed.
what about like longer like endurance tests? So like in the big ones, I think especially in old school is like Inferno, obviously Colosseum, and then like raids.
So I mean, we have a raid, which it just really sucks. Plus, there's a bank in between, so you don't really have to worry
Mhm.
about it. And our Inferno or our Zuck encounter, it would be nice, but I feel like if you have the skill level to go there, you also have the skill level to have enough supplies left over once you get at Zuck. Plus, we have a checkpoint system. So if you want to get your Zuck capes in RuneScape 3, you need to do a Zuck run from wave 1 till, I think it's only like wave 14 or something, or wave 12. It's not that far. And you have to do it from scratch till the end without dying, without teleporting out, just like a perfect run. However, you can teleport out when you're learning. So, for example, you can get to Zuck and then just teleport out, practice Zuck. And then once you're familiar with Zuck, you can, put the both two parts, like surviving the waves and Zuck together and then go from there. So it could be useful for that. But then again, PVM wise, that's probably the only time you would use it, like realistically. And otherwise, like, you just teleport out and try again.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, because I know for like Inferno is, it's 69 waves. So
Yeah.
getting to Zuck, getting one shot, and then being like,
Yep.
okay, well, I guess I'll spend another hour in there. Like that always is the worst thing. And I know, like, for me, that was a big thing. That's actually like that helped me a lot with my Inferno attempts, was using Bankers. Now that's the only reason why I asked, because I think for those specific things it's pretty popular, and I don't want to wipe on like wave 10 have to start all over again just to get to the final boss. So that's cool.
I'm very happy that they did that, because I absolutely despise wave content. It took me till my group Ironman to get my fire cape, because I'm so not used. I hate the old school timing with flicking, because especially with the older encounters, it is so random. Like, some are exactly on the animation, like with Cerberus, for example, and then Jet, you have a little bit of time, but you still don't have all the time. And the new encounters are all hit based or like projectile based. Like, I hate that. Like, I mean, I have a visual impairment, so I struggle to see like some of the animations as well, and the sound effects, especially with the older bosses, don't line up. So I always like really hate. I would love for old school to just have impact prayers for everything, but I know that will never ever pass a poll.
Yeah, it's tough, because like there's also some things that like require it. There's like certain mechanics in old school that like kind of require it. But I think it's just because the game isn't like it's almost like it's just been built around that system, So, and they are moving, like, I think they are moving away to the more like what I call like sight readable. Like you can see what's killing you, and I think that's definitely pretty important. The other big thing I want to talk about Bankers Note, because I know a lot of people have mentioned this and stuff, was that like you don't really want to be using 500 sharks to get through PVM encounters.
No, because the thing is with sharks as well, because in RuneScape 3 you have solid food, and I don't think it's called liquid food, but I just only know just don't use solid food. And sharks is considered solid food, and that means that when you eat, you lose adrenaline. And in RuneScape 3, the more adrenaline you have, the more DPS you do. And especially with Soul Split that heals you, the more DPS you do, the more you heal. So, like, long term, you're able to do more healing and more damage if you know when to eat and when to do damage. And that's why people use brews and blubberfishes. Blubberfishes are not considered solid food. It's kind of like Karum ones in RuneScape 3. They're kind of like combo foods.
Right.
Where you just you eat a blubber and take a sip of your Sarah brew to restore yourself and not lose adrenaline instead of using a shark. Yeah, that's where it gets that's where it gets techie.
well, okay. The reason why I'm laughing about this is so I don't know how much. So I'm planning on going Animal Wrangler and Banker's Note. That's been my plan, and just catch like a million jellyfish.
Oh.
And I'm just gonna spam eat jellyfish. Like, my life depends on, because literally I think my life will depend on it. So
What's going to be your last relic though? Because that's where it
I
depends.
don't know yet. I'm not 100% sure. I might go Ascension. We'll see.
Because I think you're underestimating yourself. Like, even as a non-experienced like PVMer, like, especially with the amount of damage you're going to be putting out with whatever. Wait, what style are you going to be picking?
Ranged.
You're making it so difficult for yourself.
I know. It's listen. I want to use bows. I like bows.
I mean, we have some good bows.
I know lifesteal is really broken, and I feel like that's like the biggest thing that I've been thinking about, is just like lifesteal is so good in leagues, and I think that to me is, and especially because like your damage is also so much higher, and lifesteal scales with your damage. So like I think
Yeah.
I kind of agree with you there that like I don't think like food is as much of a issue, especially if it takes away adrenaline. Like that to me is like the big thing I didn't
Yeah.
consider really. And I was like, okay, well, I mean, do I
It's
want to
something
be
the
just
game
like
also
dumping?
doesn't tell you, which is the issue.
Yeah.
Like you see it happening, but you probably don't realize that that's happening. And it took me until I started streaming years ago, and PVM don't stream, and people are like, why are you eating sharks? And I was like,
Mhm.
because they heal me.
Yeah, exactly. That's 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 what I got asked too. I was like, okay, why do you want to eat this many sharks? I'm like, oh, because they heal.
Yeah, exactly. And then they were like, but use blue blubber. So I typed them in the Gretchen. I was like, they're 12k each. What do you mean
Right.
use blue blubbers? And they're like, trust me, you won't eat that much because you do more damage. And I was like, that makes no sense. I still need to eat because I get hit by mechanics. And then I tried and I was like, oh, actually, this makes sense.
Yeah. Also, people who have never played leagues before, I don't think they have any idea how much damage you actually do. Like stupid amounts of damage by the time
Yeah.
you're like fully max. It's like so ridiculous. Like the game is it's pretty silly when it becomes like yeah, you get some pretty fast kills on bosses. So
Especially once you get like like I think I saw some calculations from like the real PVM nerds of like melee. I think if you get like a tier 80 weapon melee, it will outclass the best in slot melee weapon in the main game without like any special attacks or without anything like really special added to it. Just like flat out, just using the buffs of the relic tier. So if that gives any perspective to anyone watching, I think people will be all right with damage.
yeah, I'm always I think people always underestimate how powerful you are. So
Yeah.
should be fun to see. I guess
And I
okay,
think-
so
Hmm?
or what were you
No, I
Was-
was just going to say about Bankers though, because there's also one other element if you
Mhm.
want to move into that.
that's what I was actually going to ask about, more like the I guess like skilling side of
Yeah.
things. And
Because with skilling, like, I think the one thing we are kind of forgetting is that you can open your bank anywhere from the world.
oh
Which-
yeah, that is pretty cool.
It's kind of cool, especially if you do questing, because then you don't have to fill up your inventory. You could be like, hey, is it in my bank? And then you realize it's not in your bank. But I do think that just with skilling as well, RuneScape 3 already has so many things that, especially banks your items. Like we have porters that you can make with divination that just bank everything that you gather from gathering skills.
Mhm.
So it's not worth for that. And then anything that porters doesn't apply to, you can make note paper, which you can infinitely make with perfection. So you kind of have like a budget version of Banker's Note. The only thing is that you cannot unnote your items. You still have to go to a bank for them. So that's like one thing. But what skill would you say would Banker's Note be really good for?
Rune crafting, that's the big one.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I could think of as well.
Yeah.
Like, is it worth to just pick for rune crafting? Because especially late game, I think our best rune crafting method, main game, is pushing like 600k experience an hour. So with a 16 times multiplier, you get 9.6 mil XP an hour. Is that quick maths? I think that makes sense.
Yep.
So I mean that is with all the like boosting stuff and having best in slot, but even without it, you're probably looking at like 6-7 million XP an hour. So it's like 2 hours to get 99.
So is there anything else with bankers? No, I guess like okay. Do you see any world where unnoting like in certain activities would be cool? Like I remember doing like pest control, and I would bring in all my potions, and I would just AFK pest control and just do herblore there.
I mean, like obviously you can take your skilling with you. Like you can do that with herblore or crafting or whatever, but I just don't. It just doesn't weigh up to perfection. Like that's the main thing. I think you can find some good uses for Banker's Note, but it's up against something so utterly broken that like I don't know why you would pick it. Like it's just like even if you don't understand invention as a or as an old school player, which I mean I still don't understand as a RuneScape 3 player. I just look at Wiki what I need to do and just copy what Wiki says.
That's okay. That's exactly what I was thinking about perfection. I was like, okay, well, infinite invention materials. It might as well just read, like, open up the wiki, find out what's the best invention perk, and just put that in there, and then never touch invention again.
Well, I think the main thing is how you obtain normal components. Like normal components are obtained by breaking down items. So if you want to get like there's a perk where you get a better critical chance. critical hit chance, which is used for a specific build for magic, for example. To get that, you have to do Araxxor. You need to assemble one of the weapons, which you need to get 3 pieces of. Then you need to level up that weapon with invention, because invention gives you weapon levels. I know, complicated stuff, but forget about that. And then you need to break down that weapon, so you lose it completely. It just gets deleted from the game, and then you get the components. But then you have the RNG aspect of actually getting the perk, because there's also a chance you get like a lower tier of the perk instead of the actual perk. So there are so many steps to getting like good perks, and obviously they will matter less than they do in the main game. Because we already have so many boosts and stuff, but there are just perks that are like really nice. Like they recently added one for thieving, where if you get stunned, you just keep on thieving.
Mm-hmm.
So if you just have a lot of food on you, I mean that's maybe the only thing where Banknote is good for, but you just don't get stunned. So that means that certain methods where the stun rate is high, but you can out heal by using like a summoning familiar or other passively healing items that we have, because we have so many passive healing items. You can do some insanely broken trading methods because of it. So there's so many like utility cases of it, and it just takes out so much hassle and having to look up like, how am I obtaining these components? Am I getting it? And then if you don't get it, you're like, oh, but I kind of do want to get it. So you have to go back to step 1 again and have to repeat the whole process. Other like benefits of invention is you can make like a lot of utility things with it as well. Like you can make magic notepaper, which is just like Banker's Note, but you just can't unnode it. But you need invention components to do it, but now you have infinite of them, so you can make infinite notepaper. Or you can make a pocket spirit tree, or you can make a pocket fairy ring, or you can make springs for your spring cleaner, which automatically alch stuff for you. Like there's so many of these like little niche things that invention can do that just makes it so good having infinite invention supplies.
Yeah, I think a lot of people always like underestimate like that infinite word, because there's a big difference between having a lot of materials and having infinite materials. And like, old school went through this with Golden God, which basically gave you like infinite cash, and you could there's like so many new methods that like just having an unlimited supply of cash basically just it allows you to just dump billions in a minute that you ordinarily could never do. So I'm curious to see like what people kind of come up with and stuff. And I also think that it's funny to me, because I feel like it's almost like 2 ends of the spectrum, where like you have people who are very advanced with invention and they'll be able to like mess around with it, and because they have like all the freedom in the world.
Yeah.
And then people who have no idea what they're doing with invention will also really enjoy it, because they don't have to worry about like making a mistake, or like, oh, whoops, what happened to my 6 components? I accidentally made the wrong thing. Now it's like, okay, you just do whatever you want. You can like it's like getting like a free access pass to invention. You can literally do whatever you want. You can mess around. You don't have to really know anything about the skill. And I think that alone is so appealing to a lot of people, just being able to have like free reigns of invention.
And I think you pointed that out as well. It wouldn't surprise me, because there are certain combinations of like certain materials that make like a certain perk. But it wouldn't surprise me, because people have infinite amounts of components, that they will find new combinations to either guarantee a perk or whatever, but that they can't do the main game because you have to disassemble third age items for them or something, or whatever super rare components you would usually need for them. Now you can just... I'm actually kind of curious now. Like, there will probably be someone that figures something out. I believe that there's even a perk. I don't know if it's a myth, but apparently there's a perk that no one has found yet.
Hey, well,
it doesn't do anything. Like, it's not a like functional one, but I saw a video on it once. Don't know if it's true. I really hope it is, and maybe leaks will be...
There's somebody right now that's like testing every combination, waiting.
Yeah. Someone will take on the challenge, and there will be a Reddit post. 100%.
It'll be cool to see. Yeah. I guess like just as like a brief overview of invention, like just real quick, like what are some of the like big things to kind of prioritize when it comes to like these invention, I guess, like perks or augments?
I think, like I said, I think especially because there are a lot of damage boosting ones. There's one that just gives you flat percent 6% damage. They will be less relevant. Like you probably still want them on your weapon, because it's a free 6% damage without having to do anything. But I feel like there's so many perks that give utility. Like there's a perk that if you're praying the correct protection prayer, it can randomly just 100% protect you for like one hit, which can save your life, or it can even save just some food, and less food used, more damage. And also just look at the thing. It also procs 10% more than it usually does. So the protection thing will protect 10% more. Or there's a perk where there's a chance when you use an ability that costs adrenaline, it will not use the adrenaline. So there's so many like little things that just affect, especially combat, but even the skilling ones. There's like a skilling relic where instead of using the supplies, you burn them and you just get double XP from it. So that is also very nice if you're skilling or if you're AFKing or doing an activity and just making everything even quicker.
Yeah. And I think like I think a lot of people I know like for me, for example, like I know when I first did invention, I only looked at like the meta, right? It was like just this is like the meta thing to do. But that's just because going out of your way to farm them felt like a waste of time for me. And I think a part of me feels like that might be the coolest thing is to sort of get the like full scope of invention available as well, where like you can kind of mess around with almost anything and like just toss anything anywhere you want. I feel like that's like a cooler part than just like, okay, here's like the best in slot like gizmos and you just attach them and you're done and never think about it again.
But there's even like there's different best in slots, like in like two different ways. You have different best in slots for different encounters. Like technically, whenever I do, we have elite dungeons, and one of them is like fully dragon based, and there's a perk that is pretty much turns every weapon in like a dragon hunter lance. Pretty much gives that effect. There's also one for demons. So if I do a demon boss, I should be using that. But because these perks are so expensive and there's not really a good system to take off your perks, add new perks without it costing a lot of money or being annoying or whatever, I think it costs like 50 million GP in the main game to change a perk, so it's not really worth it. A lot of people just don't use these perks, or they're very rich and have like multiple of these weapons specifically perked. But like 99% of the players don't use these perks because they're just too difficult, too much of a nuisance to get. And now, like you said, you can actually experiment with them and use the actual best in slot perks everywhere you go. Because a lot of times with invention, you also get given best in slot perks, but that's more like best in slots in 95% of the scenarios.
So you mentioned like bringing the same weapon that has like different gizmos on it, right? Is that actually like is that a thing people do?
Oh yeah, like the top tier or like the really rich players do that. Yeah, 100%.
Okay, because so the reason why I'm interested in that is because I know a big thing is like people kind of hate getting like duplicates sometimes in leagues because it's like, okay, what am I going to do with like like 5 of this? I don't know what the good weapons are in the scale. I'm not going to pretend, but like, what am I going to do with
of Armadale?
Yeah, it's like, what am I going to do with like 5 fracture stuff? Because you're like, you're going for some kind of task or you're doing some other stuff. And I think it's kind of cool that now getting a duplicate might actually like because of invention, it might be cool to get the second one, and that one is like specifically suited for that 5% use case basically. And it's kind of cool that you can have that. Like I don't know, that's an interesting thing I didn't even think about.
But then again, yes, definitely agree. But the flip side is because we have infinite components, once your weapon level, because invention gives you weapon levels, gets to level 15, you can use an invention item that costs 50 mil roughly to make, and on an Iron Man it's just annoying to make. You can make these infinitely now for free. So you can easily just use that item on your weapon, take off the perks you don't want, and put on the perks you do want.
Gotcha.
So that is also like a nice thing. So you don't really need duplicates, but there are cases, and I think this is like for the 0.01%, where you generally do want to bring 2 of the same weapons, but with like different perks, because one perk is used in like one specific situation in the boss fight to do like 10k more damage. Like that genuinely happens. Like it is ridiculous.
I'm curious about this. Okay, so let's say you are let's say you're someone who doesn't take perfection, right? Like, how bad are getting these invention materials? Because like the flip side, and I did see this before, was like people saying like, okay, like you're gonna have so many of these invention materials anyways that like what is it really achieving?
I think the flip side of it is that, like I said, because you're already so powerful and there are already so many buffs to a lot of skills and stuff, you don't really need a lot of these items. Like a pocket fairy ring and a pocket spirit tree, for example, are great, especially in the main game if you want to do clue scrolls. But if you pick the clue scroll relic, you probably want to do clue scrolls, and then you can just teleport to every location anyway. So there's not really a point to them. Like you don't need that movement around the game. And with combat, like it just affects it less because you're so powerful. So it is still really good because it is free DPS and it's free damage reduction or it's free adrenaline or whatever it might be. But it's less vital than in the main game. Like yes, it helps, but it's less useful. That makes sense.
Yeah, do you think there's
Like
gonna
you
be
can
like
easily do without it.
do you think there's gonna be like components that are just like a huge pain to actually grind out for? Like I know some people mention like fortunate components or something like that. I think that I remember hearing that.
But fortunate components, you need to make alchemical onyxes and hydrixes, and hydrixes are our versions of zenites, which you need for the best jewelry. But you do clues for them, so as long as you do a clue relic, every clue unique, so like your H1 items, your U composite bows, your whatever, all those items, they are fortunate components. So you just get plenty of them when you do clue scrolls now, especially with all the max rolls and the amount you can complete. So I don't think that will be much of a hassle. But yeah, I just think even just the 10% more often proc chance, that alone would probably already be good enough to pick it.
Yeah, and I think like another big thing that kind of I saw was that like since shops they don't have like infinite stock, but they restock when you buy them.
Yeah.
To me, I was like, okay, like thank God I don't have to do like shop runs and stuff. I remember doing like find Slayer gems and stuff every day and boots to to disassemble. And I was like, man, this sucks. Like I don't want to do that. So um that'll be pretty cool, pretty interesting and stuff. So
But one thing for that is money, and that's also something this relic gives, because when you alchemize something,
oh yeah, we haven't talked about that. Jeez.
Yep.
Yeah.
It actually gives you, I think it has a saving chance. Yeah, 66% chance to save the resource. So that also just gives you infinite money. So it's infinite money, infinite perks, and then you can also make an alchemizing machine in RuneScape 3, so it alchemizes it for you, which isn't affected by the 66%, but especially when you do like late game PVM, you get a lot of alchs, you just whack them in there, you just passively get money. So it's just like, it's just not balanced. Like there's so many of these relics, in my opinion, that are not balanced, but this one is just so not balanced, because whilst Banker's Note does have a lot of upsides and a lot of like niche uses, just all the grinds you could just skip because you pick Perfection just makes it's just so good.
What are like some of the things that you see like infinite gold being like? Do you like know anything that you think would be like good to have?
I don't necessarily think so. Like besides maybe your like I don't know, broad arrow fletching or certain methods. Like there's a prayer method in Prifddinas where you can buy these crystals, and I think in the main game that's already 600k XP an hour or something. But you can also 2-ticket. So, but then like normally you use the crystal, you wait, you get the experience. But if you just spam click it, you just get more experience because the first and the last XP drop are the biggest ones. But obviously in the main game you don't really do that because you don't have infinite money. So you use it for that, for example. Like there are like little niche trading methods that are very much viable because of it.
It sucks because I'll just say like for me, Banker's Note is kind of special because I remember when it first came out, people sort of slept on it, and it turned out it was insane.
Yes,
and I
was
like
people.
it is insane in old school for sure and stuff. And I think that like the thing that I love the most about it though is just because there's always like new stuff that gets figured out about it, and it like kind of pushes the limits of the game in a lot of ways. And I know that's probably not as true for RuneScape 3, but I think for me it just holds that like sentimental value. So I'm always. I think like for me, I saw Banker's Note. And I was like, I have to go with Banker.
When the first Leagues with Bankstone came out, my best friend who I played Leagues with, he picked it and I didn't. And he was like, "Oh, it's so good." And I was like, "Nah, dude, it's not good." And then I
Yeah,
saw
I
him
got
do like,
flamed. I got flamed
Yeah.
so much. Everyone was
Yeah.
like, "No, you got to pick Fire Sale," and I'm like, "No, Banker's Note's sick." And then so I
and
feel
then he
like I'm
did
going
like
through a
rune
deja
crafting and all
vu.
the other stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think this time, Perfection is just, it's just too good. Like, and I feel like one thing that I do have I'm critical of, and that is something I did give feedback to the developers on as well, is that I think in too many tiers, there's too much of an obvious pick. Where in old school, most of the times, whenever I picked a relic, I had that feeling of, I picked the wrong one, boys. This wasn't
Yeah.
right. Like, but then it was okay for whatever you wanted to do with it. But you did have that feeling of like, I kind of do want to start a second account to just try the other relics. And besides content reasons, I really don't want to start a second account because a lot of the relics that I'm gonna pick are, in my opinion, just so much more fun or better than the other ones.
Yeah, I think that's
yeah.
pretty fair and stuff. And I think like I know a lot of people in general were like pretty. I don't want to say like disappointed in this tier, but it's definitely like a clear favorite. I think in Perfection.
Yeah.
Honestly, same thing happened last leagues. It was oddly enough, it was Banker's Note that had 95% pick rate last leagues
Yeah.
over last recall, and yeah, you know, it's maybe it's like it's being retired, you know, it's getting it sent off here as well. So, yeah, we'll see, we'll see. I'm still hoping something new comes up. All right, I'm gonna shake up the meta. I'll find something that none of you RuneScape 3 players have found yet.
Honestly, I would love it.
Banker's Note. Yeah,
Because
but,
one thing that's like an issue with RuneScape 3 players that listen, I'm very critical of RuneScape 3 sometimes, and people don't appreciate me for it all the times, but RuneScape 3 players are really good at planning things, like really good. But sometimes, especially with some like leagues, I see a lot of people like planning from A till Z, and I'm like, leagues is the most fun you're gonna have in RuneScape. Period. Like, there's nothing more fun, especially if it's your thing, of course. But like, there's nothing more fun than leagues, and I feel like just having fun. And if you like Bankstone or you want to do something with Bankstone, you have ideas with it, or you just want to experiment with it, I think that is the meta pick instead of Perfection, because I hate meta, dude. Like, I like playing meta, but at the same time, I also hate it, especially when it becomes too pivotal in a way.
yeah, I honestly, okay, so here's kind of like my thought process is I feel like I'm in this like exact like niche where I've done invention before. So it's not like I'm completely clueless. Like I know what invention is. I know how it works.
Can you explain?
But
I don't know.
I know basically I know how to read the component
Yeah.
chart. That's basically all
exactly.
I know.
Me too.
I have it like it's a bookmark somewhere and I can read it and be like, oh, you have to kill this mob. So I understand that part. So it's not like I'm completely clueless, but I'm also nowhere near clever enough to actually come up with interesting things with invention. So I feel like for me personally, it feels like I'm gonna take this perk, copy paste the best relics like gizmos or whatever from invention. And then I'm literally never going to think about invention ever again. And I feel like to me, it really is. It's like my own fault, but just because I am exactly there where like I can't come up with anything creative with it. I feel like Banker's Note, it's like, it's man, it's like you know, when you play like Legend of Zelda, it's like the Master Sword. Like, you know, you don't want to like leave without it. It's like, to me, it's just, it's too special. I don't want to go. RuneScape 3 is too scary. I need a Baker's Note before I'm willing to go out there. You know, I need a portable bake at all times.
It honestly, like, it is a scary game, and especially like the new player experience of the game. When I played Group Iron Man last year when it released, I realized like how bad it is. Like, obviously, I think I think Old School's doing a great job at it now, but both RuneScape have the issue of just onboarding in general. Like, it's just a complicated, weird, archaic game sometimes where you kind of have to create your own adventure, which is something I feel like especially the younger generation is not very familiar with. Because everything is just chewed out, which is fine because that works. Like, they've done research on it. That's how they keep retention rates and shit. But I feel like RuneScape 3 has a lot of gaps in the progression. Like if you play an Iron Man, you just want to use all the lamps on Herblore, just like old school. But you pretty much don't train Herblore until you can make overloads, which are the best potions in the game. You just do your dailies, you do your weeklies, you do everything that just doesn't train Herblore, because getting an Irit seed, for example, you can get them, but to get them in great quantities where they're actually worth something is one of the hardest things to do. And we're talking about an Irit seed to make super combat or super attack potions. Like that should not be difficult to get, and it's something RuneScape 3 needs to tackle. And it's one of my biggest pet peeves, especially with how Dailyscape and stuff also plays into this.
Any final thoughts on Banker's Note and Perfection? And then also, if you could rate them 1 star to 5 star relative to each other, if that makes sense.
Oh, Perfection 5-star, easy.
Yeah.
Because it's especially as a content creator, it will just shave out so many boring, like even if it's just like 2 or 3 hours of just gathering components across the entirety of the league. It's just nice that I don't have to do it. Like I don't have to think of like, oh, I need to buy insulated boots at a Slayer Master to get this component in great quantities because I want to create this or whatever. And I think Bank Snow is like a 3 out of 5. Like I think it's, it's still good. But it's just not good enough against Perfection.
Yeah, that's
maybe
totally
2.5. Maybe 2.5.
Oh, I did have an interesting question. Question. What do you think about what if like Last Recall is in this tier? So if you like, for people who haven't seen it, or I guess let's say Total Recall. So Total Recall let you like save a specific spot that you could teleport back to at any point, and it would like save your health, your prayer, all that stuff that you could like instantly teleport back to. Do you think that would be like an interesting thing to add?
I think the issue, and I think that's also an issue with RuneScape 3 in general, is teleports are not that much of a reward space for us.
Mhm.
Like we have so many teleports that are pretty decently easy to get, especially in the leagues. Where I think to get back to locations, because with the bosses, you just use War's Retreat. You go through your portal, you go back to the boss. Like, sure, it might shave off like 5 to 10 seconds of banking time, but that's 5 or 10 seconds. Like, I think most people can live with that. And I think there will be some niche skilling things that do that, but RuneScape 3 is made to be AFK. So if you just want to AFK mine or something, where in old school you want to go to the mine your inventory, teleport to the bank, total recall back, and then do it that way. Like we have porters, like it already gets automatically banked. So I think that's probably also one of the struggles that the development team had. Just looking at the old school relics, like that's already something we have. That's something we already have. That's something. Oh, damn it! That's actually something. Everything is already in our game in a way.
Yep.
Easy escape, right?
That was always a big thing with old school leagues. It was like, oh, we got this thing that RuneScape 3, they just have that. They just are allowed to exist with that, So it's always kind of fun to see the differences. And I think honestly, like this is why I love the conversation about Banker's Note, because I think it's probably the most interesting discussion of like porting in a relic and just seeing how it doesn't function as well. Like it's because the games are so different. And honestly, I think that's why this discussion is really interesting to me, because I think it's hard as an old school player to be convinced that it's not good. Like it takes because it's like it goes against everything your brain tells you is good. So it's very interesting, and it's good to hear that like reasoning and stuff. So
because with old school, like it's just such a part of, like, take Cerberus for example. If you don't have the Keymaster teleports, it's a like 90% run energy walk from Falador Bank to get there. Like it's part of old school bossing is getting to the actual boss. And the same with like the skilling. Like part of old school skilling is going to the location and either deciding I'm going to drop like my iron ore or my sandstone or my, well, now you can use the sandstone on the grinder, but my granite or whatever it might be, or am I going to bank it? Which I don't know, I would bank granite, but whatever. And in RuneScape 3, that's just not a conversation. Like it's just, well, if you want to bank it, use a porter, or if you want to do this, just use that. And Yeah, but that's it. Like I would love to see some like old school brained ideas on
Mm.
Banker's Note that we as RuneScape 3 players can't think of. But then again, because I play so much old school and I'm also old school brained, and I am RuneScape 3 brained as well, I can't see it.
Right.
Like I
Yeah.
literally can't see it. So
I'll probably be some
Yeah.
like super, super niche thing that I'll spend 2 months defending and coping about. So I'm excited for that.
hey, at least that's content and clicks, right?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Oh, he's the Banker's Note guy. What an idiot.
Dude, I know. Listen, that's that was my first true love. I love Banker's Note. I'm going with it. What are you going with? Are you're locked in? I'm guessing.
Yeah, I think I'm locked in. Like actually, I decided today that I'm not gonna plan out a path. I have my relic path. Like I know which relics I'm gonna do, but I was gonna actually do the whole. Oh yeah, spawn in, get a Slayer Tash from Jacqueline that is next to it. Talk to Hans, which gives 10 points. Kill a giant rat, kill a goblin. And I was looking at it, I was like, but this is not fun. Like the one thing I love about leagues is just opening, well, the wiki. Let's be honest, filtering on completion rate, and just seeing what everyone else has done, and be like, oh, okay, so this is easy. Oh, this is fun to do, and I feel like as a content creator, it will also help my progress videos, streams as well, but mainly progress videos as well, because you will see a lot of like the bigger creators do the more meta stuff, which is fun, and there's an audience for that, and a lot of people want to see that. But I also think there's just fun in just having fun in the game. Like nothing,
Yeah.
it doesn't all have to be so serious, because this game is sometimes way too serious for some people, in my opinion. I'm like, just have some fun. Like we don't have to do min maxing, we don't have to do everything efficient. That will come back to me, by the way. There will be this one guy that watches my videos like, oh yeah, but you complained that like trading Herblore on Ironman is so annoying because to be efficient, you have to do these dailies. I'm like, yeah, but they're just too good. Like you
Yeah.
save like hours versus not saving hours. And I just want to give one final tip. One.
Yeah, let's hear it.
And that's just old school players, please don't try to understand the game. Just don't try to actually understand the game. Just play the game, and the understanding will come second. Because I struggle with that with other video games as well, where I'm trying to understand everything, and I'm like, okay, so this is this. Like, okay, this is probably the best thing to do. I see people do this, and then it kind of loses the fun to me. Like, just mess around. Like, you can't do anything wrong. It's not a race. It's not a competition. So just play the game, enjoy yourself, and see what the dark side is like.
Yep. Oh, it'll be fun. I think a lot of people are gonna have their eyes open. I think that's my hope is a lot of people open up their eyes to RuneScape 3 and kind of see it. I think in a more modern way, because I think that recently has been happening with old school. You had a lot of people coming in and they were surprised that old school is a better game than just like killing cows. You know, because that's a perception from a lot of people. And now I think you see old school people talking about RuneScape 3, and it's like, okay, well, you clearly haven't played the game in 10 years, so that's okay. But yeah, hopefully Leagues opens up that kind of perception. So I'm excited for it.
Yeah, 100%. Because one, a lot of things have changed. Like EOC used to be terrible back in 2013. Like it was clunky. It was like it just didn't function. It has been improved. Like it's still not the best combat system in gaming or something, but it works. It functions. But I think that having that different perspective, I just want people to walk away from Leagues either thinking, you know what, cool, RuneScape 3 is just not for me, whatever, it is what it is, I tried it, and it's just not for me. Or walk away from it like, you know what, actually, that was actually pretty fun. I might hop on here and there. And I think that is fine. Like, I don't think, as long as it's just stopping the mindless hate. I mean, it happens from RuneScape 3 to old school as well, but there's the mindless hate of like, oh, the game is bad. Oh, it's just a slot machine. Oh, it's just this. And I'm like, yes, it is sometimes just a slot machine. Or yes, the combat system isn't as great as other MMOs, but there's so much charm to it. Like the quest, the world, the random little things you can do. Just like old school. It's the same game, but just different.
Any last like shoutouts you wanted to do? Like any plans that you have for next week and stuff you're going to be doing?
I'm mainly just going to be live from release and just like every single day in like the afternoon. I usually have the afternoon slot my time, so European time. So I usually start midday European time, which is 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm streaming every single day pretty much for Leagues, and I will be creating content on the YouTube channel as well. Like I'll be streaming then editing, going to sleep, waking up again, doing the exact same thing for like
Hell
a
yeah.
couple of days. But yeah, that's the only thing I want to shout out. And another thing I want to shout out, which is a bit of a strange one to shout out to some people, but I'm a big advocate for accessibility in this video game. If anyone encounters anything that is inaccessible for like visually impaired people or anything else, let me know and I will send it through them. It might be league specific, it might be non-league specific. Make sure if you struggle seeing things, there is something called full screen dialogue mode. Type in full screen or full, I think it will pop up. It will give the mobile interfaces on your like screen, but on your PC, which looks weird to some people, but it makes it a lot easier to read. And also there's a feature called high contrast mode, which you can toggle by setting up a hotkey or by right-clicking your world map that highlights everything around you. So, for example, enemies are red, interactables are yellow, etc., etc. So, those are the only things I just wanted to add because I think that could be really useful for some people, and that's like my passion project. Like, I promise myself, but also my viewers, if I ever get in touch with Jagex, which I did like a few years ago, if I can talk about accessibility to them, I will, and I will not stop till something happens. And thankfully, they picked that up. So shout out to Jagex for that one. They're not
Yeah, that's
always
good.
bad.
No, I think it's good, and I think like legit the biggest thing I hope from getting all this that people have like actual resources to go to, because then like
Yeah.
I don't want like someone's gonna come to me, they're like, why did you choose this tier 2 relic? And I'm like,
Yeah.
honestly, completely vibes. Like I
Yeah.
have no idea.
Yeah.
Go ask them. They know way better why they're making their decisions.
They told me.
So,
They said
yeah,
that
they
I should
told
do
me.
it.
Yep, it's pretty cool. Yo,
All
thanks so
right, man.
much.
Yeah,
Hopefully I
thank you
didn't
very
keep you
much.
too late. And finally, the RS guy to talk about tier 7. Thank you so much for coming in today. I really, really appreciate it. And it's been really, really cool, I think, to kind of get that knowledge and stuff and sort of be able to ask some questions. And I think this tier 7, obviously is a pretty big, highly contested tier. So getting some of your knowledge, I think, is really going to help me and I'm sure help a lot of other players who are new to RuneScape 3 kind of get into it and be able to make that pick. Luckily, tier 7's pretty far off. So I think it's not a decision you have to make day one. Probably won't even have to make it for like the first couple of days, but it'll be cool to see how these are used and sort of get some insight there. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks so much for having me. And I'm excited because I think you gave me the best set of relics, the best tier of all. But yeah, super stoked.
Okay. Before we get right into the talking about the relics themselves, I did want to ask you a little bit about the like tier 7 passives for the relic tiers. And I think the big ones in particular is just the league's experience multiplier, like is 16 times too much? And then also talking a little bit about advanced time, because I think that's something that has really changed a lot of the other relics in the past. And it's also something that, well, we don't have an old school RuneScape. So I don't know how broken it really is.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I could talk about both of those. Also, I'm so sorry. One of my lights is turning off and on
No worries, you're
repeatedly,
good.
but hopefully it's not too bad. Sorry if anybody notices that. My computer, it's doing a Windows update. Of course it is. Classic. But yeah, so the 16 times XP rate, it's interesting because I know the reputation that RS3 has is like, it's already easy scape. It's already really fast. And it is true that for a lot of our skills, you can get like 500,000 XP per hour base. Like rune crafting is a skill like that at the very high levels. Like you can actually, if you have these 20 things, you can get it really, really quick. But something that I think is probably worth mentioning that, I don't know, maybe old school people do know this, but I feel like a lot of people that I speak to don't kind of know this, and then I say this and they go, oh, that kind of makes sense. But about half of the skills in RuneScape 3 either go to 110 or 120. Level 110 is just over 40 million experience, and then 120 is 104 million XP. So a lot of our skills are balanced in such a way that like a lot of time you'll get your best XP rate around 90 or 95 or 99, and you're meant to take that method all the way to 104 million experience. So you will get some crazy XP rates. 16x is going to be nuts if you're going for like a base max cape of 99 all. But in terms of, is that like completely busted compared to old school? I haven't played old school in a long time, but I would guess it kind of fits pretty well into the game just because for a lot of these skills that you're going to want to train up, you're going to want to be going to 120, not just 99.
Cool. Yeah. And then for advanced time, so again, when I saw this, I thought, oh yeah, like that's pretty cool. That's pretty busted. But it's cool to see, like, I'm curious from a RuneScape 3 perspective, just how strong it really is.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked to see that as a relic passive. I think it's very unique. Whoever came up with that was absolutely cooking, but it's really good. So advanced time, it works with time runes that you get from level 100 rune crafting. You can actually get them at lower levels if you do runs at the ZMI altar. So a little bit of a throwback for the old school players. I don't know if you guys even use that anymore, but
Oh, we use it during leagues for sure because it was like higher
okay,
experience,
nice.
so it was really popular.
Yeah, nice. So yeah, kind of same deal there. Where in RS3 it gives you higher tier runes, even if you don't know the level for them. But yeah, you can make time runes in abundance as soon as you're level 100. There's just a time altar that you have to unlock, and then you're kind of good to go. But advanced time is kind of like a daily and a weekly reducer, because the way that it works is when you unlock it, you can use it 3 times per week in the live game, and it basically lets you reset a number of different time locked activities. Which is really nice. Some people min-max it, and it means, oh, I can do my dailies 10 times a week. But for a lot of people, like myself for sure, I would just kind of take all of my weeklies and my dailies. I kind of do them all at one time throughout the week, so I'm not having to log in every single day and repeat the same activities. But either way, it's balanced around using it 3 singular times per week, and that's it. So be able to use it forever is going to completely break and change the game for a ton of different reasons and a number of different skills as well. Like this is gonna change a lot.
Yeah. And then are there any like specific use cases that you think really stand out that you think would be like cool to?
Yeah, I've got a couple fun ones. I mean, one of the things you can do with advanced time is you can skip a day for managing miscellanea. That's hopefully like a good little old school pilled one where, may not have some crazy like end game permutations there. But yeah, if you want to get a bunch of herbs or a bunch of logs or whatever else, you certainly could do that with miscellanea. But I think more importantly are the skill related ones. And the first one that comes to mind is farming, because the best way to train farming at the higher levels, like above 100, is growing dinosaurs. And those dinosaurs also give you an ingredient that you need to make something called a vulnerability bomb that if you're doing any kind of PVMing, it just gives you 10% more damage. You throw one at your target every minute. You click on it in your invent, and you just eat the bomb, and it just does that. And that's something that is usually on Iron Man one of the worst time locks in the entire game. It is super frustrating because you're actually limited by not only your dinosaurs growing to produce these materials, but also them breeding with each other to give you more dinosaurs to do it all over again. And it's kind of like an infinite time lock that is really, really annoying. So being able to permanently, like as long as you've got the dinosaur eggs, instantly grow them, instantly breed them, instantly get all of the Vuln Bombs. It's going to be completely nuts for getting all the way up to 120/200 mil farming, but also for Herblore as well, because it's one of the best training methods for Herblore in the game. So that's definitely a big one. One other one that's interesting as well that maybe won't be as interesting for old school players, but if you're planning on doing some quests, after the Extinction quest, you get access to a place called the Dream of IAIA. I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. But once you go there, there are resources that you can put into these skilling stations, and then you can AFK on these skilling stations for about 300,000 experience per hour. And it works in a number of skills. It's like herblore, it's fishing, it's construction, it's crafting, it's fletching, and I think there's one more that I'm forgetting. But either way, the way to get those resources is usually a time lock. It's something that you wait for. There's a place in RuneScape called Anachronia. It's like Dinosaur Island or Fossil Island equivalent to old school. But once you get there, you get a base camp, and it's kind of like Clash of Clans, where you're generating resources every day and you have workers that you can assign to different resources. But with advanced time, one of the things you can do is you can actually just skip a period of time where they're just going to give you resources as though like 24 hours had passed. So because of that, what you could do is you could spam advanced time on Anachronia, max all of your resources, fill up all of your skilling hubs, and then you'd be able to, with a 16 times XP multiplier, get all of those skills to 200 mil, getting like, let me do some math here. Yeah, something like 5 or 6 million experience per hour. So definitely a really, really useful one if you're willing to quest. But yeah, overall, advanced time is really good. And using it unbalanced as much as you want is crazy.
So yeah, I think like one of the biggest things for me at least was I felt like I had to do a lot of prep to make sure I had all those like dailies, weeklies, and you look at the list, there's a lot of them in the game, and you don't even know which ones are like important or which ones will be a bottleneck. So I think like that's just cool to see that when you actually get there, you're not going to be stuck and kind of regretting that you hadn't started, at the very start of leagues. So I'm really excited for that. I think it's really really cool, and I'm I'm really glad that they made that decision because I think it opens up just a ton of possibilities for really just all the relic choices too, which is really sweet.
It's just very unique. It's a fun one. I will also say RuneScape 3 has way too many dailies, and a lot of them are actually really important to do early on. So it's one of those things where you will still probably want to do a bunch of dailies, and you're going to get pulled out of your gameplay loop every 20 minutes for your first few days, and that's going to absolutely suck for everybody. I'm an absolute daily hater, by the way, if that wasn't abundantly clear. It's one of the things that I really love about old school, and I really don't like about RS3. But yeah, especially at the late game, it's going to give you less to have to worry about.
Sweet, yeah. So going into the relics, I think again tier 7, it's probably I think had the most like conversation about the different relics. I think all 3 of them are really powerful in their own ways, and I think when you get to these like really late game like game breaking relics, it's hard to assess just how strong they are. I think especially if you're unfamiliar with the game like I am. So yeah, I think one of the first things we could start off with is weapon specialist or specialist, I guess, just because that has been historically one of the most popular old school RuneScape ones. And when I first talked about this, when I first saw it, I kind of mentioned that, okay, I don't know how good this is going to be because special attacks have their own like cooldown when I looked at some of the really good ones. And then, in my head, I'm thinking like, okay, are you really going to be like, dragon dagger specking? Because that's what we did in old school. We would like dragon dagger spec and stuff. And I'm like, okay, I don't know if that's going to work in RuneScape 3. So just how good is it in the RuneScape 3 world?
Yeah, it kind of depends what combat style you pick, but special attacks are extremely prevalent. I would say especially for melee and for ranged, where they kind of form the backbone of your rotation. And interestingly enough, if you look at the best special attacks for each of the 3 styles, the best melee special attack is Dragon Claws. The best for range would be the Dark Bow, and then the Iban Staff is really prevalently used with magic. So kind of fun to see, probably as an old school player. Yeah, you get all the iconic specs, but the way that they work in RS3 is a little bit different because what you do is you actually put your special attacks into an amulet that's called an Essence of Finality, and that's what you get when you pick the Specialist Relic. Is you're going to get one of these amulets, and usually what you have to do is you have to destroy the weapon you're putting into it, and it kind of empowers that special attack. But with Specialist, you're just going to be able to click whatever weapon you want, and it's going to swap to whatever it is without having to destroy the weapon or get it yourself. But the way that it works, I'll try to give you an old school example, is it will scale up that special attack to whatever you have equipped in your main hand slot, assuming it's the right combat style. So as an example, the reason why the Dark Bow is very prevalent in RS3 for damage is because you'll put on like your highest tier weapon, like I'll say it's the equivalent of a T-bow, and then you'll be able to Dark Bow special attack, but it will take the stats from the T-bow when it's calculating the damage it deals, and it will hit like a bus.
Yeah, I'm actually curious. How hard is the Essence of Finality to get? Like, if you didn't have this like relic, basically.
Yeah, so because Reaper points are 5x, you get them from. You need to make an Essence of Finality. I believe it's 900 Reaper points, and in the live game every day you could get somewhere between like, I don't know, 20 to 40 of them. But with it being 5x, by the end of week 1, if you do your Reaper every day, you should be in a pretty good spot. And then you could also buy extra Reaper assignments with Slayer points if you want to do that too. So if you really wanted to, yeah, you'd be able to get one reasonably well. And then the other component is you need 50 fortunate components with Invention. You get those through doing clue scrolls. But if you pick the Perfection Relic on tier 6, you won't need to do any clue scrolls. You'll just have all of the components you need. So yeah, I'd say not terribly difficult to get, but definitely a bit of an encumbrance. But for a piece of best in slot, definitely worth it.
Gotcha. And then for special attacks, like in OSRS, like we don't have adrenaline, we don't have big threshold ultimate abilities and stuff like that. And one of the big things that I saw was that you're only getting a free one every 15 seconds. Like, how is that going to work? Because like my kind of first thought was like, well, wouldn't you just want to spend the adrenaline on your thresholds and stuff like that instead?
Yeah, that's a good question too. I think the every 15-second free special attack is going to be really fun because what it will let you do is it'll let you use a special attack that you usually would never use. I'll give you the example of a Sard Omen Sword in RuneScape 3. It likely just hits a 60k, but you never actually use it in the live game because it costs 100% adrenaline. The other one is the Dragon Battle Axe that sometimes when you're meleeing, you'll actually use it before a fight starts, and then you'll build adrenaline and go in on 100% adrenaline, and it's just going to boost your damage output for a full minute. but it's never worth the 100% adrenaline cost. So for me, it's more about being able to cycle in some special attacks that usually the math doesn't work for. But in general, special attacks are really strong in RuneScape 3 because they cost adrenaline instead of special attack energy, where on old school, you're limited by time for your spec energy. Like you're never going to be able to Dragon Claw spec 12 times in a row. But with Specialist, you actually may be able to, because you can actually gain adrenaline in a lot of different ways, not only from your basic abilities, but there's something called a crit adrenaline buff in RuneScape 3, where for each of the like core combat styles, magic, range, melee, you use an ultimate ability. It costs 100%, but then for the next 30 seconds, anytime you roll a crit, or anytime you hit a crit, you actually generate additional adrenaline per crit that you roll. So the example that I would generally like to give, and I'll also send you a video of this too if you want to throw it up on screen, but for some of the speed kills, this is one that I did at the Ambassador, I was able to get myself in a crit buff, and then Berserk use the melee damage boosting ultimate, and then the bulk of my rotation here is I did 500,000 damage by Dragon Claw specking 6 times in a row, because every time my claws crit, I got all my adrenaline refunded so that I could claw spec again. So there's a lot of kind of fun stuff you can do there to use special attacks a lot. And I think Specialist is going to be both extremely good and extremely fun, especially when you think that you're getting 50% extra damage on specials. And for the core 3 combat styles, and especially for ranged and melee, specs are the backbone of your rotation. You do a lot of specking. Like half of the points where you think you'd be using an ability, you're probably using a special attack.
And then for necromancy, is it just kind of not so good?
So the thing that makes special attacks really overpowered in RuneScape 3 is ever since the evolution of combat, every special attack weapon that's come out has a cooldown associated with it because it's effectively an ability. It should have a cooldown, but they never added them to the pre-evolution of combat weapons. And that's why there's so much prevalence for like the Ivan Staff, the Dragon Claws. They're busted because they don't have a cooldown, but because Necromancy came out, a couple of years ago, every special attack has a cooldown, and you should not under any circumstance pick Specialist for Necromancy. It's not nearly as good. You will basically not even be able to use it properly.
Sweet, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think a big thing that I think is really cool is that when this was used in old school RuneScape, it kind of had one flaw, which was if you dumped all your spec bar and it wasn't dead, you were kind of done. Like you were kind of like that's it. You had used up all your charges. And I think the fact that it's like you'll be able to keep using your adrenaline, I feel like that'll be fun to weave in for some of those longer 5-minute fights, because Specialist was cool to one shot a boss before it even did any mechanics, but yeah, some of those like really long fights, raids and stuff like that, you could definitely start to feel like, okay, I'm useless now. So
yeah, no, it's exactly that. You can dump your specs, throw some basics, and you get double adren from your basics as well. So you could, for all intents and purposes, if you wanted to Dragon Claw spec twice, there's all your adren gone. You'd use 5 basics, and then you could Dragon Claw spec twice again.
Really sweet. Yeah, that's going to be really, really cool to see. So moving on, and again, we'll rate these at the end and stuff like that. Next up, I kind of want to talk about Everlasting Faith, because I think this has been a point of discussion. The biggest reason that I think this one's so cool is because it takes your protection prayers up to 100%, which obviously that's, as an old school player, that is what we're used to, right? We're used to 100%. Not as much chip damage, and I think a lot of people might not even know that you only take 50%. Like overheads only are 50% effective. So kind of what's your general thoughts on this, and where do you kind of view it?
People have been yelling at each other over this. It's been so contentious. There's been so many fights. But yeah, I can absolutely break it down where it's good, where it's a little bit less good. I definitely don't think it's a trap pick, like some people have been saying. I think some people have said oh, pick this and you're so stupid, it's the worst pick ever. Well, where others, especially old school players, are going, this seems kind of good. But something I will caution you for is having 100% effective protection prayers instead of the base 50%. And actually, if you have an Essence of Finality amulet, that gives you another 10% as well. So you actually usually get 60% damage reduction from prayers. Going up to 100%, I think to an old school player, that means if you hit your pray flicks, you don't really take damage. And most of the modern bosses in RuneScape 3, I'll send you an example of one too. You take most of your damage from either typeless damage, because players got too good at mitigating damage that came from the core combat styles. So the mods literally started saying, screw it. The basic attacks are just, they'll basically be chip damage. They don't matter. But you're going to have mechanics where if you fail them and you get hit by, a wave mechanic on a floor or a movement mechanic that you fail, you're just going to take an 8k typeless anyway. So Everlasting Faith isn't going to help you at all for that. And then RS3 also has a ton of instant kill mechanics where you just have to do a mechanic correctly or you have to be standing in the right spot. And if not, you just get completely instant killed. So it's not something that this is really going to mitigate for. So really, it depends what boss you're planning on fighting and what bosses you're planning on doing. But I think this has been a little bit overrated by old school players. And I actually think it's been underrated by veteran RuneScape 3 players, interestingly enough. But I think in reality, it's probably somewhere in the middle where it'll be really nice. It'll be convenient, but I don't see it as a complete game changer.
One of the cool things when you mentioned about like insta kill mechanics is that like I remember a big part of we had a similar relic that gave you a cheat death just like this one does. It was on a shorter cooldown, I believe. But it also gave you 6 seconds of immunity, which I don't think this one does. And it was actually interesting because I think that was actually used to skip a lot of those like insta kill mechanics. There's like this one boss in Theater of Blood where there's like a little maze you have to go through, and basically everyone would just ask, everybody's got the cheat death, and you would just run right through it and just completely avoid the mechanic entirely. And if you didn't have it, you basically died, and you got to watch everybody else skip the mechanic because nobody wanted to wait for you. So how do you think the cheat death's gonna like work with some of those like insta kill mechanics?
So I think if you're like a newer player to RS3, you want to get a Zuck Cape, it's going to be great because you could die every couple waves and kind of brute force your way through a lot of the activities in the game. So I think it's going to be really nice for that. But most of the modern bosses in RS3 have instant kills, and most of those instant kills, some of them are like based on standing in the right spot or like, I don't know, doing a mechanic correctly. But most of the mechanic checks are really you have to kill the boss or deal enough damage to stagger a boss to avoid an instant kill. So I'll give you an example. Zuck at the end of the fight is charging up this big bomb, and you have to kill his minions to be able to press a button that staggers him and stops him charging up the bomb. If you mess this up, you don't do enough damage, what's going to happen is you're going to get instant killed. It doesn't matter if you have a resurrect, it's going to kill you through it because it's like a hard type instant kill. It will kill you no matter what. It's kind of like you get to the end point where you can't progress further in the fight because you already lost.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that's definitely one thing that I think is pretty unique. I'm actually like I'm excited for that though, just because it feels like the fights are more like cinematic in that sense. Like I've watched like Telos where you're like jumping from platform to platform and stuff, and like we don't really have anything that's that kind of like engaged. So I'm excited to give those a shot and see how that goes and stuff. And I think like for me, I know that like chip damage was something I definitely struggled with when I was first learning PVM and stuff like that. I think I was doing like Vindicta, and I would just stand and fire way too much. So I think this is like a really cool like beginner friendly one. That's how I kind of see it, as like very like intro PVM and stuff. That being said, and I'm sure a lot of people have talked about this, I think the big downside is like it doesn't really give damage, right? Compared to some of the other or your other two picks.
And that's, I think, where people are going to struggle the most within this league, especially if you're new and coming over. In my opinion, if you're a new player, the best thing you should do is pick things that give you innate passive damage or innate passive healing. So that's why I really like, I know we're not talking about other relic tiers, but I really like the melee specific relic because it gives you lifesteal. I like the necromancy one because 25% more conjure damage also means 25% more heals from the ghost. So you're going to get a lot of heals from that, and that's going to basically mitigate all of the chip damage you're going to take. But in general, things that do damage innately are going to be really good for players that don't have good rotations. And anybody coming over to RuneScape 3, unless you want to read pages and pages and spend hours practicing, you're not going to have good rotations. To me, that's what makes this a less interesting pick or a less good pick for new players. It kind of, and I wouldn't call it a noob trap because I think it's a very valid pick depending on what bosses you want to hunt. But especially in this leagues, you probably want to progress quickly. You're an Iron Man. Killing bosses faster is going to progress your account faster. It's also going to mean you're going to have a lower chance of failing mechanics. And my guess is a lot of people who pick Necromancy and then also pick this are going to have trouble with things like Zuck because even though they're taking no damage until the Zuck fight, they're still going to get instant killed at the part where they have to deal damage.
One thing that's kind of cool about leaks for me personally was I always like recommend people, like, even if you are terrible at PVM and you've never done it, like leagues is a cool way to try it out because those relics sort of give you like the like kind of like training wheels to get into it and stuff. And I think hearing about those insta kills to me is kind of cool because like I can still kind of learn the mechanics and figure that stuff out. But I definitely agree with you that like, yeah, just like in old school, I mean, damage is king, and I feel like not having the insane damage, because you do start doing some pretty crazy numbers once everything starts kind of stacking up. I feel like that's that will be kind of missed in this one in particular, which is a far cry from our last relic, Ascension, which I think I really love to see because it's probably the wackiest relic I've seen so far. Definitely has got the most going on for it, and it's also the one that I really can't assess at all because I tried reading some of the Godbook procs, and yeah, I kind of gave up. I had no idea what they do or how strong they are or how broken this is or how maybe this is worthless, you know? So I'm curious your kind of take on it.
Yeah, I got you. So definitely makes sense because Ascension, it's crazy. Like what it does is confusing. It's hard to wrap your head around, but I'll try to break it down as best as I can. So in RS3, you've got a pocket slot, and that's sort of for like, I'm trying to think of an old school equivalent, but it's kind of like an auxiliary bonus thing that you can choose to have on optionally if you want. And it's like a book slot generally. So some books, like you could put a teleport book there that you could use to teleport to a certain spot and just kind of hold it there. Or in combat, you have these god books and these PVMing books. And in general, you get to pick one and you get to use that one book, and every book will have a chance of activating and an effect that it will do. Some of them will just like be innate damage, which I was talking about before, like an actual hit. Like this will just scale up with whatever weapon you have equipped and deal a percentage of your weapon damage. So it's going to hit like a 5k every time it goes up. And then some of them will boost your damage for the next 20 seconds or the next 15 seconds. Some of them will store damage and then you get a big hit at the end. And then you've also got some kind of newer, more modern, kind of wackier ones. Like one of the books, the one book, is just going to encase everything around you in a massive laser beam of ice, which is visually crazy. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that where like the Amasket book as well, the Scripture of Amasket, it's just going to put a bunch of smoke on the floor in a 3x3, and anything that's stuck in that is going to take additional damage. So yeah, books do a bunch of different things. Usually you have to pick only one. And this God book that you're going to get, the Elder God book, effectively, it's just all of the books combined into one book, but then they all run on independent cooldowns and they're all more likely to activate. So my suspicion or my expectation is that if you pick Ascension and you turn this book on, when you're killing stuff, you're just going to constantly, every couple abilities, have a different God book or multiple God books going off at the same time. It's going to be absolute pandemonium, but especially for a newer player, it's going to mean a lot of innate damage that doesn't scale with a rotation at all. It's just going to be based on having the thing on and hitting your target. And I think that's a really good way to brute force bosses from a damage standpoint instead of from a tanking standpoint that might give you a bit of a better shot for some of the kind of DPS windows.
Yeah, I think like when you mentioned things like ad spawning and stuff like that, I'm sure there's going to be like ad spawns you just instantly blow it up because you just got lucky with all your procs happening at the same time. And I know that for me, like a big fear when I first saw this was like how many procs are actually happening and stuff like that. The other fear was that I would start dodging my own mechanics happening because I wouldn't be able to tell it apart. So I would actually start moving and then dodging mechanics that I'm doing. But like I just like in terms of consistency, like how consistent do you think this thing will be for doing damage? Obviously, we can't really say for sure until we've seen it.
I mean, I think if you want like a very precise rotation, you're going to pick Specialist. And you're going to, build your special attacks, and every 15 seconds you're going to swap and use, and you're going to do that. But I think this is not going to be as consistent granular in terms of like, oh, I know how much damage this ability is going to hit, because it's going to always be different depending on which books you have going off. But I think over like a period of time of a couple minutes, I think your proc chance is high enough that I think your damage per minute is going to be relatively consistent with this, or I would hope so anyway.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some like really fun. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be fun videos of like just everything procking all at once and stuff. And I'm sure you'll see that at least once. I know last league's the melee relic, it was like you have a 10% chance to hit another time. And then that has a 10% chance. And that would go on and on. So you would see people like praying for like the 1 in 2 million chance of just hitting like an 800, or like, I guess that's not that much in RuneScape 3 terms, but like you're doing like 10 hits all at once basically. So yeah, I'm excited to see this thing go off. I think I want it to come back to old school RuneScape Leagues. I want to steal it. It's super cool. It has that like RNG factor, and I'm really excited to see how it works.
Yeah, it's really fun and it's very unique, and it's one that, even though like I'm an end game, people would consider me anyway to be like a very end game RSC player, I'm having trouble not taking it just purely for fun reasons, because ultimately that's what the league should be about. And the thing that this does, I think I could see myself getting tired of the visual clutter of a million things going off at once, but just in terms of like, I saw the reveal and I was like, I need that thing. That's so cool. But there are a couple other things that it does as well One thing I wanted to mention is when you're talking about consistency, the best pocket slot item in RuneScape is Erethdor's Grimoire. You get it from Solak. And then I should also mention all of these god books and pocket slots, they have pages and they have charges. So you don't just get the thing and then turn it on. Every page will be like a PVM drop you could get. Maybe you'll get a couple of them every hour. Maybe you'll get 4 an hour, 5 an hour. And each page will last for 45 minutes. So with this Elder God book, you're going to have every book at once with infinite charge as well. So it's going to be like another thing that you don't need to worry about upkeeping and getting for yourself, which to me is a really big plus. I'm generally an Iron Man player, but the upkeep escape of all of your things that have charges and degrades, all that, there's a lot of that in RS3, and I'm not a huge fan of it. So that's another plus. But there's one other thing that I haven't seen that many people talking about, which is the Stone of Jas buff. I don't know if you brushed over that when you saw it or what that meant.
I looked at it and yeah, we had something similar like that with the cheat death where you got that for 6 seconds. But for me, it was that 5% chance that I know a lot of attacks like they, hit multiple times and stuff. You're not quite as limited. So I just didn't know if this is going to be one of those like, oh, this is like a cool little thing that happens, or if it's actually going to be something you feel a little bit more frequently. Or even what 255 combat stats like means. I don't know how much it scales.
Yeah, so I'll give you the lore on it. The lore on 255 combat stats is during RS3's version of While Guthic Sleeps. What you do at the end of the quest, it's also sorry, Lorehounds, if I get any of this wrong, but effectively, you touch the Stone of Jas, and it god buffs all your stats to 255, and then you run around and you kill everything around you. All of the enemies, all the tormented demons, like the balance elemental, like everything just gets absolutely cooked. And that's sort of the whole idea of it is you get empowered with the Stone of Jas. It's a god item. It's an elder artifact. And you go ham with it. In terms of the benefit of 255 stats, I've seen people kicking around the number of it should be about a 30% increase to your damage in that ballpark, which is a lot. And in terms of consistency, my guess is you'd probably get a proc every minute or so. That would be my guess. It actually could be more frequent than that. But, conservatively, I think you'll get it not enough that you can plan around it, but I think you'll get it often enough that it'll be noticeable. And hopefully when you get it, you notice it, and then you hit a big ability because it's going to be boosted even more. But yeah, there's no god book in RuneScape that does that. That's specifically something from that quest cutscene. And it's kind of been a piece of RuneScape 3 lore forever, is like people have talked about like, oh, what if you could smuggle yourself out of that cutscene and then you could break every world record? And like it's been a thing talked about for literally a decade, I think, at this point.
Yeah, I swear people found some things like that at the last leagues where they were finding ways of like buffing your magic to like there's all sorts of weird stuff that people are figuring out about that buff and Leagues players, they're very good, in my opinion, of finding ways of like breaking the game in ways that, a week before you would never have even guessed possible. So I'm curious how people will figure it out here as well.
For sure. But yeah, it's a nice one. It's probably consistent enough. But something else I wanted to mention, because this is a little more granular than today's talk has been up to this point. But if you're a necromancer, you probably don't want specialist anyway, because there aren't very many special attacks for necromancy. But in general in RuneScape, and actually this works for every combat style, you don't need a shield switch anymore when you want to use a shield ability. If you train necromancy and play through it, you get something called Bone Shield. And what it will do is it will give you a shield as though it's on at all times, and it scales to your necromancy level. And you probably see where I'm going with this, a lot of your defensive abilities scale based on what your defense level is when you cast them. So there is a world where you could potentially use a defensive ultimate ability when you specifically get the 255 stats, and you might just make yourself immune to damage for like 25 seconds, half a minute. I don't know, 45. I have no idea how it's going to scale, but there are some things like that could actually make this really, really crazy if you wait for your proc and then you use the right defensive ability.
Yeah, I think it's cool because I didn't even think about that, but I think everybody loves damage and stuff. But those really crazy defensive stats can also be kind of crazy. I remember people doing like AFK Inferno runs and stuff, which is not normal. That's not how you're supposed to play. So it's really cool to see those that have a little bit more like that defensive aspect as well. Because I think like embracing like a super like tank play style is also kind of neat what people come up with. And yeah, I hope that works because I would love to try it out. So okay, so here's the hard part: 1 star to 5 star. How do you kind of rank these 3 relative to each other? Obviously, I think these are, if this was in any other relic tier, these would probably be one of one of the most picked. So that's a hard
Oh,
part.
they'd all be S tier. Yeah, they'd all be
Yeah.
fives for sure.
Exactly. So that's what I'm trying to get at. Like compared just in this tier alone, where do they rank? What's your kind of thoughts on them?
You give me a hard job.
But this one's tough.
but
I
yeah,
feel like
let's
this
do
one's
it.
so tough because a lot of the others, it's been like pretty clear, like winners and losers. And I think here they really all kind of have a place.
Yeah, I will preface this by saying you should pick whichever one you're most interested in. There's a lot of min-max. Like I'm sure this happens at old school too. People
Of
get very obsessed about,
Mhm.
oh, you have to pick this. You pick whatever you want. Have fun. That's the whole point of leagues. So don't need to take my words too. You know, I'm not gonna think you're making a bad choice if you pick something I don't rate well. But I think going in order, I'm gonna give specialist. I'm gonna give it a 4-star because I think if you're an experienced player, it might be a 5-star. Specifically if you're meleeing. But special attacks also can't be queued up. They can't be used up on Revolution or anything like that. So like you actually have to manually activate them. There's going to be high actions per minute. And then of course, Necromancy is RuneScape's most popular combat style. And this is a terrible pick for Necromancy. So I'm going to knock it a little bit there. I'm going to give it a 4 out of 5. In terms of Everlasting Faith, which has been a very contentious one, I've seen people giving this like an F tier, by the way, like a 1 out of 5. Like, do not pick
Mhm.
this under any circumstance. I was going to try to give it a half point, but I don't know if that defeats the purpose of rating it out of 5. I'm going to give it a 3. I personally wouldn't recommend it, and I personally wouldn't use it. I think there are some applications of it that are really cool. Like, let's say you want to AFK bosses. If you pick a boss that doesn't do any typeless damage and doesn't have any insta-kills, you could probably AFK that boss, and that might be a really fun, kind of interesting thing. But because it doesn't give you damage, I'm just going to knock it a little bit for that, because damage is really king in RS3, and especially innate damage, which is why when we go to, what's it called? Everlasting Faith? No, Ascension. Yeah, when we're talking Ascension, to me, it has to be a 5 out of 5, because if you're an experienced player, you're going to get a bunch of extra damage. If you're a newer player, you're going to get a bunch of damage just for existing. And I think it's also just got a fun factor to it that is absolutely crazy. Although, do not come into my chat 2 weeks after leagues when I've had to mute my game sounds and like turn off high contrast mode and like make it so that everything is as faded and dull as humanly possible, because I'm sure I'm gonna get sick of the visuals of it. But yeah, I think it gets a 5 to me. I think for most players, it's probably the best pick.
Yeah, I totally agree. Honestly, I think that that's kind of where I'm at too and stuff, and I especially like that they kind of offer like different play styles too. And I think that like specialists, it looks really sick. But for me personally, I feel like it's like too much like cognitive overload to have to think about also getting all my specs off and dealing with all that when I'm just trying to live. And I think Ascension is, to me, I think that's been like the big thing about it is like you pick it and you just kind of like let the fireworks go off and just kind of have fun watching all the stuff happen.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
that's a perfect way of putting it.
Yeah, I do, man. I do wish, like, obviously, you know, this is a cool tier because I think it's one of those where you really want to choose to, and you're gonna feel like the grass is greener on the other side. You're gonna watch other people, but I'm with you. So if you have to pick right now, which one are you going for?
If I had to pick right now, I am taking Ascension, but I honestly couldn't even make my pick or lock it in, so I'm gonna see how I'm feeling. The other thing as well is I'm picking melee before this, and Dragon Claws are the best special attack weapon. Dragon Claws are locked behind a terrible Wild Gothic Sleeps quest chain. Quest itself is great. All the quests before it are like brutal, like 2004 quality quests. So picking specialist means you can skip getting Dragon Claws and questing for them because they'll be in the amulet automatically. I am unironically considering picking Ascension and then locking myself out of Dragon Claws as well. So I'll be running around with like a Dragon Halberd or a Dragon Dagger, knowing that I'm doing way less damage, but just purely as a means to avoid that quest chain and get the book. So that's kind of what I'm leaning towards doing.
Sweet, yeah, I'm excited. I'm probably going to Ascension too, but I'm in that like 26,000 is going to take me a couple of days. Maybe I need to wait and see what happens first, and then make up my mind after like 3 or 4 days once I'm getting closer there. So yeah, cool. Honestly, it's a crazy tier. I really feel like you can't go wrong with it. Well, I guess some would debate that, but
Debatable, yeah, but
debatable. But that's pretty much it. Again, thank you so much for chatting and stuff like that. I really appreciate the insight. it's cool to be able to like get all that from people who actually know what they're doing, and I'm just sort of coming in with my like limited experience and so, especially PVM. PVM is like the big thing for me. That's I'm kind of going in blind, so I think that's the really cool part that I'm excited to like learn.
For sure. No, it's been an absolute pleasure anytime. And I really hope you enjoy your leagues.
Yeah, you too. Any shout outs you want to make? I know you've been working on a lot of stuff, which is like crazy resources and stuff that I'm sure is going to help. I'm sure, okay, let's be clear. I'm probably going to have your RS guide just sitting there on my second monitor for like the first like week of the game at least. So it's going to be a big resource for me, and I appreciate you doing that.
You know what? I'll take it. Yeah. I mean, I'll be streaming on Twitch every day. I'll be making YouTube videos hopefully every day. But yeah, big one is if you're a newer player, the rsguide.com may have information that might help you out a little bit.
Yeah. A lot of people asking me for the day one route. I am not good enough to do that. So go there instead. It's probably
Fair
way
enough.
better than what I would come up with. So, but hey, thanks again. And yeah, happy leagues. So, good luck next week.
Yeah. Thank you so much. You too. Take care.
Thanks so much. Have a good one. And that's it. All 7 relic tiers discussed, ranked, and just a ton of information that I'm hoping will help you with all of your decision making and all your planning through the Catalyst League. And while we did rank every relic just for fun, I think I could speak for everyone here that at the end of the day, really just pick whatever relic you think that you would enjoy the most, the one that kind of suits what your goals are and what you want to do. And hopefully all of the pros and cons and the discussion, that's really the takeaway here. And I hope that that's kind of what's helping you with your decision making for the leagues. Have a happy leagues, and I'll see you all in Lumbridge.